Chapter 426. Every day John spent some time in the sea of spiritual totems, inoculating himself against light element. Or perhaps that wasn't quite right, because the whole point was that he wanted it to remain peacefully rather than trying to annihilate it or rid himself of it entirely. That was the state things were in by default. The rest of his day was spent sparring with Deirdre or Zachary. He could have battled Qrn herself, but it wouldn't have achieved the desired results. She was naturally light element infused as her very nature. The way she controlled spiritual energy was different from humans. He very much appreciated her watching over him as he meditated. However, it allowed him to split his focus with less concern that he would horribly maim himself. There was still some possibility, but that was why he was taking things one step at a time. If he was going to attempt to break into the exalted soul phase in a decade or so, he wanted some reasonable certainty he would succeed. Perhaps that was a bit arrogant, but he wasn't asking for a true guarantee. Just some surety that it would be worthwhile, that his chances of success were high enough that what he could do if successful would be greater than simply spending the rest of his life at a lower cultivation. The ascending soul phase would never be something to be ashamed of. He hoped that the current stability didn't rely on him being alive, but he'd rather not bet on that. They stopped at several other sects within the Sunfields, though more briefly than their other destinations. They could get away with a limited amount for being on a set route, but completely bypassing certain groups would have the opposite of the intended effect. John found he quite preferred people coming to him, even if it meant a busy schedule back at the crossroads. It would be nice if he could somehow be important enough to keep his secure position without people wanting to meet with him. That was rather impossible, however. Though maybe once the Six Elements crossroads had a longer history, their elders would have sufficient sway to take over most diplomatic duties. Ahan and Lyre were strong enough to garner significant respect now. A cycle of core elements was not something to be taken lightly. Viriato was slightly higher rank and had his own impressive style of cultivation, but he wasn't usually present at the crossroads itself. He did already carry some of the diplomatic weight, but he was focused more on economic aspects. Perhaps cultivators would come to see that as more important than personal power at some point, but it wouldn't be soon. Nor would that necessarily be a better perspective. After the Sunfields was the Phoenix Forest, the last stop before they would return to Estrain. John was glad to be almost done with the journey. He had gained a large number of insights, but some weeks of minimal activity to sit and digest everything he had learned would be well received. Firepine Palace was the stop that John was most looking forward to. He'd had great success training with them previously. Once a cultivator became old, it was difficult for them to return to a youthful countenance even if their cultivation increased and their lifespan expanded. There were methods, of course, but all carried side effects in different areas. John could determine how serious certain cultivators were by whether or not they let themselves retain an aged appearance. Charlotte might have looked slightly younger than when they first met, but not so much he imagined she was using any techniques to alter her features. Stepping into the ascending soul phase came with a large enough increase in theoretical lifespan that it would be stranger to have no changes at all. Got any good insights for me? John grinned after they finished the formalities. Charlotte pondered for a moment. Are you planning to take up the true path of fire and earth? If not, no. But as the guest, shouldn't it be you who comes with astounding insights? How about some grass that exists in a semi-perpetual state of conflagration? John had brought the firegrass for his own study, but it would certainly be of interest to the Phoenix Forest as well. Alas, Charlotte said, I have encountered firegrass before. The methods of its burning are quite different from that of the Phoenix Forest. There's nothing wrong with a little bit of tri-elemental synergy, John commented. Charlotte shook her head. I suppose we wouldn't be opposed, but it takes too much work to grow here. It doesn't thrive naturally without proper light element. With ordinary sunlight levels, it is a rather pathetic sight and does not stand up well among the local flora. That was one difference between plains and a forest, of course. Grasses could still exist on forest floors, but they would generally be more subdued. I don't have anything specific, John admitted, though I might suggest you take the opportunity to interact with the Succulent League. They're practically neighbors, after all. They were most of a region away, but that wasn't that far. They're not fire-based at all, but their perspective on Earth element is interesting, and their recent growth is quite significant. It certainly would not hurt, Charlotte agreed. especially if most of the muted crags remain unfriendly to us. It's mainly the Black Peaks and allies being stubborn, John said. The eastern groups don't seem particularly swayed, but have thrown in their lot with them. At least the western end was clearly their own faction. We already have some future meetings planned. Of course, I plan to include the rolling dunes and Phoenix Forest in that. I'm glad to hear it, Charlotte said. Being on better terms with our neighbors will be an excellent improvement. John's definition of comfortable had changed significantly as time went on. He didn't think that his early reaction to the green sands had been simple because he was used to a relaxing life for 2 short lives. Instead, it was measured in terms of absolutes. John didn't particularly find a person who felt little pain from significant wounds as impressive. Instead, it was those who were able to handle greater levels of relative experience. Similarly, even though he was currently sitting on a fire lily pad, John didn't find it as uncomfortable as he had his initial carriage rides into the green sands. He was putting far more spiritual energy into the task, but less effort. If he wanted a similar experience, he'd probably have to immerse himself in the lava beneath. He wasn't planning to do that at the moment, however, as he was focusing on finding a harmonious balance. Along with the many cultivation phases he had advanced, having a proper totem really helped. The ethereal flames John had attuned to greatly shaped his usage of fire element, though in another way it fit what he already intended to do. Fire was often used as a primary source of damage, as it was readily destructive, but John found that more subtle uses could wear people down very effectively. Rather similar to his early experiences with fire element, in fact, he had nothing extraordinary to learn from this visit to the Phoenix Forest, but the different environment provided training opportunities he simply didn't have in the crossroads. Even the secret valley with condensed spiritual elements only had so much variety. John did still try to ponder the different forms of eternal flame that 2 styles of plants had. He wondered if there would be a third kind where air element was the input instead of light or earth. It was certainly reasonable, but there simply weren't any air and fire regions on the continent. That was a surprise given the prevalence of each element independently or mixed with others. He was aware that just because the firegrass wasn't consumed didn't mean that it was actually endless or an infinite source of energy. It was simply light element spiritual energy becoming fire, just like the burning plants of the Phoenix Forest did the same with earth element. The difference, if John had to describe it, was that one converted from the outside, while the other was from the inside. Earth element came in and up through the roots of various plants, like the fire pines. Then it was consumed in fire, but not entirely. A good portion of it remained within the various plants, or the region would have rapidly become solely fire-dominant as all the earth was burned away. Furthermore, the fire did eventually feed back into creating more earth element. John would explain it much like the wick of a candle or lantern, where what appeared to burn was not what was actually burning. While a wick did slowly burn down, alone without oil or wax it would have lasted little more than a few moments. It seemed the plant underneath perhaps grew at a similar pace or slightly faster than it would actually lose mass. Firegrass was more like heating coils. Except instead of having electricity flow through wires, it was light striking a plant. It wasn't a perfect analogy, especially since the firegrass itself wasn't even hot. If his shadow was cast over it, it would rapidly stop burning, and he could have touched it with his bare hands. Either way, the heat was less the product of combustion and more that it was simply giving off what it had. If John could heat up his enemies from the inside, well, they would be dead. If he got access to any enemy, it really wouldn't matter what element he used. It was trivial to kill someone. That was why people needed spiritual energy to defend themselves. Their actual bodies served as only a minimal barrier, perhaps preventing instantaneous intrusion into their most vulnerable parts, but little more. Even diamond defense mostly absorbed the remains of high-impact attacks. As always, there were exceptions. Ursula had tempered her body so much that she needed far less energy to protect it, but she still had armor, and she didn't completely neglect spiritual energy in her defenses. She could just use it more sparingly, focusing on the subtle intrusions rather than the large impacts. While John didn't gain any astounding insights, his disciples had much to learn, even from close neighbors like the Firepine Palace. After all, not every one of the disciples had gotten to travel much. The risks were relatively lower than they had once been, but sect disciples still didn't tend to travel alone to neighboring regions, at least not without specific intentions. If nothing else, they would be more comfortable when traveling with some familiar faces. Among the two who were significantly enlightened were Fedel and Chi. The two lovers finally ended up in a region that suited both of their elements, and it was one that was stylistically useful for them as well. John was aware that in relationships between cultivators, the one with the dominating element could take more than they should. John didn't expect that to result in a long relationship for various reasons. If one partner took all the growth, they'd inevitably leave the other behind. Certainly some people would move through life in that manner, but they'd eventually find it difficult to entice anyone of sufficient strength when they had a poor history. Fedel was perhaps a young fool, but he wasn't an idiot. Whether it was short-term infatuation or lasting love between the two of them, they were fond of each other and at least trying to support each other. The fire cultivator drew upon the earth cultivator, but she wasn't used up. Their overall power was augmented. And the Phoenix Forest had many examples of how to do that even better. The two of them also didn't have to run off to seek isolation, so they wouldn't likely end up in danger. Not that John thought they'd make the same mistake again anytime soon. They'd learned their lesson in the frozen heights. Now, they had an opportunity to further their combined growth. John watched to make sure they were having some success. And his other disciples too, of course, but he couldn't help being biased towards likable fools. Chapter 427. The first thing John did upon arriving back at the crossroads was take a nap in his own bed. There were probably 100 messages waiting for him, some important, some trivial. None would be urgent, though. If there had been anything truly time-sensitive, someone would have come to him. It was hard to describe what was so good about his bed. He wasn't much for a lavish lifestyle. Indeed, certain sorts of luxury items were worse than their cheaper counterparts in his opinion. Yet he could confidently say that at least some of his stays had technically better beds. A proper amount of softness matched with enough firmness to hold him in place. Good airflow, maintaining just the right temperature throughout the night. But they weren't his bed, and that was all that mattered. He'd had more than a few beds in this new life, and the transition between them took some time to get used to, but then there were peaceful decades of existence. The only thing that would make it more comfortable was someone there beside him. Just a presence, so that he was not alone. He thought he had been fine before the topic of marriage was brought up, but maybe he was just ignoring it. It wasn't necessarily bad to be single, but he obviously hadn't had a choice. And while he'd come to terms with most of it, it was clear he hadn't truly moved on. Dealing with routine tasks came with no cultivation insights. Indeed, they took time away from cultivation. But when they didn't require much thought, he was able to ponder the myriad insights he'd already uncovered on his large journey. Not all of them would ultimately be helpful to him. Some might be flawed. However, studying each element on its own and sometimes in specific pairs had been a very useful project. At his current level of digestion, spending all that time and effort to just draw in spiritual energy in an attempt to refine his cultivation to the next rank would have been a greater improvement to his combat potential, but it wasn't just about that. Ranks would come with time, and more easily with proper insights into spiritual elements. Someone had slipped up and mentioned marriage, and it wasn't John. Then again, he doubted that it would have been Astrid either, unless she liked having competition. Maybe she did. Or maybe there was some unspoken condition that he had recently fulfilled that opened him up to flood of marriage candidates. Had his continental tour made him look like that was part of his plans? He literally hadn't even considered it until he was in the Sunfields, nearly the last stop upon the route. Anyone who sent a letter was immediately rejected, though not always formally. Of course, he did have to do the political thing where the more qualified candidates would be kept in consideration. He didn't want the few hopefuls with less qualified candidates to get their hopes up, so they were politely and formally rejected. Picking a spouse for their qualifications seemed weird at first, but it really wasn't. After all, that was what people did. It didn't have to be something that could be put in a resume, but that was what dating was. Someone making you feel good about yourself, easy to get along with. A person with at least a couple shared interests, someone you liked. Those were still all qualifications of some sort. And other things were still real. John didn't need someone who cooked when he had professional chefs, but that could be a very real need in a situation where running a household was a full-time job. As a cultivator, though, rather than any sort of household skills, there was one thing that actually was a requirement: cultivation talent. Otherwise, he would only be holding himself back. If his partner provided emotional stability and their dual cultivation came out without any great efficiency on his part, he could accept that. But optimally, both would grow more quickly. As he rejected all of the written candidates, he thought through his options once more. Deirdre was too sisterly regardless of other possibilities. He liked her, but even with consideration, it wasn't at all in that manner. Presha of Silver Breeze Gorge was a decent candidate. They got along well enough, but decent wasn't enough. She might not even be looking, or she might even have a lover he didn't know about. John simply hadn't bothered to look into such things. Of those he knew before, the best options might come from the Milanovich clan, but John wasn't particularly enamored with any of them. They were too familiar, in a way, or too young. John could accept a rather significant age gap given the circumstances, but there were limits, especially from the cultivation side of things. That left Venera, the third island master, previously the fourth of the Sky Islands. She was certainly talented enough. She hadn't been anti-continental, either. Whether she would be interested in him at all or willing to give up her whole position there, John wasn't willing to compromise on the six elements crossroads. That was another story. The final two were met just recently on his tour of the continent. Anna was weaker by a significant margin, but she'd developed a lovely sect in the rolling dunes. Once again, that was a reason she might not be interested, since the sect would likely fall apart without her. She would at least need a powerful elder to take over. Then, obviously, there was Astrid. She checked many boxes. She was clearly interested, since she'd been the direct catalyst for all of this. Talented, presumably willing to join him, and pretty much everything else. She reminded John of Mateo in many positive ways, though of course a few days could lead only to a shallow understanding of a person. Perhaps John should ask people to visit. That would be a good opportunity for them and their disciples. Instead of having access to only a limited selection of the six elements crossroads members. There could be more to things if John was willing to play his hand. If that was what he wanted, he could start right now. He just wasn't sure. He certainly felt the emptiness around him, but there could be more than one way to deal with things. Being aware of this certainly took a lot more of his top-level thinking than he really wished, but perhaps it was better than leaving things unresolved, pushed off to the side by default. If he could just switch off his desire to have a partner, he might. Though even if his other needs were met, the benefits for cultivation would be tempting. Proper dual cultivation partners needed to share a deep trust and understanding, as they were literally interacting with their most vulnerable and yet also dangerous core of spiritual energy. As it tended to do, time continued to pass. Soon enough, the time for the next tournament had arrived. John had taken special care to include invitations for certain groups that he'd met on his journey that hadn't previously participated, such as the Shadowed Union from the Western Muted Crags. He'd even included the Burning Delta, after careful consideration. Among other things, it had required coordination with the eastern regions as a whole. No matter how many decades it had been, most of the major cultivators from the invasion of the Molten Sea were still alive. Nothing had been forgotten. However, that was precisely why the Burning Delta was an important ally. They hadn't been part of that. The Molten Sea was a concerningly large region that wasn't all controlled by a single faction, though Jessine had drawn on a significant amount of power. As for why it was concerningly large, an actual ocean-sized area of molten rock was a bit much for someone from Earth. John supposed it helped provide an elemental balance with a planet covered by water, air, and earth though. Air was literally everywhere, even if it wasn't all infused with the spiritual element. But clearly whatever the proper balance was, the planet had survived this long and probably would for significantly longer. Other notable additions to the tournament included a small contingent from the Gloom Desolation. It was a long journey, so John fully understood the limited numbers. There were also people from the Frozen Heights, who might appreciate being somewhere livable. Or maybe they wanted to go back to their nearly lifeless mountain to cultivate. They showed up either way. Astrid showed up, of course. The Summer Sun sect would have been participating regardless, but with the current state of things, it was good that she was patient. Even cultivators only lived so long, though, so he wanted to figure out how he felt about things and not leave her in limbo forever. A few extra years apparently wasn't enough. The only notable absence was Abrit. Officially, she was busy with something. John didn't even bother to remember. Instead, he took aside Sitora to comment on the situation. I'm betting she was afraid to look Ursula in the eyes. The old woman laughed. I'm afraid to look Ursula in the eyes. Your daughter is a terrifying figure, and I'd rather not have my body torn apart by unstoppable roots. You can fly, though, so you only have to do that. And what? Whittle down at her defenses and then never get through her armor. John shook his head. Oh no, you fly away and leave. That's the correct strategy. Engaging with her is never the correct option. Sitora nodded slowly. I'd gathered that. Anyway, that wasn't the issue. She's seen her before, after all. I do believe she's actually in closed-door cultivation. That's simple. John shook his head. Well, even if she manages to increase her rank, it doesn't make much difference. Not to you, maybe, but to me? I am unlikely to step into the late ascending soul phase. You'll surpass me soon enough. I'm still one rank behind. It could be another decade to match you. That's soon, Sitora reminded him. You won't even be half my age by then. You're already a good bit ahead of where I was at your age. Well, these are special times, John said. A surge in cultivation. As if you have nothing to do with that. Even if there are factors beyond your control, you and those around you are dragging the continent along with you. Sitora smiled broadly. It's refreshing. Things had become so stagnant before you showed up. There hadn't been anything exciting since the first Leviathan incident. I doubt that, John said. Abrit doesn't seem to be interested in drawing closer. She's old and stubborn, like me. Astrid came to find John before the tournament began, one of many, though some meetings were more official. Whatever they were at least friends now. Not just acquaintances or allies, but with a personal sort of bond. I see your type now. Should I dye my hair? She grinned at him. Maybe she was too comfortable around him now, joking around like that. I'm sure I could get some wrinkles. I'm not particularly into older women. You say that, but your wife was older too, wasn't she? Bringing up Mateo directly was not something she'd done lightly at first, but coming to terms with her death had all been part of how he survived his second attempt at reaching the ascending soul phase. Now, she just did it when it felt right. She was like a year older at best. That still counts. It really didn't. Certainly not for cultivators, but not really for normal people either. What about if my hair turned gray? I'd be surprised, Astrid said. I'd expect a rainbow first. Or at least an elementally appropriate mixture. But that's not actually what I came here to talk about. Those new games you announced. I love the idea. Some of my disciples aren't terribly fond of combat, so the plant tending is an interesting one. And others have too much energy, so throwing rocks sounds like fun. Do you think it would count if it melted along the way? John had actually thought about rules for the various games. There were different variations he thought different elements might be better at. Some challenges were exclusively for a single element, though there were general any means goes rock-chucking competitions. The closest bid is what counts, so it's probably better to not. Ah, damn. That's fair, I guess. Are you thinking about adding other practical skills? Enchanting, maybe. That might need to be its own thing. It's a lengthy process that would take too many people away from the current main draw. Current, huh? Don't like the fighting. I imagine it will always be part of things. People like showing off how strong they are. But there are other interesting things people can do. Chapter 428. Single matches were boring. That was John's opinion, but of course he kept those opinions away from official policy. Sort of. He still advocated for various changes, but he at least tried to provide proper reasons. Group battles were one of the things people easily agreed upon. The performance of an individual cultivator could be extremely important, even critical for victory, but only if other factors were relatively balanced. Even if a cultivator was in the next phase compared to the strongest individuals in an enemy sect, sufficient quantities of foes could bring them down. For just a few ranks, it might take only a handful. A couple dozen cultivators were still quite likely to take down someone a full 9 ranks ahead, and with such a gap the lower cultivation sect would have done everything in their power to avoid conflict in the first place. Coordination as a group was still important in such cases, whether it was many versus one or many versus many. If all conflicts could be reduced to single, one-on-one battles, then perhaps fewer people would die, but it simply wasn't a feasible scenario. Sects fought each other. Groups of sects vied over different regions. Just recently, within the past decade, the continent had suffered incursions from the Stormy Sea sect. The way they fought as armies was of critical importance. Of course, the scope of armies would be a bit grandiose for the arena. The formations could perhaps support groups of dozens of Foundation phase cultivators battling against each other. For higher phases, it would simply be too unstable unless they wanted actual fights to the death. That was a good way to breed resentment rather than strive for unity. John had taken a much more conservative approach. Pairs and groups of 6 were the backbone of things. Pairs were obvious, as dual cultivation partners would be some of the most coordinated. Beyond that, 6 was chosen because of the 6 elements. While that certainly favored the 6 elements crossroads to some extent, they didn't actually have many groups that even attempted a full cycle. For those few who had already achieved a core cycle by themselves, being in a group of 4 might be advantageous, as each could focus on one, but having 2 more was just padding. Ultimately, the number was neither too small nor too large. It even allowed some possibility for a group to continue if a single member had to drop out, though they would still be disadvantaged. That was less feasible with smaller groups. Perhaps once they had more experience with the format, they might have groups at a wider number of sizes. If they got too specific, however, it would be detrimental. John thought trios might be an interesting option, and larger groups of 10 or 12 on a side might eventually be of interest, but for the moment 2 groups was enough. Participants could join the single combat tournament as well as the group tournaments, at their own peril. Injuries were rare. The defensive formations made sure of that, but exhaustion could still build up from choosing too many options. That also included the non-combat options, which might be why the participation was relatively small for those. Though it was likely also because there hadn't been as much time to prepare since they weren't regular events. Fedel and Chi had entered the pairs tournament, and John was secretly rooting for them. It was inappropriate for him to show too much favoritism even for his own sect, since he was the host. John wasn't involved in judging himself, but he was trying to maintain the most diplomatic approach. The pair had learned quite a bit on their journey, though they were still limited by their cultivation. They could achieve a decent ranking within their bracket, perhaps, but they wouldn't be moving on to challenge those in the soul expansion phase. Certainly not for more than their own edification. That assumed they could even defeat enough opponents to reach that point. Their talent was decent, but they could certainly use more time to improve their ranks and digest the insights the journey had provided. Their first opponents were an earth and water pair from the Viridio wildlands. Specifically, the 2 cultivators each practiced both elements. At the foundation phase with 2 totems, they would be perfectly balanced. Meanwhile, Fedel and Chi stuck to their single elements. Chi was neutral against both. Earth and water were allied elements, and obviously an element in itself had no innate advantages or disadvantages. Fedel, however, was strong against earth and weak against water. Ultimately, the balance of elements wasn't in favor of either. The battlefield was slightly in favor of the water cultivators. It was more or less an open field with small ponds. However, it wasn't to a point it actually altered the ambient spiritual energy. Frankly, if Fedel and Chi lost, and they complained about that, John was going to set them up for elemental field training courses. Ultimately, even a slight battlefield advantage could push things over the edge, but the 6 elements crossroads should be prepared to overcome even more serious restrictions. When the 2 entered the match, they were carrying weapons John hadn't seen them use before. Was it experimentation, or simply an evolution of their technique? If they were actually using the tournament to try things out, John actually had quite a lot of respect for that. Likewise, making use of a new style showed some guts. So as long as they actually had reasons, he approved. Obviously the other 2 were less familiar. They were from the Crashing River sect in the Viridio wildlands, and John didn't have a close enough relation with the sect personally to know their juniors. The pair were a man and woman, with the former wielding a flail and the latter a spear. Meanwhile, Fedel had a bow, and she was carrying a shield slightly more than half her height. John was eager to see how things turned out. The match began, and Fedel took immediate advantage of his range. Fedel pulled arrows from his quiver one at a time, augmenting his attack with fire element focused around the arrowhead. John noticed that the arrows didn't look quite normal, and beneath the spiritual energy, he picked out both a metal shaft and fletching. Even if they were somewhat thin, the arrows would still be heavy. He wondered if they flew right. Certainly, they worked well enough. John had no expertise, but the arrows moved swiftly towards the targets. 1 arrow at each of the opponents, perhaps to judge how they would react. The woman surrounded her spear with water element, quenching the incoming arrow and diverting it. Meanwhile, the man simply dodged out of the way, slightly shifting the ground beneath him to boost his speed. Fedel seemed unbothered, firing a third and fourth arrow. However, his attacks suffered the expected downside of archery. John dealt with it himself with his throwing daggers, which was that spiritual energy grew weaker distant from the cultivator controlling it. That was why John relied on tricks and distractions to strike his blows, or the throwing daggers were the distractions. The two easily deflected Fedel's second set of arrows as they moved across the arena. There was a distance of around 20 meters, and they were more than halfway through. Fedel might not have much more opportunity to shoot. Indeed, John saw him step back, taking cover behind Chi. John watched as he knocked his arrow, placing it just above Chi's shoulder. Their relative heights made that possible, though he would have trouble aiming downward if that became necessary. But they doubtless had plans for that. Either way, the current setup was quite sneaky. Fedel's arrow was released, flying much like the others towards his target. First, the woman. The reduced distance might have seemed to be the reason that she found herself barely able to deflect the incoming arrow, but it was actually something else. It looked like Chi was doing nothing except building up defensive energy. Or at least, John presumed it was supposed to. Neither of the two had proper elements to deceive people, and John's cultivation advantage let him see through the more subtle effects. Chi added her earth element to Fedel's fire, amplifying his fifth and then sixth arrows. The woman was suddenly the target of two shots in a row, instead of Fedel alternating. She still blocked the arrow with a bubble of water focused around her and her spear, but her pace slowed. That left her partner a few paces ahead, swinging his flail. The weapon was designed to go around weapons and shields like Chi carried, but she pushed out her arm to meet the weapon, causing its angle of approach to change as the chain wrapped around the lower part of the shield. Rather than withdrawing her arm, Chi pressed forward. A cultivator could make a weapon like a flail dangerous as it was withdrawn, controlling its angle, but Chi seemed unbothered. Whatever the man was thinking, he was overwhelmed by the fact that a wall of fire appeared in front of him, surrounding Chi's shield. He tried to shuffle back, but Chi outmatched his earth manipulation and brought the two of them together. The man was toppled onto his back, not seriously injured in a single move, but his momentum disrupted. He'd protected himself with water element at the last instant, minimizing the impact of the flames but not fully negating them. Chi, who had been stationary, didn't stop advancing. Furthermore, Fedel held his place immediately behind her. He shot over her shoulders or leaned to the side, matching her movements. When the other pair got their balance back, they tried to flank Chi. Getting on either side of her would limit the use of her shield, and if they got past her they could attack the vulnerable Fedel. In theory. In practice, she chose one of them and acted immediately, charging forward towards the man with her shield out. Fedel didn't fire upon the woman to keep her away, instead moving around Chi's left side and focusing on the man. Fire and earth twisted together as Chi amplified Fedel's attacks, while at the same time he provided her a defensive boost by making a physical clash with her extremely undesirable. The man tried to hold his ground, digging into the earth below and surrounding himself with water. However, he failed to even properly counterattack. Fedel managed to catch his side with an arrow, piercing through the wide area shield of water. The other enemy found herself further than intended from her target, and she lunged towards Chi to try to catch her in the side as she went past. Water twirled around her spear, guided by a channel of earth element into a proper burst of water. Chi didn't even turn towards her. Not because the attack wasn't a serious threat, but because Fedel was already dealing with it. Even if the attack was focused around the water element, he had means to counter it. Without time to properly shoot an arrow, he simply heated one and stabbed it into the jet of water, intentionally catching it in the middle. He wasn't trying to annihilate the attack directly, he just wanted to superheat a small part of it. The middle burst into steam, spreading apart the rest of the attack. It wasn't the most efficient defense John had ever seen, but it was pretty good for dealing mainly with a dominating element. Only a small amount of the attack reached Fedel and Chi, absorbed by their distributed energy defense. At the same time, Chi finished toppling the man. His flail came for her legs, wrapping around and even crashing into one of her knees. She fell forward onto him with vigor. She gripped her shield in two hands, making certain the edge was the only point of contact with the man's midsection as she fell with the weight of a boulder. The arena's formations activated, indicating he was out of the fight. She did still have to extricate herself from the flail, but it was about as easy as doing so for a dead foe. Fedel shot past her, aiming low towards the woman's legs. She couldn't easily angle her spear towards the attacks, instead weaving back and forth. Once she was fully standing, however, the situation was dire for her. She managed one solid attack that held Chi in her tracks, but Fedel shot an arrow right along the edge of her spear. She had the choice of redirecting her energy to stop him or trying to dodge. The latter was her choice, and indeed his arrow didn't touch her. But his fire element did catch the edge of her own spiritual energy, lighting it aflame. Only briefly, but her surprise was enough for the pair to take back the pace, keeping her off balance until her ultimate defeat. John thought both sides did well, though he wondered how Fedel and Chi would fare if they were outnumbered. He didn't think Chi's charge would have been nearly as effective if there had been a larger group to surround them. 4 or 5 against 2 wasn't exactly fair, but in a real-world scenario, fair didn't mean anything. Chapter 429. Early tournament battles continued just fine, but they weren't that engaging given the lower cultivations involved. There were so many battles that needed to happen just to give everyone an opportunity to fight. Some people were unlucky with their matchups and got knocked out of the tournament. The perils of one big tournament, though if they expanded their arenas they could solve that problem at the expense of fewer people watching each event. No doubt they would continue to refine the tournament time after time. Perhaps John should form a group of elders dedicated to that, as well as including voices from outside the 6 elements crossroads. If he was going for something like the Olympic Games, he didn't want things to be too biased. Though with humans, there would always be some. The more interesting events were outside of battles, because John really had no idea what to expect. Certainly, those with higher cultivation generally performed better, but launching a rock across a field was still significantly tied to technique. And even if people were a bit slower, they could still be effective. Some treated it like a battle, which John thought was very practical of them, rapidly launching an attack. Others took full advantage of the format, using their generous time limit to prepare an assault that maximized their ability. John was glad he had good control over himself, because laughing out loud at people who exploded their rocks would have been highly inappropriate. Unless they were particularly lucky and every shard moved in the same direction, that was practically minimum points. Wherever the closest bit of a boulder landed was the distance that was measured. Earth cultivators excelled at the boulder toss. It was their own element, after all. Air cultivators were pretty much the worst, because the requirements kept them from sustaining a whirlwind to carry it. The exception was if they could automate their spiritual energy to do so, but that only sustained so far. Water cultivators could build up some power. One of them was smart enough to build a cannon with ice and water pressure. The ultimate result was limited by the woman's low cultivation, so not as many people as John thought copied her. Those who were smart, however, took note of as many of their opponents' techniques as possible. Fire was known for bursts of power, so it did all right as long as people didn't damage the boulders too much. Light and darkness were often similarly bad to air, since creating physical force was far from their forte. John was pleased to see the free-for-all of techniques. Nobody had developed a correct method yet, and he really hoped they didn't. If they could keep the rules open enough to be reasonable but flexible, he would be quite happy. Though perhaps they should have very narrowly tailored events as well, but that might force things to stick to a single element. Aside from tossing heavy boulders, people also tossed lighter javelins and many other things, including themselves. Generously, it might have been called jumping. There were a number of experiments, including obstacle courses of various sorts. The participants generally weren't high enough cultivation to fly, so air cultivators didn't get a sudden advantage, and with tunnels and different elements imbued in the area, attempts to fly could be disrupted easily enough that it might not be the preferred method of travel. A few single-element trials were being tested as well. Creating the brightest light or darkest dark was difficult to measure, though John was confident they'd eventually figure it out. For the moment, it had to come down to how well people could navigate it. Air cultivators got flying challenges, including a sustained flying challenge where pressure was gradually increased to drag people to the ground. Earth-based construction tasks were fun to see, and John wished more than a few dozen people had participated. It was a shame that some of them would be dismantled, and he kind of wanted to figure out a way for people to carry away some of their artistic huts. Burning things to ash was not that entertaining on the surface, but controlling the burning of a wood pile so that nothing fell outside a designated area as the structure collapsed was an interesting one. Swimming competitions were kind of lame without a proper ocean. Cultivators needed more than an Olympic-sized swimming pool to really show any good technique. However, he did include a challenge with a miniature version of the Lone Spire. The Frozen Spire had been quite interesting, though turning a semi-cooperative long-term project into a tournament event wasn't really doable. So it mostly became a race up and down the side of an icy spire. Impacts from a fall that went beyond a cultivator's own ability were counted against the time. At least the protective formations of the arena were easily modified to account for such situations. Falls weren't usually the biggest danger, but they could always be a concern. John was pretty sure he could have won every single individual category, but that wasn't really fair because barely even any consolidated soul phase cultivators participated. He hoped that such events would be more popular in the future and that people of greater cultivation would participate. But he couldn't really force it if people didn't enjoy the ideas. So coming up with things that seemed both fun and able to demonstrate power in a way that people liked would take some further refinement. More time had been reserved for ascending soul phase battles, with cultivators participating in up to 5 different matches across 6 elemental battlefields. 3 wins were required to advance, and thus 3 matches that were all losses were the minimum time people could participate. There was some level of strategy to be had on how hard people should fight on particular battlefields against certain opponents. Even if matches were spaced at least several hours apart for individuals, that wasn't sufficient time to fully recover spiritual energy. It might not be worth it to win a battle if you were more likely to lose the next 2. Or worse, to barely fail to overcome your opponent and be exhausted for following matches with nothing to show for it. For everything to be fair, John participated in matches properly. Without Abert participating, there wasn't really anyone that needed to be defeated. Maybe that was what made him sloppy. Maybe he was experimenting with too many new techniques. Or it could have been that more people came with specific preparations to battle him than he did against others. He knew every ascending soul phase cultivator, but that didn't mean he was equally prepared against all of them. It was bad luck that he ended up in 3 light arenas in a row. That was literally the only weakness available to him. He won his first match against Damien of the Shadow Wolf clan. The clan head had reached the mid-ascending soul phase, but as a pure darkness cultivator was more disadvantaged than John. After that, John lost to a cultivator from the Kauhane clan, though he told himself he was trying to conserve his energy for future battles. Then there was the sect head of the Rising Storm Palace, recently advanced to the ascending soul phase, in the grand scheme of things, at least. Ronan's first match was against John's third, and John didn't want to tire himself out chasing the man through the air. Then John came up against Renato. Fortunately, his string of bad luck with arenas ended there. They ended up in an air element battlefield, which didn't particularly favor either of them. John was a little bit strained from previous matches, but that was mostly an excuse for why he lost. Both he and Renato knew each other very well, and often went back and forth on wins. This one happened to fall to Renato. The man was far too agile for the force behind his blows, a difficulty John had encountered many times before. Locking him down was nearly impossible, and he didn't fall for John's ethereal flames, which would have slowly worn him down. Instead, Renato took advantage of the flow of the winds to launch a continuous barrage of attacks against John, never giving him a moment to prepare any tricks. It was unfortunate that it showed people watching that he could be defeated in that manner, being constantly pressed. On the other hand, that meant John didn't display any particularly useful tricks, and most people wouldn't be able to overpower him. It required Renato's strength and strong familiarity with John to not open himself up to devastating counterattacks. John would have liked to win more, but ultimately, he didn't care. The reason was simple: he was getting stronger, and that was all that mattered. Besides, losing to a friend wasn't nearly as bad as losing to an enemy. There was a significant difference between how he fought when it actually mattered and anything that would happen in a tournament, no matter how seriously he tried to take it. The final winner of the tournament was Debrila of the Aesthetic Blaze. They came from the Western Green Sands and had been growing rapidly in the past years. She might have been able to claim a position as the strongest fire cultivator, except that neither Steve nor Justina had participated. Neither had the most impressive participant from the last round. Ursel. John really wanted to chastise his friends and family, but he couldn't blame them for lacking enthusiasm when there wasn't a threat like Abrit. Plus, they had their own training to consider. Sometimes, the timing wasn't right. Still, he would have preferred if they had participated. If people just sat out like Abrit, it undermined some of the legitimacy of the institution. Then again, as long as it brought people together from all over the continent, maybe it didn't really matter. It might still be better with them, though. There hadn't even been time for every sect to depart from Lunson when a messenger reached John. Urgent news from the north, the messenger said, holding out to John a scroll. It was sealed with spiritual energy, just so that he could know it hadn't been tampered with. Secret, then, at least to some extent. John recognized the energy of Archits of the Silver Haze sect. John had been hoping to see the man at the tournament, but while some of the Silver Haze sect had participated, the sect head himself had not, citing sect matters. Perhaps he had anticipated something without a clear basis, but the letter indicated that there were now known threats. Attackers had landed on the northern coasts of the Muted Crags. In some places, they had established footholds, even breaking through defenses to go further inland. More than simple raids, which did happen occasionally, this seemed more like a determined invasion. The actual goal was unclear, but some sort of response needed to be provided. For the Shadowed Union, of course. The Black Peaks and their allies could deal with the consequences of their own rejection. Even if they asked to join the alliance now, it was far too late. Even if they hadn't formally agreed to anything, if they'd at least been willing to receive him or anyone else, the situation might be different. However, their blatant rejection had been clear. The Shadowed Union was asking for reinforcements, just in case. John wondered if the fighting might spread eastward towards the Frozen Heights. If things passed through the Black Peaks, then it would still be the problem of the rest of the continent. The rolling dunes would need to be monitored as well. John considered what forces he could easily bring to bear. Theoretically, the Phoenix Forest and rolling dunes should be the most proper. The boiling springs were a bit weaker. Of course, John was contacted in particular because he had the most connections, which was why he wouldn't be going to the front lines himself until they understood the situation better. Did it require armies from across the continent, or just a few squads to bolster their allies? That was the initial request from Archits, but the described scale of attacks on the rest of the Black Peaks certainly raised some concerns. Chapter 430. The Six Elements Crossroads immediately sent several squads of Soul Expansion Phase cultivators, led by groups of consolidated Soul Phase cultivators. That was the best they had, aside from John himself appearing personally. The number of ascending Soul Phase cultivators throughout the whole continent was limited, though it was increasing year over year. A few dozen, if John's numbers were accurate, with several times that on the verge. Unless the invasion from the northern Inner Sea was quickly settled, John was certain he would go himself. Once the timing was appropriate, of course. He had better work he could do in a strain for the moment, helping to coordinate forces coming to the aid of the Shadowed Union. The rest of the Muted Crags weren't their concern. If they reached out with a request for aid, they'd have to make a strong case why they deserved it. They hadn't just personally rejected John's presence, but any sort of connection to the rest of the continent. The Phoenix Forest had begun to mobilize before John even received his missive. Soon after that, John was in contact with the Stone Conglomerate. Rather than relying on the forces of the Order of the Amber Heart and the Tenebach clan, John sent requests to various groups asking them to organize small armies. He wasn't asking for full mobilization of the Continental forces, that was far too much, but just a reasonable contribution from certain groups. Those within a reasonable range of the Troubles. The Northern Darklands might be close enough to contribute, but further than that was a bit much. However, the Shimmering Islands might be able to send some fleets, and they could bring forces from the western end of the continent like the Viridia Wildlands and the Shining Coast. With the current information, John didn't make any demands, just requests. He hoped that his efforts throughout the past decades would bear fruit, similar to when the continent was tested by the Stormy Sea sect. They should be able to defend their northern coast, as well as the southern. Time seemed to pass swiftly. John was glad for the various improvements made to communication, but he still agonized over the lack of instant communication. Knowing that his information could be over a week old was excruciating. The worst was the information from within the muted crags, specifically the allies of the Black Peaks. They hadn't built up the same sort of communication systems, so they were relying on the few travelers that went back and forth as well as some individuals fleeing a war zone. Because that was what it was. Not a simple raid, bad as that would have been, but a sustained assault. Positions along the northern coast had been taken. The Shadowed Union, specifically the coastal Silver Haze sect, had so far resisted any permanent footholds in their own territory, but as enemy forces moved further inland, they had a larger flank to defend. Completely preventing intrusion required more forces than they had available, at least with the other concerns. Some attacks were occurring against the Boiling Springs and Frozen Heights, though most of the effort was concentrated on the muted crags. As for who the enemies were, some alliance of sects from the northern Inner Sea with which they'd had little contact. In general, trade across the oceans was considered too dangerous, with dangerous beasts and storms. Obviously, the people of the Shimmering Islands thrived in such an environment, but the high density of islands in the area had allowed them to develop a strong network of alliances. Survivors of monster attacks and storms were welcomed pretty much anywhere. The continent didn't have many seafaring cultivators on the northern coast, and those from outside the continent hadn't been much interested in peaceful contact, so relationships had remained tenuous. There were sometimes conflicts, sometimes a few ships that wished to trade, but both had been infrequent. Sects of different elements made up the greater alliance that appeared to go by the name of the Sovereign Primacy. That was what could be gleaned from the few peaceful interactions, usually before demanding capitulation, which was inevitably followed by violence. It wasn't that strange for cultivators. The continent had been quite similar when John first arrived, though generally with sects being more isolated. It wouldn't have been strange to have such alliances crop up for a short time, however, like the attack from the Molten Sea. That was precisely what the Continental Alliance had been formed for. John wished they could instantly bring to bear all of the forces of the continent, but it simply wasn't practical. Various groups were willing to contribute a certain amount of forces, but not all had negotiated for specific terms. Promising payment or spoils of war took time, though John didn't have to be responsible for the majority of it. Several months into the war, Viriato was able to take over that task, for which he was better suited. John mainly dealt with more stubborn sects by paying a personal visit. He reminded them how they would wish for others to come to their aid, should they be attacked, that the alliance would only work if they contributed their fair share, and that their disciples could get combat experience. Sometimes, you had to appeal to what people wanted, and most of the elders were from the generation where that was the most normal thing. Not everyone had adapted to John's new cooperative cultivation idea. After all, though most had at least nominally agreed, there were obviously some who easily responded. The only caveats he got from familiar clans and sects was that they wished they could send more, but they had to see to their own stability. It was perfectly reasonable, and John very much preferred some sort of immediate contribution to the war, even if it was slightly smaller than months of waffling. And he expected his friends and children to actually mean what they said. Some of their small contributions were several times the size of the more generous sects. Most pleasing were some newer sects that contributed proportionately larger squads. John didn't overlook the Succulent League sending more than they had to. Though it was to their benefit to defend the borders of the rolling dunes early, not everyone was so eager. The Summer Sun sect contributed greatly, with Astrid herself joining the front lines, after gently inquiring if John was going to as well. He would, soon enough. Most surprising were the contributions of the Gloom Desolation. They were relatively new to the alliance, somewhat weaker, and the furthest removed from the muted crags. Even so, they did send some of their own forces without even being asked. Melanthina must have done well with her diplomatic mission there. They were likely grateful for the aid against the Stormy Sea sect as well, but it would have been entirely reasonable for them to sit out of the war. It was quickly apparent that the war was going to continue for some time. As Sovereign Primacy forces moved deeper into the muted crags, their position became more stable. The northern coast simply didn't have the fleets to cut off their supply lines. The contributions from the Shimmering Islands and the local coastal areas were only enough to restrict their access further west. At least the intrusion into the Frozen Heights was extremely minimal. They couldn't control more than a small patch of coast, though that small holding did limit how much the continent could pressure them from the east. A group of disciples on a training mission could pass through the frozen heights. An army might do the same, but arriving on the front lines shivering and exhausted was not optimal. The local cultivators were able to hold their own for the same reasons. They were well adapted to the environment. From the continental perspective, the most important front lines were likely near the Silver Haze sect. Securing the eastern border of the Shadowed Union was likewise important, but if they could make progress along the coast, they could cut off some of the supplies and reinforcements that the sovereign primacy might deploy. On the other hand, the Silver Haze sect was equally at risk of being cut off and surrounded. If the terrain weren't so favorable to them and they hadn't received early reinforcements, that might have happened long before. At the moment, the majority of the forces besides the Silver Haze sect themselves, as well as the Six-Element Crossroads, Order of the Amber Heart, the Succulent League, and the Summer Sun sect. While it was somewhat valuable to have mixed elements to overcome weaknesses, keeping most of a sect's forces together was best because of their training and coordination. John stood on some of the highest peaks of the Silver Haze sect, trying to pick out distant camps of cultivators. The angle wasn't the issue. He could have flown high into the air, but he would have actually seen less. That was because the muted crags themselves were the problem. Just because he had eyes attuned to darkness didn't mean his vision was perfect, especially not over tens of kilometers of distance. With him stood the leaders of his allies. Arkitz, the head of the Silver Haze sect, was there. Renato as well. Ursula was somewhere down below because she didn't like to take leadership, but she wasn't going to miss a war. Renato smirked at John as the remaining two individuals took the positions closest to John. "I look forward to fighting alongside you on the battlefield," Astrid commented. "Witnessing your full strength will certainly be enlightening." "Indeed," Anna commented from the other side. "We will both be observing most carefully." John kept his expression neutral, but whenever he caught Renato's eyes, he glared at the smirk. Anna hadn't particularly shown any interest previously, or perhaps she'd simply been subtle. But upon seeing Astrid's more blatant overtures, she either became interested, changed her tactics, or chose to tease John. He wasn't really sure which. Some men might have been pleased to have two women competing for their attention. John wasn't one of those. He'd prefer not to have a conflict of any type between the two. And while they had so far been perfectly polite in public, that didn't mean things were as they seemed on the surface. Aside from having two women battle it out, possibly metaphorically, the other option was even further from John's desires. It wasn't that rare for a cultivator to take multiple wives, or a wife and some concubines. It happening frequently didn't make it a good idea, however. While John had at various points in his life entertained the idea, it had never been seriously. On Earth, it hadn't really been viable either legally or practically. Fortkran would have liked the idea, but the Tenebach clan limited the sect head for a reason. Multiple wives could be a cause of strife. On the practical side, John didn't actually think it would work. Just because his lifespan was extended didn't mean he magically got more hours in the day. The most important part of a relationship was spending time together. Properly loving a single person was a serious commitment. It was possible to do so with less time. Technically, John hadn't spent nearly as much time with Mateo as they wanted, but the intent had been there. They were both well aware of the commitment they had to each other. Circumstances had merely dictated they didn't get as much time as they would have liked together. Intentionally spending less time with a wife sounded like an awful idea. Besides, John wasn't even certain he wanted to remarry. He was just open to the idea, instead of completely rejecting it. He kind of hoped Anna was teasing him. If she wasn't serious, that would be easier. At minimum, it would be one fewer rejection and less conflict. John focused his spiritual energy on his eyes, but he didn't learn anything new about the enemy forces. The terrain might actually be somewhat of a problem, but if he let that word spread, Ursula might decide to bulldoze some of the crags. And even if they were retaking continental territory, or maybe especially because that was the point, John really didn't want to reshape the local geography too much. Chapter 431. With the additional support from their allies, the Shadowed Union was not limited to merely defending their territory. They could strike out into the rest of the muted crags, not with the express purpose of rescuing their neighbors, but to hinder the invaders before they could close in on friendly territory. The Silver Haze sect led the way, as they were most experienced with the terrain. John had participated in the assault on the Black Peaks, but that didn't mean he would be more proficient than the natives. Furthermore, the The circumstances were flipped, they were still on the move, but few traps had been prepared among the crags. Instead, that was their main task, whittling down enemy forces as efficiently as possible. Core to their tactics was the Silver Haze sect drawing upon the power of the muted crags to bewilder patrolling groups of enemies. Outside of their home territory with their permanent formations, they couldn't create a flawless navigational hazard, but they were still quite effective. They hid atop the crags, concealing themselves and their energy as it flowed between marching squads of foes. Little by little, the outer edges peeled away, individual rows of troops, spiraling away from the others without anyone noticing until it was too late. That was the optimal situation, of course. Sufficient vigilance would allow a squad to resist the assault, but that was fine as well. Being constantly on alert would wear them down, even when there weren't any ambushers about. Even more so if they had to keep up barriers of defensive energy to make up for the shortfalls of their weaker members. The sensory-limiting effects of the muted crags themselves were a large factor in the effectiveness of the tactics. A small addition of darkness element would hardly be noticed, and not fully being able to see your neighbors out of the corner of your eyes became normal. Concealing the presence of elements aligned with darkness was trivial. The Order of the Amber Heart and the Succulent League were both earth element, and they, along with the approximately half of the 6 elements crossroads aligned with the darkness side of things, were easily concealed. That included John, who had a cycle of core elements. Even if he wasn't still leaning towards darkness, he would have been able to keep a neutral presence that was easily covered up. It was admittedly much more difficult to hide the Summer Sun sect. Not impossible, but given that their light element directly clashed with the local darkness, it took concerted effort. They also had fire element, which stood out from the others, but it was their different elemental traits that made them valuable. John watched as a tight cluster of soldiers was lured away from the rest of their company. Dense formations were one way that the sovereign primacy was attempting to counter the bewilderment attacks. If those behind watched those in front of them and those to the sides were nearly touching, it was more difficult to separate them without anyone noticing. It was still possible, with the Silver Haze sect expertly finding seams of weakness, but the isolated groups were larger and thus less vulnerable to ambush. In theory, at least. In practice, that depended on the particular squad set against them. The Summer Sun sect, for example, was particularly effective at assaulting tight formations. Astrid led the assault, her squad spread in a half-circle to the side of the wandering group. It was difficult for even John to say what sort of spiritual energy she led with. Obviously, it had to be a mix of fire and light element, but it felt very little like either. Either way, it created a softly glowing core that immediately drew the attention of the surrounding squad. It was inevitable, as the main source of sensation in the area. Their reflexes told them to move away, and that was the right call. However, not all of them were fast enough to avoid the incoming barrage of attacks, adding to Astrid's, which rapidly expanded it into an explosive ball of fire and light. It was far from a replica of Firegrass, but it was a clear example of light empowering fire. 3 cultivators fell instantly from the explosion. If the squad wasn't made up of fire cultivators, they would have suffered far more than a trio of losses. About half of those that remained had dodged towards the attackers. That was the only direction that would bring them away from the explosion, after all. Others had pulled away, which split them up from their compatriots. In the heat of combat, they wouldn't easily lose each other with spiritual energy flaring, but they were unable to immediately provide defensive support. The Summer Sun sect engaged in melee combat with part of the squad, while the rest found themselves having jumped into an additional trap on the other side of their path. That was where Anna waited with members of the Succulent League, having created projections of cacti, in short, spikes that their foes crashed into. Even though fire cultivators were advantaged against earth cultivators, circumstances could balance that out. It simply meant fewer of them fell in the initial moments. John and the few with him charged towards the front of the approaching squad, which was now effectively the sides. John himself cut people down swiftly. While he absolutely wanted everyone to gain proper battle experience, it was also a real battlefield. Humans were dangerous and could easily kill those above their rank if pressured. The rear of the squad was left open, not because they lacked sufficient forces to surround the wanderers, but to leave room for them to flee. And flee they did, pressured on 3 sides, and quickly losing people. Rather than giving chase, they let them flee. The downside was that the enemy would become more aware of their particular ambush tactics. but that would be the case even if one or two slipped out. The upside was that their own casualties were minimal. This time, it was just injuries. A few of the weaker cultivators would likely be sidelined for a few weeks, but that was acceptable for a short battle. The important part was to wear down the enemy, causing more casualties than they sustained. They weren't defending an important location that they had to hold no matter what. Not yet, though the sovereign primacy was slowly pushing into shadowed Union territory. The total forces they had were significant, and it seemed like they were constantly getting reinforced. In turn, the Continental forces were taking their invasion very seriously, sending continuous support to their allies. The war had continued for half a year already, which made it the longest conflict in recent history. The Molten Sea invasion had lasted longer as they secured their path to the Shimmering Islands and the Leviathan, and had also come with many scattered casualties given that the various sects were unorganized, falling individually instead of standing together. The sovereign primacy had no clear goal such as the Leviathan, so if they had any intentions other than to conquer part of the continent, it hadn't yet been revealed. But what they had shown was bad enough. They weren't particularly worse than typical cultivators, but that would be of little comfort to the conquered sects. No doubt the rest of the Black Peaks had thought they were capable of standing against any potential foes together, but they had been sorely mistaken. Or perhaps they hadn't even properly organized against the invaders, instead only loosely ascribing to the rule of what remained of the Black Peaks. If they now regretted their decision to reject the diplomacy of the Continental Alliance, it was too late. They had already lost most of what they could lose. Their cultivators were dead or had to flee, their sects pillaged or occupied. At least the normal citizens were left relatively unharmed. According to the reports, though occupying cultivators could be even more callous with regards to the lives of the common folk than cultivators who lived in a land long term. Renato and Ursel, along with a team of Silver Haze sect cultivators and more of the Order of the Amber Heart, were slowly making their way along the northern coast towards one of the larger ports. Their goal was sabotage, to destroy some of the docks. That wouldn't suddenly cripple their enemies, but it would be a significant inconvenience. Rebuilding or replacing the docks would take effort. Doing it quickly would require cultivators to do the work themselves, drawing them away from the activities of war. You know, this would be easier if it was like Dolomite Harbor, Ursel commented. We could just topple the entire cliff down on them. The crags began close to the coast and continued throughout the area, but they didn't rise completely vertically. Towards the Silver Haze sect they were a bit more immediate, but further east there were areas that were actually reasonable to build a port. There might be a better way, Renato commented. How long can you hold your breath? Ursel tilted her head. Something like 5 minutes? That's surprisingly tame. Did you not temper your lungs? Of course I did. So are we going to dump a bunch of poison on the city and run through it? Of course not. We don't even have poison. Ursel shrugged. I don't know what you have in your bags. Renato sighed. Regardless, we'll walk along the bottom and dig out the supports for the main docks. Do you think you can make it that far? If you need to refresh your lungs or draw in some air, we'll risk discovery. Oh yeah, I can do that. If we're just walking underwater, I can probably do it for an hour. I assumed you meant while fighting. Of course you did. Renato turned to the Silver Haze sect representative. You will be able to keep us concealed? The elder nodded. It is not within the crags, but as long as we are not walking directly among our foes, our techniques will be sufficient. Excellent. We just need to be prepared to face off against their water cultivators. Should we sink their ships? Ursel asked. I mean, obviously the water cultivators can swim and fight in the water, but it would be good for the future, right? If we can, absolutely. But they aren't the first priority. The sovereign primacy has large fleets. The docks will likely distract them longer with their replacements. People will still be able to come to shore on little boats. It's very inconvenient for shipping goods, though, Renato pointed out. Like battle rations. They aren't fully able to take what they need from the local areas, or at least it would take them more effort. How about you dig out the docks and I take down the ships? Ursel suggested. Renato pondered for a few moments. How much damage can you cause alone without drawing attention? You can't give our positions away until the docks start collapsing. It was a serious question, because he knew his disciple was very capable. That depends on how close together they put their ships, Ursel commented. I can probably ruin a handful of the biggest ones while you guys collapse the docks. Fine. I'll trust your judgment on this. Once we have the rest of our strategy in place, we can approach." He turned to the elder. "Will you be able to do more than conceal us? Once the fighting breaks out, we can enhance confusion to cover our retreat. But our strength doesn't lie in damaging infrastructure or ships." "That's perfectly acceptable," Renato acknowledged. "We all have our particular strengths. You'd be able to see that taken to an extreme if this port had actually been built by proper cliffs." With that, they withdrew from their position overlooking the port city, navigating down to the sea while remaining out of sight. They would be marching along the ocean floor, relying on the Silver Haze sect to minimize their presence. Chapter 432. As cultivators marched along the bottom of the ocean floor, those who could held their breaths while others replenished the air in their lungs directly or by drawing from the surface. The goal was to have minimum spiritual energy involved, such that their approach would not be noticed, at least not too early. Obviously, the bewildering techniques of the Silver Haze sect would be instrumental in their efforts. Otherwise, they could be noticed by any cultivator even casually watching the docks. Their spiritual energy was not insignificant, after all, and the majority of the Order of the Amber Heart cultivators had no techniques to hide it themselves. They approached the port of Erdcliff. Their target was everything they could get their hands on, mainly the docks and ships. Further out to sea there were patrols watching for incoming fleets, but so far it didn't seem an intrusion like theirs had been anticipated. It would likely not work as well a second time, so they wanted their mission to be impactful. 200 meters from their destination, a ship passed over them and discovered something was amiss. When the spiritual energy of the cultivators above flared, those below launched their assault. Unprepared for an assault, the cultivators aboard were slow to defend their vessel. The hull was battered with boulders of compressed sand, making use of the earth element available to those on the seafloor. Most of the cultivators were above decks, so they could only rely on the enchantments of the vessel to keep it from splitting apart. That wouldn't last long, but it did endure long enough for them to strike a warning gong. It rang for a great distance, the strike of an earth cultivator vibrating the whole ship with the blow. Even so, the ship rapidly fell. As they tumbled into the water, the various cultivators, earth cultivators, and mixes of light-aligned cultivators, the cultivators were disoriented, with the Silver Haze sect cultivators launching attacks as they fell from air to water or were turned upside down. Their focus techniques completely disoriented their foes, such that most of them didn't even get to fight back. But a single ship wasn't the goal of the assault. They wanted to cause as much damage as possible, particularly to the local infrastructure. Cultivators could easily improvise repairs, but that was why the ships themselves were also targets. Renato saw the last of the cultivators from the ship perish and began his trek towards the docks. It would only take a few seconds to cover the distance, even considering the water. Cultivators from the city were already reacting and would likely begin reaching the shore before most of their assault did. But they would only be few in number at first. In addition, one individual had gone ahead, not bothering with the ship that discovered them. That audacious individual was of course Ursula. Renato watched as she compressed the sands underneath her, dropping down slightly before surging upwards. Her club tore through the water, coincidentally sending a torrent of water through the waters above him. She struck the keel of a ship. The plan had been to cause irreparable damage with her roots cracking boulders totem. Even heavily enchanted ships would be vulnerable to such an assault. Clearly, Ursula had decided that wasn't good enough. The unmanned vessel she targeted was launched out of the water, its keel cracking in two and its anchor chain snapping as she launched it into the air. Technically, it shouldn't have gained much momentum at all if she hadn't spread out the force of her attack. She would have just torn through a section. It was a waste of energy, in a way, since it didn't break as efficiently. It did drop the ship onto the mast of another one, however. The upper deck was crushed, and while the second vessel might still be reparable, it would take a significant effort to make it seaworthy. Ursula herself continued her arc upwards, landing on the wooden dock about halfway along its length and immediately crashing through the boards as her weight and momentum carried her onward. Whether it was intentional or not, it was suddenly much more difficult to bring a wagon down the docks. Back underwater, Ursula sunk like a stone. No, even those took some time to fall. Waves rolled to the sides as she rushed towards the sea floor with intentional force, the sand solidifying at her whims to give her the footing to swing at one of the pilings. The way her energy was shaped, a section tore out and flew into the hull of a nearby ship. Ursel looked disappointed, which to Renato meant she'd intended for it to go straight through the keel or something to that effect, though it still came out the other side, so he wouldn't personally have been too disappointed. He couldn't be so easily outdone by his own apprentice and his friend's daughter. As Ursel lined up her next target, Renato had slowed his approach to gather extra energy. Enemy cultivators launched attacks or personally dove into the water, but his slowing had allowed allies to catch back up. Renato took a position almost directly beneath where Ursel had crashed through the docks, lining himself up with its length facing towards the sea. Then he swung his club overhead. The area was far too deep for him to hit the planks above, and instead his club crashed into the sands. His energy dove deep into the sand, finding the bottom of the pilings and rebounding upwards starting at the far end. The entire pier rose up, folding over on itself. Even though it was partially enchanted, Renato only had to damage a small section of it, finishing the break where Ursel had crashed through. The rest was simply pushed. It was actually better for it in normal circumstances to let such kinetic energy be dispersed instead of the enchantments absorbing it forcefully. Thus, it crashed into itself, crushing a few slower cultivators. Ascending soul cultivators weren't meant to make small moves. Being as flashy as possible might be the best move. Break the pilings. Renato ordered the rest of the amber heart cultivators. As it was, the part he had flipped might be unflipped later. Smashing things up would make them have to be replaced, unless they had cultivators with experience in wood repair. Reattaching fibers could be a laborious task. Some of the other docks had stone pilings, according to the time and materials available when they were constructed. Those were much easier for amber heart cultivators to sabotage as the silver haze kept the incoming enemy cultivators off guard, working with groups of amber heart cultivators to take out the incoming enemies. Renato joined in on the destruction, pieces of docks and ships filling the waters around them along with the blood of cultivators. Soon enough, however, it was time to retreat. Incoming vessels, and an ascending soul phase cultivator. Renato called out a warning. The latter was from deeper within Erdcliff itself, no doubt inhabiting the governor's mansion or the equivalent. Everyone retreat. That includes you, Ursel. She clearly looked disappointed. If they chase us, you're responsible for fighting off the strong fellow. Their retreat through the water still sheltered them, making it more difficult for most of their foes to track their movements. However, they actually angled inland to cut through a section of the port instead of continuing along the shore as it curved. The reason was simple. The ascending soul phase cultivator chasing them was of the water element. Renato was with the front lines as they charged onto shore, driving a wedge through the defending cultivators. He took wide swings with his stone club, slamming foes into each other left and right. The water cultivator caught up to the rear of their group before they left the water. Ursel immediately moved to engage, swinging her club towards the man. Without entering the reach of her weapon, he froze the water around her. The momentum of her swing cracked ice even as it formed, but a moment later her club was frozen against a layer of ice along the seafloor. The man swung a pick in one hand, the sharp point cutting through the water like it wasn't there, or likely even being accelerated by his own water elemental techniques. The pick pierced through the ice, stabbing towards Ursel's eye. Only the very point made it through her helm, as his attack was unable to damage the armor itself. Thus, the slightest widening of the weapon along its length prevented it from moving any further. His own energy protected his pick's material from shearing on the sides, so the weapon rebounded. Realizing it would be bothersome to search for weaknesses in Ursel, the man swam past her to chase down the rest of those retreating. Ice cracked as she swung her club backwards overhead. A bubble of water protected the man from having his head crushed, but it didn't prevent him from being slammed into the seafloor. Ursel stomped as she stepped backwards, driving him deeper into the sands. She lifted her foot and stomped once more, sealing the sands around him into a shell. She might have continued her assault, but her companions were getting further away, and there were some at the trailing end who needed protection. Ursel did shove the sphere of rock further beneath the sands as she leapt onto shore. Recognizing her power, some of the trailing cultivators began to retreat before she began chucking sections of the paved roads at them. She still did it, of course, swinging her club like she was playing a sport not present in the world and knocking chunks of stone towards the fleeing enemies. She just attacked the ones who weren't fleeing first, driving some of them through nearby buildings. The ascending soul phase cultivator behind her likely wasn't as injured as she would have wanted, but it would take him a few moments to get out of his predicament, after which he would have to decide between chasing two ascending soul phase cultivators on a land with only a small portion of the local forces available. Ursula thought it was reasonable he didn't, but she was still disappointed. If the sovereign primacy had been made up of a small number of sects, learning their techniques and how to counter them would have been relatively simple for the Continental Alliance. Instead, they were similarly diversified in their elements and even had wide variations in styles within those elements. It was no wonder the muted crags could not stand against them alone. It was easy enough for them to focus on the weakness of a single element. Even if light and darkness were directly opposed, and thus both the weakness of each other, the darkness styles of the muted crags were more similar than the light styles of the sovereign primacy. That made it easier to adapt to them, and they could rely on their allies for a neutral defense. The portions of the muted crags that were working with the Continental Alliance didn't share such a weakness. Even if their individual sect wouldn't be good enough, they had diverse allies to work with. The continent seemed at an advantage for the moment, though they did have to defend a wide area. At the very least, their supply lines were shorter, and they were able to quickly call in reinforcements to replace casualties. During good stretches, said casualties were injuries and cultivators would quickly return to the front lines. Obviously, there were some deaths and more permanent injuries. In a war, it was impossible to avoid such things unless one side was truly dominant. With at least a handful of confirmed ascending soul phase cultivators among their numbers, the sovereign primacy was a far greater threat than the molten sea had been, and yet the continent was performing far better in its unity. John was confident that they could drive them away, preventing them from achieving their goals, or at least any future ones. Conquering much of the muted crags might have already been enough, as they could take easily half the resources from a single region, but they likely wanted more. That was the way of people. It was easily demonstrated, given that they had not chosen to pull back, but continued pressing further inland. Chapter 433. The ambush was sprung as soon as the enemy cultivators crossed an invisible threshold. A woven net of light around them countered the natural darkness element of the area, random rays extending beyond to pierce illusions. Thus, a more mundane approach to concealment had been taken, hiding behind things. But at a certain distance, the enemy's senses would notice the waiting cultivators or the traps they had set up. It was better to act before the enemy had a chance to respond. John released the frozen wall of ice, stopping the dam he was responsible for. It had taken weeks of effort to set up a sufficiently sized trap, but that time had been made productive instead of waiting uselessly. The final touch was part of the active control John held as the enemy squads approached, his own water element coming lead with the water as it flowed. At the same time, Astrid's fire element flowed to him, bolstering his water element. A sizable lake poured onto the approaching squads, the water reaching further than it should have naturally, arcing down from the crags instead of merely dropping directly downward. The pressure of the water knocked about some of those in the middle of the pack, but that wasn't the main intent. The water itself had been held beyond the freezing point as the enemy approached, and John now allowed it to solidify, even boosting the effect as the light cultivators pushed back. Fire augmented state changes of water, not just towards the hotter side. Just freezing people in place wasn't much good without attacking them. They would quickly break out, unless they were particularly low in cultivation. That was where the rest of the ambush came into place. Various attacks were launched while some portion of the enemies were restricted or out of formation, boulders tossed from opposite crags, and anything that could be prepared beforehand. Other cultivators were only effective in melee, and were moving in from either side of the cultivators below. They would restrict the movements of the defenders even more while attackers from above bombarded them. John focused his following attacks on one of the cultivators who had completely avoided the effects of the freezing lake he dropped. Another ascending soul phase cultivator from the sovereign primacy. They had more than a few, which was why they hadn't simply been overpowered by the continent. Hazan Demirci was an older woman that cultivated the light element, and she was a particularly persistent thorn in the side of the locals. After all, light and darkness negated each other, generally leaning in the favor of the stronger or more skilled cultivator. She was usually both. Even as John tossed darkness-infused daggers or made focused beams of darkness, none of the attacks reached her. She was in the late ascending soul phase and made great use of her abilities. Light radiated off of her in all directions, but not equally. There were points of concentration that swept about, seeking to blind foes and bolster allies. Any of them could also be turned into an attack at any point. Astrid stood strong next to John, redirecting light element that came towards them. For the moment, at least, Hazan was not able to focus her efforts without compromising the integrity of her entire company. Thus it was that she mainly warded off probing attacks, but they would have still been a serious difficulty for John. Without having to focus on defense, he could focus more on intentionally guiding the explosive clashes of light and darkness. His harassment of Hazan was mainly to keep her partially occupied. At such a distance, John doubted he had a significant chance of causing real harm. So he merely kept up the pressure while diverting some of his own energy to attacking the weaker links of her company, just as she was trying to do the opposite. However, it was much more difficult to stop a clash of light and darkness happening inside their ranks. Few people actually sought it out, as most light and darkness cultivators preferred to try to suppress the clashing power. Up close, John would have been mostly the same. A singular spear of light suddenly came towards John, but he was prepared with air element to block it. His mixed elements were a boon in that sense, but it was also what limited him from launching an attack with sufficient power to threaten Hazan. He simply didn't have that much darkness element to spare, though he did have more than a fifth as much power as a similarly situated cultivator. Even if the proportionate balance of his elements was such, he held more total spiritual energy, at least once he considered augmentation from the cycle of elements. Hazan was organizing her company into a fighting retreat, breaking past the partial encirclement of cultivators. It would have been nice to kill or capture her here, but realistically that wasn't going to happen. If killing ascending soul phase cultivators and those with them was so easy, John would be far more hesitant about reaching the front lines. Of course, he was as aware as anyone how possible it was for those with enough will, those who were desperate enough, or simply those with particular plans. It wasn't known that Hazan herself would be coming along this path until she appeared. It could have been any number of other companies, most without ascending soul phase cultivators at all. Killing her would have been a great victory, but it might be too costly. As it was, the ambush was a success. They stopped an intrusion at least momentarily, and they had caused more casualties to the enemies than they suffered. John took Astrid's hand, with no other meaning than to keep them physically adjacent. Then the two of them slid down the edge of the crag at a steep angle. Earth element kept them from going too fast as they approached the retreating group. They were simply getting too far for John to pressure them, which would weaken their forces during the battle's closing moments. It would be a shame to let enemies flee too easily or allies perish unnecessarily. As John got closer, Hazan jabbed out with several more spears of light. John parried with air and fire, but he saved a surprise for her largest attack. It took her a slight moment to build up more light element, which John used to build water element. As he was doing so, Astrid bolstered him with fire. Rather than a larger attack, it was more concentrated. A thin beam of light like a laser cut a trail along the ground as it angled up towards him in an instant. A dome of water, perfectly smooth, caught and scattered the light. Hazan didn't let up easily, shifting her angle of attack. John focused on shifting the curvature and angle of his defenses in a nearly random pattern. Any result where Hazan didn't attack precisely how she wished was a victory. He did get caught a few times by still concentrated beams of light, but they weren't the full force of Hazan's attack. John still didn't use darkness element to try to defend, relying on diamond defense and active earth element defenses. He had a slight advantage defensively, but was weaker offensively. If Hazan had been less experienced with the clashing between light and darkness, John could have still managed to take an advantage, but as it was John suspected that only specialists like Nick and Melanthina would be able to gain any advantage in that regard. John watched the retreating enemies before shifting his focus to those that remained, enemies and allies. Sometimes capturing foes was worthwhile, either for interrogation purposes or ransoming. The sovereign primacy were not entirely unreasonable. Exchanges of prisoners still happened, though some caution had to be taken about when and where those were arranged. At least they didn't tend to kill messengers, especially if they were lower cultivation or even non-cultivators. Just because they weren't open to peace talks didn't mean there was no communication at all happening. John suspected that part of it was for information gathering purposes. They could learn what the continent valued. But it was most practical for the prisoner exchanges. They did have favored disciples and clan members, after all. There was no long history of hatred between them and the continent, so each side was more concerned about the damages they suffered than what they caused. Though it had to be noted that nobody would have died at all if the sovereign primacy hadn't launched an attack. So obviously their concerns for the lives of their own members were being balanced against other desires. Hopefully, once they found they couldn't get what they wanted easily, they would withdraw. But it had already been long enough that stubbornness might push them forward even where it was impractical to continue. John found that his coordination with Astrid was excellent. That was in large part through her own effort. They weren't instantly compatible in all ways, but she worked to be fluid in her actions. In turn, John had no reason to clash with his allies and adjusted his own methods when they fought together. Working towards compatibility reminded him of Mateo. They hadn't instantly fit together either, but instead it was a choice. There was a reason Mateo had been wishing to break off the engagement with the old Fortkran Tenebach. He would have been incompatible not because of lack of talent, but because of the will to change and mold. In one respect, then, John could be compatible with pretty much everyone, angling towards 6 elements. He could support or receive support from anyone else. But it was more than simply having an attitude of cooperation. Some personalities would just clash even if both parties wanted to cooperate. In such a case, working as allies would be more efficient on opposite ends of the battlefield. With Astrid, John found that they had at least some natural fit. She focused on supporting him, but was not so timid as to never request support for her own techniques. It was possible to form a pair where one only gave and the other received, but John didn't think it was the most efficient way. Perhaps if it was merely restricted to the battlefield. John now had Anna's efforts to contrast with. The Earth cultivator was similarly talented, and John found them becoming friends. In his opinion, that was an important part of any marriage that would last. He certainly didn't want a merely business relationship, though he could have lived with it. Teamwork with Anna was efficient enough, but either because she wasn't really trying or because of some small quirks, it wasn't as smooth as with Astrid. She was simply more focused on independent action, which worked for her quite well. But that meant she neither needed John, nor did he need her. Technically, John didn't need Astrid either, but he felt comfortable around her. He liked her, and like Mateo felt he could grow to love her. Preferably before they were married in this case, since it would be better to be certain. He was confident that their dual cultivation would go smoothly based on their outward compatibility. She was not reckless with her use of energy, which would very much concern John. Being around Astrid was nice, and John wanted to do it more. That was a good sign. And yet, there was something lingering. John was a firm believer in "till death do you part," even if that wasn't exactly the setup in this world. He had a hard time believing Mateo wouldn't want him to move on. She would be happy, no doubt. The main problem, then, was that most of the things he liked about Astrid were features he liked in Mateo. Her initiative was wonderful, but she was still willing to hold back and coordinate. She would probably be a good replacement for Mateo. And perhaps that was the problem. Despite the difference in elements, some things were too similar, to the point that John always found himself comparing them. And even if she reached the standards he had in mind, John wasn't certain it was fair to do it to begin with. He knew what he had to do, but he didn't want to. But inevitably, he came to the realization that they would have to talk about it. And that was so much more difficult than arbitrarily ending things. Chapter 434. Conveniently, John went into several weeks full of urgent missions where he was constantly traveling or in battle against the forces of the sovereign primacy. That gave him an excuse not to discuss matters with Astrid. Preferably, he would have sorted out his own feelings during that time, but such convenient things didn't actually happen at will. Distractions just made the process longer. So he ended up in a similar position to where he had been, with only a few thoughts having clarified themselves. And he still needed to speak to Astrid. Possibly others, but that would depend on how things went with her. Finding a location that was private enough to have a proper conversation while keeping a proper level of distance took some work. They both had reputations to uphold, though it was less likely that John's would suffer any harm if people made certain assumptions. That was just how things were, with standards not being applied equally. It would be something else entirely if they were lovers, but while Astrid's pursuit of John was out in the open, they had avoided any physical intimacy. They weren't so young that they couldn't handle their own desires, and there were certain emotional entanglements that came along with physical acts, whether people wanted it or not. The best views around the Silver Haze sect were atop some nearby crags, remote enough to retain privacy while not providing a social advantage to either party or carrying other concerns. Even with the sensory dimming of the muted crags, or perhaps even because of it, looking off into the blurred horizon at sunset was a wonderful view. There were just enough clouds for the sunlight to reflect off of, even as the sun itself passed the horizon line. Wonderful, Astrid commented. The skies themselves light up like fire. If only it were possible to capture this moment forever. She'd probably like cameras. Though pictures weren't quite the same as being somewhere in person, they could certainly help recall memories. But they weren't there to talk about Earth's technology. Astrid's eyes eventually settled on John. From the lack of speech. I imagine what you have to say is quite important, isn't it? It does tend to be like that, John eventually replied. As you are well aware, I've given serious thought to our relationship. Astrid shifted her position atop a rock. If I'm being rejected, I would have preferred it to happen somewhere less romantic. The sunset hadn't entirely been John's intention. The timing just turned out that way, partially due to his hesitation. I like you, John said. You have many praiseworthy attributes. You are kind, talented, and adaptable. She simply waited in silence, demonstrating a high level of patience. No doubt she had things she wished to say. John supposed he shouldn't draw things out, either. Too often, I find myself comparing you to Mateo. He said it as clearly as possible. Astrid locked eyes with him. And this is a problem? You find me unworthy in comparison, perhaps. That hasn't been the case so far, John admitted. But the thoughts are still there. He had moved on from her death to the extent that he could be expected to. He had his own drives and ambitions, with the memories of her returning more happy thoughts of old times than fears. She was the one I loved. I have the feeling the comparisons will continue regardless of either of our wills. Astrid sat in silence for a few moments, the last remnants of the sunset reflecting off of her eyes. More than what was natural, though whether it was an intentional action was unclear. The movement of a cultivator's spiritual energy was not always as controlled as they preferred to believe. I was worried you had something worse to say. That, perhaps, you couldn't see yourself growing to love me. She made a sharp face. If that is the case, please don't draw it out. John shook his head slightly. He would have recognized that long before, and it would have been easier to say. You don't have to worry about that. Perhaps the most desirable trait in a partner was for them to desire you. It seemed like a fundamental thing that everyone assumed was in place, but John had recognized it clearly enough. His current feelings might even have been suppressed unconsciously, as if he didn't want to love again. But his thoughts had only come up with reasons why he should, and none that said he shouldn't. Not sensible thoughts. If you haven't yet found me lacking, Astrid held her head high. Then I see no reason I can't continue to compete. I have sufficient confidence to stand up even against idealized memories. She paused, considering her words. I don't mean to imply you have a distorted image, but… John shrugged. I understand. Perhaps in my memories, she is more than she truly was. That is a very human thing. And while I don't intend to compare you, it will happen. It won't be fair to you. I can accept that, Astrid said. And others may as well. What about Anna? John wondered if she was serious. He decided that even if she was, he didn't need to be. She's a bit too prickly. As the one who made him even consider remarriage, Astrid was going to have to take responsibility. A bit of flirting by another woman wasn't really going to sway John much. Anna hadn't seemed particularly serious, and if she couldn't convince John of that, it was either true or spoke volumes about his own feelings in return. Astrid wasn't the choice just because she'd been the one to truly make John consider what he'd subconsciously avoided. Yet at the same time, that was exactly the reason. She had been brave enough to take action where there was a very real chance of rejection, and his emotional response had been sufficient. In short, John had gone from considering things to very strongly considering things. They'd known each other for several years and spent enough time together, even if infrequent, that John could reasonably move straight to proposing marriage. But they'd had to get past this particular obstacle. And there were other factors in play. John didn't want to have to consider politics for his personal life, but he did. That said, if politics would have stopped him, he would have laid things to rest years before. He just needed to hear some particular opinions, and some of them happened to be close. Want to marry Dad, huh? You'll have to beat me in a fight. Ursel wasn't exactly towering, but she was a tall woman and her armor made her appear far larger. Standing at her full height was rather intimidating, and her spiritual energy certainly amplified that. No, John said. You don't get to make such a declaration. I am asking for your opinion out of respect. His children were all adults, so it wasn't like he was bringing in a new mother for them. They all lived in vastly different places. TCH, Ursula clicked her tongue. How am I supposed to know if she's good enough, then? I'll do it, Astrid declared. I'll fight you. But you can't expect me to win. Your cultivation is higher, and I can't reasonably be expected to catch up. But once I reach the ascending soul phase, I'll fight you. Ursula nodded. Good. I'd expect at least that much. However, if you back out, I'll dash. No, John said. No threats. Ursula's expression inside her helmet was only readable with energy, but John saw her roll her eyes. Ah, come on. You wouldn't want to marry a coward anyway. That was true, really, though their definitions of coward might not match up precisely. John was significantly more likely to appreciate proper caution. For example, you're on my side, right? Astrid said. It would be really embarrassing to lose to Ursula. Not really, John said. Unless you're secretly Abrit? Now that was embarrassing. Astrid made a face. I've made a huge mistake, haven't I? What was I thinking? She defeated a late ascending soul phase cultivator while barely in the early stage. John didn't mention that technically Ursula had been peak consolidated soul phase. Even he found that hard to believe, and he'd been there. Though the circumstances had all added together to help Ursula. The elemental advantage was good, too, since Abrit was most powerful with the air element. And she'd been a bit arrogant, underestimating Ursula and her techniques. I can give you some tips, John said. Ursula would want the fight to be as good as possible. She couldn't reasonably expect Astrid to win. And Ursula clearly didn't dislike Astrid, or she would have said it. To her face. That was ultimately all John wanted to confirm, and the duel sort of happened. Though it wouldn't be for a while yet. Astrid had only recently hit the 36th rank. Pushing for the next two vigorously would be rather foolish. John himself knew how difficult the ascending soul phase could be. Fire should be good, right? Astrid commented. Fire dominates Earth. Ursula beat Abrit in a fire element arena. So don't count on that too much. Come on, you're supposed to be building me up here. Relax. You'll have plenty of time to prepare. Astrid nodded seriously. So, what totem do you think I should take? Isn't that a personal decision? She raised an eyebrow. Seriously? You're almost making me think you aren't serious. She brought her face close to his. You're a hard individual to pick totems for. Do you think it should be air? I can at least make an allied cycle. Does that even align with your current totems? John asked. Nope. Nobody was even considering 6-element cultivation when I picked my first 3 totems. I was, John pointed out. Not publicly. You probably had darkness and earth at best. Astrid sighed. Is air no good? You've got a pretty set style, John confirmed. I don't think it would benefit either of us to go off that path. I've been considering a prism, personally. You already have a 6th totem picked out? Not at all, John said. That's one of many. It's even harder to pick the last in a set of 6 elements. Yeah, I bet. What totems did Mateo have? You sure you want to bring that up? Astrid just shook her head. If you're never going to forget her, then we should learn from that, right? Each of her totems was water imbued with traces of another element, John said. Even her first one? Astrid asked. We were promised to be married before we were even born, John said. She took that very seriously. I have some really tough competition. Of those whose opinions John was interested in, equally accessible was Renato. He didn't mean to let family and friends make important choices for him, but ignoring their wisdom would be rather foolish as well. It is not yet set in stone, John said, but we're moving in the direction of marriage. I was wondering what your thoughts were. Asking specifically for objections would put a negative light on things. If you think it will be a good thing, then I agree with your judgment, Renato said. He turned to Astrid. From what I have seen of you, I respect your abilities and persistence. It must have been tough to get your feelings through this man's hard head. Hey, I'm not even the earth cultivator here, John complained. Renato shrugged. Anyway, I'm not an expert on romance or marriage of any sort, but I have seen you with and without Mateo, and I preferred the former. A truthful relationship will likely be good for you. Ah, That does remind me of something, John said. He turned to Astrid. I would have brought this up sooner, but it requires some level of trust. I'm actually a transmigrator. I know, Astrid said with no embellishment. You haven't exactly kept it secret lately. Personally, I was able to confirm it by seeing how divergent from the norms you act. Are you saying I'm weird? Astrid turned her head away slightly. Those weren't my words. You think I'm weird. Even though everything I do makes total sense, John declared. Astrid chuckled at that. Her response was nearly a more undignified version, but she had more personal control than that. Even attempting a full cycle of the elements from the basis of a single element clan? John shrugged. The text made it seem like the most powerful option. And you just assumed you could succeed. I thought it would at least be interesting, John shrugged. He hadn't even been certain he would reach the foundation phase, really. But something about the 6 elements had called to him, even back then. Chapter 435. Regardless of other events, the conflict with the sovereign primacy continued. After so long of focusing on defense and restricting their spread onto the continent, the Continental Alliance was ready to push back. Some of that had been an unclear understanding of their power. They had more than a few ascending soul phase cultivators, which was discovered early on. Careless attacks would be risky. Remaining on the defensive was also the most efficient, as they were able to fight in friendly territory where sects were familiar. Furthermore, during the early parts of the war, they simply hadn't had the manpower available. Some groups had been easier to convince than others. Certain sects were simply further away or otherwise less able to mobilize quickly. That was something that could be worked on in the future, although John didn't think the overall results were terrible. It would have been somewhat more problematic if they had been responsible for the defense of all of the muted crags, though. The response they organized probably wouldn't have been good enough to protect them. In some ways, the attack on the continent was only so successful because they had attacked the unallied patch. In other ways, the continent would have suffered greater early losses trying to hold onto territory. They needed to detect incoming fleets earlier. The southern coast was more prepared with their recent trouble, but the northern coast, even their allied sections, simply didn't have sufficient patrols. Founding some water element sects, or establishing branches, along the coast should be a good start. They would just need to be supported by the alliance as a whole, though the local sects would likely benefit the most directly. But all that would have to come after they drove out the sovereign primacy. And they would. If the primacy had much greater forces to bring to bear, they already would have. Alternatively, they were too slow to bring them to bear. The continent had finished preparing their multi-pronged attack. They would be pushing into the muted crags from all sides, including along the northern coast. The plan for their fleets was to leave a line of retreat while at the same time preventing any reinforcements from arriving. Fleets from the Shimmering Islands carrying cultivators from varied elemental regions would be responsible for that. To the west, the Shadowed Union would be launching their own assaults, with their aid coming primarily from the Boiling Springs, Blustering Peaks, and Shining Coast. With some cultivators from the Viridia Wildlands, they had a full elemental complement, well-rounded forces that should be able to take on anything. From the south, the Rolling Dunes were prepared to make a direct assault, with support from many of the central continental forces. That was the main bulk of the assault, as it was the easiest route of approach. They also had to push the intruders out of the deepest parts of their foothold while also covering a wide area. That was where John would be participating, which he found quite reminiscent of the trouble with the Black Peaks. Except this time, it wasn't the muted crags themselves causing trouble. The terrain still made marching armies suboptimal, but without experienced local cultivators leading things, the tactics used would be less problematic. From the east, the frozen heights would be increasing their own pressure. The encapsulated flow, with which they had some long-standing grievances, would be working separately along the coasts. Relevantly, the Burning Delta had agreed to provide some forces to aid the alliance, even if the sex connection was more tangential. Of course, other cultivators from the Breathless Plains and surrounding areas would be joining as well. Overall, the continental forces would be taking advantage of their elemental diversity. The sovereign primacy also possessed diverse elemental forces, but the cities and sects they had taken over were generally governed by a small group. With proper intel, the counterattack could take advantage of certain elemental strengths. Each front would have ascending soul phase cultivators, though the continent didn't have so many that they were with every army. However, They had enough that unless the invaders gathered all of their ascending soul phase cultivators in a single place, the continental forces should be able to match them with proper maneuvering. Keeping track of where said cultivators were moving was nearly as important as watching the movement of full battalions of weaker troops. John and some portion of the Six Elements Crossroads would be fighting alongside the Succulent League, as well as others from the rolling dunes such as the Grasping Sands. The Summer Sun sect and Astrid joined as well. Next were the Sweeping Inferno, mercenaries from the Molten Sea that were fire cultivators focused mainly on combating those with their own element. Whether it would have been better if they were water cultivators, John couldn't judge. Either way, he was glad to have slightly more contact with the Molten Sea that wasn't hostile. Though he knew that a little bit deeper in were the sects that Jessine had mobilized. They weren't the problem for the moment, though. The sovereign primacy was the current threat. Moving through the muted crags when senses were just naturally dulled was almost pleasant. Obviously, they still had to keep alert for enemy ambushes, but it was far less of a slog than his last visit. For the most part, their foes were concerned with their defensive positions in the nearest large city. There were various skirmishes along the way, but they rarely happened when John was actually nearby. His job was not to hide his cultivation, but to display it openly as an intimidation tactic. Besides, that would make people more surprised when he did disappear. The primacy wouldn't be as familiar with his tactics as the natives of the continent, though some of that would depend on how much they gleaned from what the Black Peaks had. According to their information, Asawel, the first city on their list, was currently occupied by the Last Gasp, an air sect, as well as a minor water sect. It was the Last Gasp that were important, as they were led by an ascending soul phase cultivator. One at the late phase, even, though just the 43rd rank. 2 steps below the peak, but still somewhat higher than John himself. However, those around him weren't particularly impressive. They barely had any late consolidated soul phase cultivators, for example. Perhaps his sect was unbalanced with him as the head, or that was simply the representation they brought along with them for their continental conquering. Either way, John intended to take advantage of it. He had with him several individuals near the peak of the consolidated soul phase, so they simply had to look for advantages where they could. First, that meant getting people out of Asawel. Even if the current occupants had overcome many of the defenses, it was still best to avoid fighting people in fortifications they controlled. Fortunately, they had the Succulent League with them. Their forces looked out on the walls of the city and the people standing atop it. Yeah, Anna said. We can make them not want to be on the walls. John thought that was an odd way to say force them off the walls, but when he saw them in action, he understood. A row of Succulent League cultivators lined up, facing off against the cultivators positioned on the wall. They launched attacks together, spheres of earth elemental spiritual energy. The air cultivators on the walls simply created a unified wall of wind, scattering the attacks to the side. Anna didn't look bothered at all. Instead, she prepared her own attack next to the others, only taking a brief moment to defend against a rain of arrows from the walls. Air cultivators were perhaps the deadliest archers, but attacking at long range weakened every sort of attack. That was why John was curious precisely what the Succulent League intended. As they took more time to gather power, he assessed the form of their energy. He only got about half the picture before they launched their attacks. Once more, the air cultivators created a wall of wind. However, rather than allowing their attacks to be deflected, the earth attacks exploded, scattering shrapnel in all directions in the form of thorns. Only perhaps a third made it onto the walls, and the defenders avoided most damage, but another set of attacks was on the way. And the compressed earth element thorns still remained. There were water element cultivators on the walls too, but their defensive wall wasn't much better. The caltrop-like thorns lost momentum as they passed through water, but they landed on the walls, solid. Of course, the enemy could individually crush them or wash them away after they landed, but they clung to the surface of the wall. Soon, the middle section was filled with caltrops. John was already leading people closer, allowing those with long-ranged attacks from the crossroads and the Summer Sun sect to attack. The Succulent League moved in closer behind them. Dodging attacks from a distance wasn't hard, unless half of the places you wanted to step were dangerous traps. Nobody would die from stepping on some thorns, but they had to gather excess defensive energy under their feet instead of using it for attack or movement purposes. The alternative was risking injuries to their feet for the duration of the battle. Some people chose wrong. More cultivators moved to reinforce the area, but the Succulent League didn't let up. As they grew closer, they combined their efforts to grow thorny vines up the walls, vines that sprouted cacti of various sorts from them. John was fairly certain that wasn't based off of any real sort of plant, but the spiritual energy projections were powerful enough. Seeing an actual assault, half of the defenders moved forward while others fell backwards. It seemed a fairly clear split between the water cultivators who thought they should defend their positions and the air cultivators who just wanted to retreat. John kept his energy under wraps, making only small attacks as they approached the wall. Various rolling dunes cultivators rushed the isolated water element cultivators, trapping them against the walls behind them and swiftly overcoming the section under assault. When they reached the walls, they were receiving only awkward and distant barges from the sides instead of being fired on directly from above. Then the Succulent League twisted the thorns of the vines climbing the wall, forming ladders. Neat. John was considering flying up, but he'd be less exposed that way. Besides, he didn't want to waste spiritual energy. He could feel the approach of Akash. The few defenders on the wall were swiftly dealt with, but the air cultivators that had retreated launched attacks up above. Some wielded lightning, others shot their bows, but most of them called upon a different power, the power of the vacuum, trying to draw air away from their foes. John had used similar methods himself, though not formalized into a technique. Either way, it was well known how the last gasp fought. 6 Elements Crossroads cultivators counteracted the technique with a combination of air and earth, the latter to disturb the flow of energy and the former to replenish what was still being lost. Akash flew in, full of confidence. John had wondered if they would need to do more to draw him out, but apparently not. He landed some ways down the wall, and John charged towards him, allies at his sides, of course. Akash was not alone, but his coordination was only effective with those of his own sect. The water element cultivators were effectively bystanders. Astrid and Anna charged on either side of John. Even if Anna didn't seriously seem to be pursuing him, they had improved their battle coordination, and as sect leaders it was appropriate to fight side by side if they were effective that way. Astrid disrupted their enemies with a flash of light, but could do little more. Anna was focused on countering their techniques, drawing air away from her. John did the same, but less obviously. He was impressed at the control Akash had, sliding through his defensive energy and even reaching inside his lungs to pull out air. Not directly, but it was pretty close. Of course, John had lined his body with a bit of earth element, but he still staggered forward as air left his lungs, his sword nearly clattering to the ground just a single step from Akash. Chapter 436. Earth elemental spiritual energy surrounded John's sword, gathered to defeat the foe in front of him. Akash was in the first rank of the late ascending soul phase, ahead of John. An air cultivator and the leader of the last gasp, John felt the power of decisive action, drawing air from their opponent's lungs, while bypassing the usual difficulties of affecting the inner body of a cultivator. Even with defenses in his lungs, John felt lightheaded. He toppled forward and his sword hit the ground. But that was entirely unrelated to the dizziness. Rather, it was the plan all along. The very first sword technique he had learned upon transmigration from the Swordmaster break. His sword struck the stone wall, rebounding upward with great force as he lunged forward. His slash cut across Akash's chest, stunning the man as his defensive energy was scattered. A swift following stroke cut horizontally, decapitating the man. The look on his face was the beginning of great astonishment. John rallied his air element to refill his lungs, partially collapsed from the vacuum force the man wielded. If he hadn't practiced diamond defense, perhaps he would have found himself in a worse state, but the air drawing would have had to reach beyond his lungs into his blood. He wasn't certain if that was even possible, but with sufficient spiritual energy it might be. That's it, Anna commented. John flicked the blood off of his blade. He died as quickly as he intended to kill me. Don't think that once you reach the ascending soul phase you can't be killed in an instant. The morale of the defenders was devastated by the death of Akash. John still had the majority of his spiritual energy, though he'd gone through something like a quarter of his stores in those few moments, draining most of his earth element and a good portion of darkness and other mixed elements. Lesser cultivators of the last gasp were unable to create such instantaneous effects as Akash. They could create a greater area of vacuum around their targets, but John didn't intend to fight them for over a minute. and even if he did, he could replenish the air in his own lungs easily enough. He'd done it in moments of peace before it was even a proper air cultivator, so it was trivial to do now even in moments of battle. Others didn't always do as well, but the earth cultivators of the Succulent League were able to negate the air element around them. Meanwhile, the Summer Sun sect was quite capable of attacking from a distance, sparking fires with beams of light. The water cultivators fighting alongside the last gasp had never seemed to fit. With Akasha's death, they were the first to run. They didn't hold the same moment of anger that filled the cultivators from his sect, but went straight to the fear. By the time the majority of last gasp cultivators got there, they were being rapidly slaughtered. As they fled, the Continental forces captured those they could and cut down others. But those who were fastest they let flee. Chasing them throughout the streets of Asoel would likely result in individuals being picked off. Captured cultivators could be exchanged later, as the Continental forces weren't always victorious. The little diplomacy that the Sovereign Primacy was willing to engage with was related to hostage exchanges. Mostly, they wanted important young masters or sect elders, but they were still interested in various disciples as they had put some resources into raising them. After securing a foothold in the city, they began the methodical process of removing the sovereign primacy from the remains of various sects and clans. Only fools would remain and fight to the death, but some were interested in running off with the rest of the valuables in such places, whatever hadn't already been taken care of. So along with securing the city properly to avoid any spies remaining behind, they wanted to deal with as many cultivators as they could, so that they would not be a problem in the future. Every enemy spared was one they might have to face later, though there was a level of risk appropriate to undertake. The Continental Alliance's push into the Muted Crags was largely successful, though it was not without losses of life. If they were in such a dominant martial position, the war would not have lasted for the current year of occupation. Most devastating of the losses was an elder of the Order of the Amber Heart. She had been peak consolidated soul phase, with potential to break through to the ascending soul phase. There were others as well, and though they had not yet lost the lives of any ascending soul phase cultivators, some of their own had been injured. Such injuries would keep them off the battlefield from anywhere from a few weeks to a year. John had been fortunate to actually kill one of their strongest cultivators. In most cases, they were able to survive battles and retreat. As they pushed back the sovereign primacy, the chances of having multiple ascending soul phase cultivators on each side of a battlefield increased, and thus there would be more casualties on either side. The sovereign primacy seemed loath to give up their position, but they didn't really have much choice. After another month of war, John once more saw the black peaks on the horizon, with the permanent mark he had caused by collapsing the top of one onto the city. The city itself had repaired its walls, but now it was under occupation by foreign adversaries. What remained of the local sects were subservient to the sovereign primacy. That included the Swirling Shadow sect, which had nearly completely capitulated to the invaders, stubborn with relation to him, timid against those they didn't understand. Perhaps they shouldn't have been so merciful. But that time was long gone, and the choices that mattered were the ones made in the modern day. As one of the major cities in the region, it was well defended. Any damage to the walls had been repaired in the time following the initial takeover, though from what John had heard, there had been traitors within the walls. How nice it would be if some individuals afraid for their own lives would do the same for him. The walls of the Black Peaks were significantly higher than those of Asoel. While cultivators certainly had a chance of surmounting them, it would be a more difficult task, leaving them open to attacks for a longer period. Furthermore, there were a wider variety of defenders available. Then again, they couldn't cover everything. John already had various ideas to discuss with those present. His thoughts mainly revolved around Earth cultivators, based on traditional siege successes, but he was open to the options anyone might present. Anna was the first to contribute an idea. If we can get close for a sustained duration, we can grow roots into the walls and rip them apart. Would that be faster than direct attacks? John asked. Well, Anna shrugged. No, it would be less energy intensive though. I suppose climbing vines again would still be better. They were making use of the time-honored siege method of throwing rocks from a distance, but the defenders could match them in turn, both with rocks of their own or with defensive abilities. Thus, they hadn't made much progress so far. Astrid was next. If we can get a good angle on the city, we might be able to start some fires. Normally, Our range isn't that far, but if we have time and don't fear retaliation. John nodded. A decent plan. The peaks would be the optimal location, but they might have learned from previous circumstances. Or rather, those who were here before them. So we'll keep that as an option, but not just yet. And it has a high potential to harm the civilian population. Ursula had been quite patient with her suggestion. John had seen her, waiting quietly. She knew they weren't planning a frontal assault at the moment, or she would probably suggest bashing down the front gates. And she could do it. He knew she also had other ideas besides brute force, where that wasn't good enough. We can just dig them out, Ursula said. These guys aren't locals, right? The soil of the muted crags still possesses the sensory dampening properties. The sovereign primacy won't be as ready to pick us out. A decent plan, John agreed. Though it comes with the risks of them bringing their own earth cultivators and collapsing your tunnels on you if you are noticed early. Frankly, they didn't have to do this. They could just throw people at the city and they would win. They also didn't have to have a next generation of cultivators either, and they probably wouldn't if they got them all killed. Even if it wasn't terribly uncommon for cultivators to simply launch attacks, a proper siege seemed to be more viable with the scale of the current warfare. They could even let the enemy flee. If things go long enough, John commented, we could try to starve them out. However, that would result in the deaths of the common folks first. At that rate, I'd just drop things on them. Like the peaks. Astrid asked, like anything heavy. I'd just fly up really high and let it go. If there weren't any civilians, I might. You're not gonna break any walls that way, Ursula said. John shrugged. I could learn to aim. But I could probably get something going fast enough to cause significant collateral damage. I'm not planning that, though. With them were cultivators from the Phoenix Forest. One of the sect heads also mentioned various ways to set the city ablaze, though that might be countered by local water cultivators. And they still weren't trying to destroy everything. They just wanted to tilt the inevitable battle in their favor, and that meant not having to deal with the walls, or minimizing their impact somehow. Myron, an elder of the Scalding Geyser sect, added his own thoughts. If we burrow beneath the walls, we can weaken the soil with water element. Or we can pressurize a chamber. Done properly, either will accelerate the collapse of the walls. Would that risk the collapse happening on the squads underground? John asked. The pressure, he paused, very well might. Usually, we don't burrow much ourselves. The tunneling method was eventually chosen for the way it took advantage of the natural features. Even if the city itself was somewhat less effective by the muting effects of the crags, they could hope for the enemy's lack of familiarity. And if they dug deep enough, it wasn't unreasonable to get beyond sensory range regardless. It might take time, but they weren't currently in a rush. The other fronts were still pushing in, and eventually they needed to move past this point, but they could afford to take the time to do things right. They just couldn't wait so long that additional reinforcements came, unless they could secure the surrounding area completely and cut them off. That would be a bit harder when a relatively small group could significantly impact the defensive prowess of the area with high enough cultivations. There was some possibility they would be too proud to call for reinforcements, but counting on their enemies to make mistakes was an unnecessary risk. They didn't have to commit to just a single attack pattern, either. They could continue attacks with cultivator-powered trebuchets, for example, hoping to bring down a section of the walls. John wasn't part of the initial digging operation, though they would be making use of darkness cultivators to cloak their approach. John himself might join later, at a key moment, but his presence was prominent enough to be noticed missing. The same was true of Ursula, as much as she would have liked to lead the efforts there. There simply weren't that many ascending soul phase cultivators, so if one was missing for long enough, people might suspect something more than simply lounging around at camp, which was far enough for energy senses to not reach. The tunnel would have to be quite long, hundreds of meters, since the area around the city was cleared out. They had to begin further out and keep signs of their digging hidden. For that, they made use of a large tent to cover the entrance. Rather than removing all of the dirt, they partially compressed it, solidifying the tunnel, and removed smaller amounts where they had to, doing that work mostly under cover of night. It wasn't like daylight would reach underground, so their movements would simply be less noticeable with all operations at night. Any random scouts who got close to the camp wouldn't be able to see much. Chapter 437. As it turned out, with a mix of elements on both sides, Any tactic that the Continental Alliance could use could also be managed by the sovereign primacy. There was still the matter of proper training required, but there were particular things that cultivators of particular elements would gravitate towards, such as air cultivators seeking out flight, once they were strong enough. The muted crags reduced the effect of all senses, which meant that flying scouts both could approach more closely to their targets and had to. John couldn't just fling himself up many kilometers into the sky, or he would only see vague shapes, though he supposed if he were directly above a location the effects would be minimal. Ultimately, the Continental Alliance already knew the possibilities, but they couldn't know how long the occupation of the Black Peaks had been spying on them with flyers before they finally spotted one. John's instincts were to fly up and take down the scout. However, his caution and logic won out. Either they had already spotted them setting up the tents and removing material, or they hadn't. Revealing his flight for others watching, perhaps not the possibility itself but the limits of his speed and agility, would be a mistake. Instead, they took it as an opportunity to confuse the city. One way was by creating perfectly legitimate fortifications atop one of the nearby crags, along with siege weapon emplacements. The city had carefully measured for typical dangers well before it was taken over, so only weapons operated by late consolidated soul phase or ascending soul phase cultivators would likely have enough range and power to do any damage, but they were still somewhat a threat. And if the enemy thought that was the whole plan, then it was worth the effort. They would still shoot down the scouts if they came a little bit too close, though. They just didn't plan to reveal their maximum limits unnecessarily. If they looked too unconcerned about the scouts, it would be more suspicious. It was a shame they didn't have terribly many stronger air cultivators with their current siege group, or they could just have someone else chase them away. In groups, preferably, so that they didn't lose valuable cultivators from their own side. Anyone who could fly was of significant worth because of the techniques and power involved. Beneath the surface, digging operations continued. Maintaining a proper heading was about half the work, a difficulty that Ursel hadn't anticipated. Normally, they would be able to sense their target above ground using their spiritual energy, but here the whole point was that they couldn't, and thus were protected in turn. They had to rely on proper measurements of angles and distances as they navigated around various obstacles, the removal of which might give them away. There wasn't any stone tough enough that they couldn't smash through it or carve it away. It would simply take too long or be too obvious when they did. Ursel hadn't done much sneaking around in a while. Mostly when she was a kid, really, and that hadn't involved nearly as much earth manipulation. According to our calculations, Myron commented, we should be beneath the walls within half a day. The Scalding Geyser sect cultivator was in the consolidated soul phase, but he was responsible for part of the collapse plan. Liquefying the ground would certainly be more effective than simply digging it out with earth element, if they did it correctly. The key was collapsing the supports precisely when they wanted to, or at least together and after everyone was out of the area. As always, estimates were imperfect. It took them until the next day at noon to reach directly beneath the walls, at which point they began branching out. That was when Ursel's job ramped up. She was building a wall underground. Why? Because Myron was going to create a huge amount of pressure, and loose soil would just fall apart. Thus, a horizontal wall paralleling the wall above, just slightly further out. They used the densest earth and stone they had come across, boulders that had been annoyingly blocking their way or filling up the tent. Both, really, but they knew they would need them. Reshaping unenchanted stone was easy. Ursel just told it what shape it needed to be, and whether it should become one with stone next to it. She could also force it into shape, but that was no better than squashing two rocks together with her muscles. There was a subtlety to these things, like her roots. It was nice to remind people that she could do subtle when she wanted to. The wall was anchored in the earth above and below, extending into the natural terrain and fusing with it to the degree that was viable. Small gaps were filled in with a mortar mixture which was coaxed into becoming proper stone, such that it wouldn't be a weak point. Ursel was willing to bet someone was going to screw up their part of things, but they could afford a few weak points. Either way, she'd be checking it over before they were done. This wasn't the quickest way to bring down the wall, but they intended for it to be the most spectacular. It would be a long walk back to the camp, but that was why they were going to climb up out of the hole, or just dig through the soil above them with reckless abandon, depending on how things went. Ursel punched the wall. Just a regular punch with no spiritual energy behind it. but it created a loud enough echo from her solid gauntlets to make a few people doubt that. Most people didn't end up with as much muscle as she did, because it was easier to just supplement with spiritual energy, and the time could be used for different training. They weren't wrong to do so until they were exhausted. A cultivator without energy was defenseless. A cultivator with an exhausted but powerful body was still something. And Ursula tended to find she didn't tire as fast if she kept her spiritual energy proportionately lesser, surprising enemies with the true power of her attacks. "It's solid," Ursula said. "Go ahead and push it." They'd already filled up behind the walls with water. The soil was soaked through. Now they were going to increase the pressure. The plan was for it to go the only direction it easily could, upwards, where the pressure would be released around either side of the wall. Then the whole section would fall through. If for some reason that failed, it should still collapse anyway if they managed to snap the supports. It would just be less spectacular. Ursula watched as Myron led the water pressure increase. They had a few fire cultivators with them as well, the effects amplified. There were just a few small gaps that were being carefully watched. Even though everything had been double and triple checked, it was still a tense time. She could see the strain on people's faces. Even through the soil, she could feel the building's spiritual energy. It wouldn't be long before those up above could feel it too. Then she both heard and felt it. A loud thudding sound, cracking. The soil around them trembled, dust rising. There was one particular thud that Ursula thought was a particularly massive section of wall that had been sent up into the air before crashing back down. They waited a few moments. Their allies up above should be ready to launch the assault, but they weren't fighting at the walls. It would be best to time their rise to their allies reaching the city. Though Ursula was going to be the first up, she began to claw her way through the earth, creating a sort of ramp and tunnel. It was inelegant, but this one didn't have to last more than a few minutes. If it collapsed, there were plenty of cultivators who could fix it behind her. She climbed up at an angle, opposite where their sturdy wall had gone. Coming up directly where the walls had been might be best, if there was anything left there. But they had a large empty section that the walls had mostly fallen into, and that didn't leave much room for a path up. Ursula sensed her father shortly before she broke the surface. He was the strongest on the battlefield, though she could give him a solid match. His versatility and rank advantage allowed him to win more often. Plus, he was far more familiar with her tricks than Abert had been. He'd also been involved with making the armor that was one of her strongest points. Enemies had to work hard just to reach her actual body. Needless to say, the defenders were surprised at the 10-meter-wide hole in their walls. Ursula had almost wanted it to be more, but Myron had mentioned that it would take proportionately more time, which they could have dealt with, but more importantly more pressure than they could provide. As her hand reached out of the ground, a darkness cultivator stabbed Ursula. Her weapon deflected off of Ursula's gauntlet. Ursula leaped up and grabbed the woman. It was unfortunate for her, because darkness cultivators didn't do well in a grapple. Earth and fire were fine. Water as well. Air generally preferred a bit more distance. Light and darkness were probably the worst, though. What were they going to do? Blind her? Restrict her senses? All Ursula needed to know was where her own hands were, and what she currently had grabbed. At that point, she could tie her enemy into knots or crush them. Her current opponent did a good job of resisting, such that she didn't immediately die. But her attempts to get away limited her ability to fight back. All she really accomplished was slowing the time it took Ursula to get a good grip on her head before she snapped her neck. A couple others thought it was a perfect time to attack Ursula, as she was occupied. They were right to the extent that it was difficult for her to avoid their attacks. They were wrong to think she needed to. Unlike most, Ursula's spiritual energy barely defended her armor at all. Instead, it was behind it as a second line of defense. Enemies below a certain level of power would never reach her anyway. Finally, Ursula was able to admire the team's work. A huge section of wall gone. Some chunks out in front, a few tossed into the city behind. One of the walls had ripped out a section far beyond the extent of their tunnels, leaving a space wide enough for 2 or 3 people to walk through side by side. If they didn't just jump over the little pond full of wall chunks, or create a bridge over it. Either option was far easier than climbing up over 10 meters of enchanted wall with people raining down death on you, or trying to batter through it while defending yourself. Instead, the walls had fallen to an attack built up over several minutes by multiple cultivators, which then combined with the fact that there was practically nothing supporting the walls. Enchantments could only hold up so much stone before they gave out. Ursel watched as her father fought his way forward, Astrid beside him. If she had been trying to replace their mother, well, she wouldn't have been successful. But as much as the triplets had needed a mother when they were young, they didn't need one now. It wasn't like it was too early. It had already been several decades. They'd lived longer without her than with her, and Astrid had accepted a duel, even though she knew she would lose. Though if she didn't try to win anyway, Ursel was going to be disappointed. That would have to be later, though. They had this whole war thing to deal with first, and people to kick off of their continent. Maybe she could do that kicking more literally with that guy she fought on the coast, though they hadn't been properly able to brawl, as Ursel would have been surrounded by an army if she stayed. She was pretty sure she could beat him, though, and Ursel wasn't going to accept any invaders setting foot on their lands. Nobody would. The days of not being strong enough to stop the molten sea were so far in the past, and they would stay buried there where they deserved. Chapter 438. Leading the approach into the Black Peaks, John was glad for Astrid at his side. Not because he needed emotional support at the current moment, but because her commitment to compatibility and her light element totems helped provide the final piece of balance to create a proper combat formation of 6 elements. Members of the 6 Elements Crossroads had trained with him at the lead, and John had gotten far better at managing the flow of light element, but it was best to have a proper cultivator. The first wave of 6 Elements Crossroads cultivators was very low in light cultivators, partially because John couldn't provide proper instruction for them. There was Viriato, but while he was capable of martial feats, he really wasn't focused on that. Improving his cultivation made journeys easier and gave him greater respect during negotiations, both for trade agreements and other diplomatic methods. Astrid had made a strong commitment with her training lately, spending just as much time with external elements as her own. And of course, that included training with John. If they weren't compatible with external energy shaping, then dual cultivation would be foolish to attempt. Training had been going well. John found himself able to direct energy to anywhere that was needed in the battle formation, though for the moment they were limited in size. Alone, he could manage a combat formation of core element or darkness-aligned cultivators numbering several hundred. Astrid's addition slightly reduced that number but included cultivators of all elements, overall increasing the available power. Once she advanced to the ascending soul phase, however, John expected that they could lead more than 1,000 together. Of course, if John had infinite time, he could train with every individual in his sect and achieve even greater results. But it was only practical to train closely with a few leaders individually, spending a similar amount of time with the whole group formation. As they moved into the city, they faced off against various battle formations the enemy held, but the core sects were being pushed back and the others were being slaughtered. Ascending soul phase cultivators of the air element and fire element led their own sects for the sovereign primacy, but John's battle group was able to exploit their elemental weaknesses, focusing certain elements on different sides of the wedge-shaped formation. John pushed forward, unconcerned about enemies pressing in from both sides. He parried a series of swift fist strikes from the air cultivator with his sword, his earth element extending the breadth of his weapon. The man on the right wielded a flaming whip, and he would have liked little more than to clash with the earth element John was using, but Astrid kept him at bay. She didn't have the spare capacity to counterattack, even with the effects of the battle formation, but keeping a defensive posture was good enough. As he moved, John gathered water element. Freezing the flaming whip would be his first choice, but he also prepared fire element for a different alternative. And of course, there was always darkness element to hide his true intentions. Whether this ploy worked or not, John wasn't in a hurry to win. He continued to stride forward at a measured pace, keeping their enemies on the back foot. If they were smart, they would turn to flee soon. Because Ursel was still fighting her way through some of the weaker sects, and the few Black Peaks cultivators foolish enough to stand on the side of the sovereign primacy, thinking it would provide them a greater chance of survival. Once she reached the front lines, it seemed as if it would be 2 ascending soul phase cultivators on either side, a balanced match. But Ursel and the Amber Heart cultivators in her wake would be highly disruptive to air element formations. Or Ursel might go directly for the fire cultivator and smash his head in. She could rely on her armor to protect her from attacks long enough to do some pretty serious damage, though John wouldn't necessarily recommend it. He wasn't going to disparage whichever choice his daughter made, though. The flaming whip came for John once more. This time, however, he stepped towards it, circling around Astrid and swapping positions. She fended off the air element cultivator with flashes of light and flame. The whip twisted around John's sword, burning at the earth element. John's water element reached out, intending to freeze the weapon, hoping to make it brittle. There was a physical core beneath the flames, and if that was destroyed, the man's attacks would be far less efficient. However, he had anticipated John's counter and intensified the flames around his whip, which was where John's second phase kicked into gear. He also used fire element, focusing at the furthest point down the whip where his sword touched. Rather than trying to break through his opponent's control and overwhelm his strength, he joined with it, intensifying the heat even more. John wasn't certain quite which material the whip was made out of, but flexibility limited its possible compositions. In that instant when the man reflexively tried to heat it up, John made sure it happened. There was a glow and a puff of smoke, but sadly he didn't get all the way through as the man pushed back against him. However, he was forced to pull back, disentangling his whip rather than trying to twist the weapon out of John's hand. It was obvious their opponents weren't terribly familiar with the city streets, as some of the fire element group broke off at an angled intersection. Or perhaps it was the air element cultivators that went the wrong way. The result was the same, a momentary disconnect in unified elements as they scrambled back into place. But just as a single opponent could provide an opening, so could a battle formation. John directed more spiritual energy towards the right flank, allowing them to push forward. Eventually, the wedge could curve around and begin to surround them, or they could just kill enough people that it didn't matter. John's company maintained forward pressure while other units struck various positions around the battlefield. They had already moved far past the walls, negating any defensive advantage that they provided, as long as they didn't let themselves get flanked. But the enemy forces were not so overwhelming as to have the numbers, especially as they had to draw upon their defenses all around the city. Finding additional opportunities against the ascending soul phase cultivators was difficult for John. He couldn't always be as successful as he had been against Akash. If they had been the same element, he might have been able to come up with a plan, but the quick strikes of the air element cultivator matched with the sweeping whip of the fire element cultivator kept both him and Astrid on their toes, until Ursula decided she was done fighting lesser cultivators. John had sensed her smashing her way through at least a few consolidated soul phase cultivators of the air element. Being able to attack without reservations for defense made her a serious threat to those even slightly less powerful. Now she charged forward without reservation. John was glad she had chosen the air element cultivator, though he would be ready if she cut across the ranks at the last moment. It wasn't out of the question for her to go from her favored element to a disfavored one. The focus of the other two ascending soul phase cultivators had to shift as she approached. John just kept a general track of her, which was easy enough. He didn't have to worry about her harming him unless he made a sudden and foolish movement. Ursula went straight for the air element cultivator, bringing a heavy stone club down towards the woman's head. The air cultivator moved with great alacrity, sidestepping the attack and moving forward. Her fist struck Ursula several times, the sound ringing out. Even if they were supported by enchantments, her fist couldn't easily cause damage. But she did have speed. The heavy club swiped at her again and again, but she relied on her speed to avoid Ursula's attacks. Her targets changed, from various parts of the torso to fingers clutched around the club to Ursula's waist, the side of her head, and anywhere she thought might be vulnerable. She was fast, and Ursula's club was heavy. Ursula did manage to disrupt the formation, her earth element knocking back unrelated combatants as the ground shook. An excessive and flashy use of energy. That was how Ursula did her deception. Because while she was absolutely capable of fighting most opponents head-on, she knew when it wasn't to her advantage. As her club sunk into the ground once more, the air cultivator struck her side. Ursula's elbow came down, catching the woman's fingers. To her credit, her reflexes and decisiveness were astounding. She yanked back her hand, heedless of the damage it caused. Better for her to break some fingers or her wrist than let Ursula get a hold of her arm. Meanwhile, John had to face only against the flaming whip with Astrid's support. His sword moved round and round to catch it at various points, bolstered by water to keep the man from gripping his weapon. He was looking for an opening and got one when Astrid targeted the man's face with a beam of light. His fire element training prevented a flare-up, and he took no damage, but his eyes were briefly closed. John released a throwing dagger from his free hand, aligning his air element with the winds that were given off by the nearby air cultivators. It wasn't performed perfectly, and the man's flexible armor kept him from taking a serious injury as it struck his gut, but it provided an opening for John to step inside his reach, slashing with his blade. Ethereal flames crept along his blade, trying to devour the man's own spiritual energy with clinging affliction. John's self-created technique was sometimes difficult to land, but if it wasn't dealt with swiftly, he could cause serious drain to enemy stores. John continued to press the attack, not wanting to give the fire cultivator a chance to dispel the flames eating away at him. Not peacefully. Astrid aided by throwing darts imbued with her power that sprang up into flickering towers of flame, blocking off part of his movements, unless he wished to take a hit. The two ascending soul phase cultivators were being forced further apart. That was around the time Ursel broke her opponent's hand. The air cultivator wisely made the decision to retreat, calling her company with her. That left John's opponent with little choice but to run as well. John launched a few spears of ice at the man's back, attempting to cause another injury. None were significant, but any future advantage over ascending soul phase cultivators. Both sides had exchanged techniques, which they would then learn from for later encounters. Ursel gave chase, but she focused her attacks on the weaker cultivators left behind. They weren't exactly slow, but on a straightaway it was hard to get away from a more powerful cultivator. She still kept her swings intentionally slower, as she was still being observed by the air element cultivator. With the main force broken, John rallied his company to begin cleaning up the outer edge of the city. Whether they holed up inside sect grounds or fled the city, the Continental Alliance could afford to let the sovereign primacy cultivators pick. If they were smart, they'd cut their losses and run, but John wouldn't mind toppling another peak on them. As for the local sects, it was one thing to capitulate to invaders, but quite another to then stand up against them. Any who had fought wouldn't be making it out alive, and the remainder would be paying a price as well. Perhaps they should have completely exterminated them the last time through, as they had weakened the continent's position. But that mistake wouldn't be continuing. Any who could make their case for survival would nevertheless find themselves without any power in the region. Chapter 439. Though it had taken some time for the continent's counterattack to gain momentum, they were now pushing back against the sovereign primacy with success after success, driving them out of the muted crags. Some portion of their success was based on martial superiority, another part their access to reinforcements, and the final part was that the sovereign primacy wasn't fighting that hard to keep the land they had taken. Having occupied it for a time, they had achieved their goals of stealing the region's wealth. It wasn't clear if they had further goals, but either way they didn't fight tooth and nail to keep their positions. They provided more than token resistance, but they didn't risk severe damage to their forces. For the span of several months, as the continent pushed the invaders back towards the coast, no ascending soul phase cultivators were slain on either side. John's killing of Akash had been one of the rare exceptions in the earlier battles. However, the Continental forces did gain a slight advantage in that arena regardless of the lack of deaths. Architects of the Silver Haze sect advanced to the ascending soul phase, and even if he was merely at the 37th rank, he was still a foe to be reckoned with. John's earlier assessment of his talent had been correct. If only he'd been born a few years earlier, he might have reshaped the whole invasion. While the continent was achieving a series of victories, ultimately they were just compressing the remaining power of the sovereign primacy towards a single place. That wasn't their intention, but that was where they would find themselves eventually. That meant fighting a battle that would be closely matched if the sovereign primacy didn't simply choose to withdraw. The continent would lose some good people. John didn't want that, so before they got to that point, John planned to do something about it. If they could get rid of one or two more ascending soul phase cultivators, it would greatly sway things in their favor. The problem was that they were willing to retreat from battle, so even if he was stronger than his foes, there was no guarantee of killing or heavily wounding them. But of course, there was one time cultivators were vulnerable above all older. A time when they were effectively nothing more than common folk. That was when they were asleep, and sleep was something all people needed, even cultivators. They could push themselves to sleep only once every few days, meditating to extend that duration, but ultimately at some point their conscious functioning would cease, and their spiritual energy would likewise no longer protect them. John didn't think assassination was an unreasonable tactic, just an unreliable one. Important targets tended to be the most well-defended, with numerous guards who could detect an infiltrator. And less direct methods like poisoning could be detected by the target as well as resisted by conscious cultivators. Personally, he didn't see a reason that assassination would be unreasonable if you were at the point you were going to kill someone anyway. Fewer people had to die. The main reason to discourage it was because other people might do it in turn. There was something to be said about it being problematic during times of peace, but if you were at war, there was really no reason to give people a fair battle. Was it really fair if they wanted to fight in a particular manner? Of course not. They would pick circumstances in their favor. The main problem with assassinations were the failures. In a world of cultivation, only a decently strong cultivator stood a chance of success. Otherwise, they would be caught and killed, which was then a loss for the side trying to get ahead. So you had to send some of your best, and if your best weren't enough, then you simply made things worse. Of course, assassins were generally considered to be darkness cultivators. They were the ones that by default were best at hiding. Others could learn, but it was a self-perpetuating cycle where darkness cultivators found it easy to conceal themselves and came up with techniques that made them better, and others didn't usually bother. Though some came up with techniques for specific environments, water cultivators in water, earth cultivators underground or surrounded by boulders, and the like. Light cultivators could be invisible, but they still had to manipulate their spiritual energy to be unnoticed. They were probably the second best option for generic stealth, if they had the right techniques. Given all of that, the best assassin the continent could send was probably John himself. Possibly Melanthina or someone from the Darklands. But John wasn't going to ask his daughter to go where he would not, and they weren't even on the same battlefield. For somewhat obvious reasons, John didn't advertise his intentions, even within his own forces. He merely told them to remain on alert. If he was successful, they could launch an attack on the city. If he failed, he might need them to fend off his pursuers. The latter might also be appropriate if he was successful, though generally he expected to be spotted going in if at all. The city of Xianxia had once contained some weaker sects that didn't have the influence of the Black Peaks. Now, it mainly contained the sovereign primacy. It was less well fortified than the Black Peaks, with smaller walls, but because the enemies had been gradually pushed back, there were denser forces within. John didn't intend to battle them, however, and if he was revealed, his escape plan involved a direct exit into the sky. He would be blatantly obvious, but rapidly leave the effective reach of his foes. Darkness formed a barrier around him as he approached the walls. Where other elements were prominent, it might have been obvious, but this was carefully shaped to match the ambient levels of the muted crags. Xianxia was less well cleared of the native stone than the Black Peaks. In short, the sensory-dampening spiritual energy was a constant feature. That did make things slightly more difficult for John, but even his passive senses would be superior to most of those around him. Ultimately, it would be to his advantage. To climb the walls, he shifted his spiritual energy to mesh with the enchantments. Their main purpose was to fortify the walls against attack, with a secondary effect of pushing away people climbing them. Because John had to minimize his active use of spiritual energy, the climb was slow for just a few meters. However, he was able to take advantage of imperfect brick placement to slowly work his way upward using just his own body. He was uncertain if Ursula would have found it easier or not. Perhaps she would have broken the footholds with her weight and that of her armor, but her body itself wouldn't fail. John's was only slightly better than a fit human on Earth. The thing he was lacking was the expertise that practiced climbers had. It wasn't that he didn't climb, but was rarely restricted to using just his body. Ultimately, he could have probably gone faster, but 20 minutes wasn't a terrible pace either. He waited for a passing patrol before slipping over the wall and making his way down a set of stairs on the backside of the ramparts. Once moving through the patrols of other cultivators, he had to change his balance of energy. There was one particular combination that he knew that most people couldn't sense, especially if he kept it to low levels. That was to say, a perfectly even mix of all elements. Most cultivators would pass it over as an area lacking in spiritual energy. If he pushed it too far, it would look unnatural, but with the sensory dampening in the area, it was a good base, and he could adjust it slightly for those he was passing. For the most part, that meant matching the dominant energy in the area, but only to a small extent. He wasn't trying to feel like a particular fire sect when he added fire element, just to be a close enough feeling that even if anyone actively sensed his position, he wouldn't stand out. Actual stealth skills were important, which was where having a slight advantage in passive energy perception helped greatly. He could tell which way people were moving, and thus where they were looking. Of course, despite all the effort John put in once he got past the walls, he'd done about half the work. They didn't have people on every corner. The only real resistance he met was when he approached the building his target was in. Various scouts had worked for a few days to determine that location, but there hadn't really been many options. Because a high-ranking cultivator would inevitably stay in only the biggest and most impressive locations. Thus, there were a few clan halls and certain sects to consider. Once the location had been confirmed, John initiated his plan. The target was a fire cultivator by the name of Yihol. As John approached the location, he noticed an ever-increasing quantity of light element. It hadn't been obvious from a distance, but once he approached, he found the whole palace surrounded by a barrier of light. John could manipulate his way through. He was nearly certain of it. Without any active cultivators maintaining them, barriers of that sort were easily overcome. However, there was a small chance that he would screw something up and be discovered. In that case, they would be doubly cautious in the future, likely ruining his chances of success entirely. If he had so far gone undetected, he could simply retreat and come back better prepared. And if he had been noticed, then it was foolish to go into a more secure area as he was. Thus it was that he slowly began making his way outward, taking a different path both to observe more of the patrol routes and to avoid falling into any potential traps. It was almost relaxing, like going on a midnight stroll. It was just that there were people around who would want to kill him if they spotted him. That didn't make John afraid. However, most of them couldn't kill him. At most, he expected to lose his opportunity. Back at the walls, he found another set of stairs going up. He silently walked a few steps behind a patrolling guard before levering himself over the wall and beginning to climb down. He could have dropped, but he would have needed to display a smidge of spiritual energy. Best to get completely away from the city without leaving any traces. The following day, they would prod the enemy's defenses, and it wouldn't be just a ploy. If there were any immediate weaknesses, they might capitalize on those and risk the ascending soul phase cultivators running away. If they could cause enough losses to those at lower ranks, they might still pull ahead. But if nothing happened, John would return with an ally in tow. Astrid had trained specifically to match with him, and this would be another good test. Failure wouldn't mean they were incompatible, just that there was more to work on. John was confident that things would work out. At the very least, he expected that she could match with him well enough that any failures would be for a different reason. Their chances of success together should be less risk than that small chance of him screwing up with the light barrier. She would be much better for it, and he could get her to it. Besides, shouldn't couples do things like go out at night and look at the stars? It was unfortunate that most of their proper relationship had been during a war so far, but sometimes that was just how things went. Astrid would be pleased that he trusted her with an important mission. Chapter 440. Explaining his plans to Astrid was fairly simple. John didn't need to go over every detail of how they would kill Yihol. It was pretty much about getting there unnoticed. Drawing me into schemes of assassination? Astrid put her hands on her hips. Trying to turn me into one of those sneaky darkness cultivators, aren't you? John grinned. You got me. One at a time, I will turn everyone to darkness. But on a serious note, you're fine with this, right? Killing an enemy? Of course. Good. We'll be minimizing active energy usage. I hope you've been keeping up with your body training. Astrid made a face. We're not doing something absurd, are we? Just climbing the walls. She shrugged. That's easy. I just can't hang from the rafters by my fingertips for hours. We'll limit that part to half an hour then. Before the time they were planning to make their move, they had some preparations to make. Their weapons were more or less always on them, especially since battle could come for them at any time. No doubt their enemies were ready to fight and keeping careful watch for people burrowing. Whether they would actually pick someone out if they'd chosen that tactic this time was another question, but they'd certainly be looking. What the pair of stealthy cultivators needed to do was get their energy in sync. For acting on the battlefield, previous experience was sufficient. For stealth, they needed to tune Astrid's light and fire elements into an even mix balanced with John's. They didn't necessarily need to exchange energy, just carefully tune how much was displayed. In the end, they actually had a more even mix than John alone, since he otherwise had to suppress his elements to close to his minimal light quantity. Once they were ready, they planned their approach to Xianxia. Simply assuming they wouldn't be spotted was foolish, so they used spyglasses to watch the defenders. Simply keeping eyes on every stretch of land all around a city took a lot of manpower, especially with the features of the muted crags. The city defenders could spot any significant group, but two people wasn't much different from one. Though they were technically walking through an open field, they weren't as obvious as that. The light of the moon and stars barely reached the ground in this place, and the surroundings weren't perfectly cleared. They made use of what cover there was, until they reached the shelter of the walls. Properly made walls would allow attackers to attack those standing below, but only if they knew they were there. Nobody was angled to look directly down. The pair stood together, listening for the faint sounds of boots up above. The walls weren't even that high. Sensations were just dull. Fortunately, that worked in both directions, and since the guards weren't hiding, picking them out was simple enough via their spiritual energy. Once the guards had passed far enough, John lifted Astrid up to briefly stand on his shoulders, then higher, balanced on his hands. It was faster to start her halfway up the wall, and for her to lift John that would require use of spiritual energy that might be noticed. John climbed after her, not quite catching her. His additional focus on his body was convenient at times like this, though he hadn't gone to any extremes. She helped pull him up the last stretch to speed their progress. All he had to do was mitigate his weight with occasional hand or footholds. Once again, John descended stairs, a different set than the previous ones. There were more secure wall designs, but Xianxia hadn't been built to stop determined cultivators. Just weak ones. Using what knowledge they had of the streets and what John had experienced of the previous patrols, they kept their energy neutral and slipped past enemies. John made use of his exceptional dark vision. Even if it was slightly less potent in the muted crags, it was still an advantage. He briefly wondered if light cultivators could accomplish something similar, or what he would ultimately do for a light element body tempering. It seemed only proper to add some of each element. Mateo's totems were better suited to John, and he wouldn't have had to focus so much on maintaining the energy-neutral flow. Another stray thought that wasn't fair to Astrid. She'd accepted that things weren't fair, however. John didn't choose to have such thoughts, and he could reject them. Astrid was here and alive. Mateo was not. The world might have been better if she was, but it could still be good like this. John hoped those thoughts wouldn't last forever. It had been a few years, and currently he was more aware of them. But that also meant he didn't have to let them influence him. He wasn't necessarily in control of his own thoughts, but they didn't control him either. Soon enough, they were close to the light barrier again. The second visit was faster, since he was more familiar, even if he had to lead Astrid around. He gestured towards it. Speech could give them away. Astrid took a good long look, then nodded. She reached out for him, and he took her hand as she reached into the barrier. Her fingers trailed through the barrier, and it parted like a waterfall or a curtain of beads. It was elegant and beautiful, but he couldn't just stay and watch it. She stepped through, holding it open for him as he ducked under her arm. Then she let it down gently. The outer barrier was the biggest issue, but they still had to deal with ambient light element. That could be quite annoying if they were doing active darkness concealment, but they weren't. Mostly, it minimized the effects of the muted crags. They had to be especially careful as they moved around, but John's passive spiritual energy senses had already picked out Yale. Navigating towards the building was easy enough. The outer door was unlocked, though once inside they got closer to a few patrols than they would have liked. Then they came to a door and a much more powerful barrier. Furthermore, it was directly guarded. John could certainly dismantle the barrier, but he wasn't certain if he could do so subtly. Certainly not with an active guard at hand. John gestured silently for Astrid to follow, and she did so while keeping her energy neutral. Another setback wasn't going to stop them now that they'd gotten this far. They made their way back outside the building, but still inside the compound, finding their way to the outside edge of the room by Yehal's low-intensity energy signature. Obviously, a proper room for an ascending soul phase cultivator had to be one of the best. It had a private balcony that the pair climbed up, providing more cover as they took in the door. It was similarly blocked by a barrier, but a weaker one. This would be the biggest test, as the loss of the spiritual energy from the barrier might wake Yehal. It was mostly made of fire and light, the former charged by Yehal, no doubt, and the light element to stop sneaking cultivators like John. Astrid stepped up, gently nudging the spiritual energy around. John thought he might need to help her negate it, but she held it in place as she pulled something out of a hidden pouch in her clothes. John soon discerned they were lockpicks as she fiddled around with the lock on the door. Normally, he would have used a small strand of spiritual energy for similar results, but he wouldn't have been able to do that with the barrier in place. Rather than disabling it, Astrid was simply keeping it away. Then there was a slight click, and she pulled open the door. The barrier was around the door, not over the opening. There were benefits and detriments to both, but this one ultimately came about through particular limitations. The barriers were temporary and not built into the structure itself, as most of those barriers had been taken down when the city was attacked. The sovereign primacy didn't seem interested in rebuilding infrastructure in the muted crags. John would have congratulated Astrid, but this was the time it was most important to not make further noise. He was even worried about drawing his sword, which he should have thought about. He slipped 2 throwing daggers out of his sleeves as he approached Yehel in bed. He was fortunately alone, though they would have figured out how to deal with such a complication if it came up. He held his breath for the last step. Then he reached onto the bed and stabbed one blade into the throat of Yehel and another deep into his belly. Fortunately, the man didn't sleep in armor, though maybe people would take up that stance in the future. Once his weapons were driven into the man, John wasted no time calling upon a burst of spiritual energy. At that point, it was more important to kill him and overcome any reflexive action than to stay stealthy. Yehel's reaction was about what might be expected, but it was clear he had been deeply asleep. He began to gather fire element, but John had forced water element around his blade, and the energy flowing out of the man's dantian was quashed even as John expanded his spiritual energy to cut into the ascending soul phase cultivator's essence. All that was covered by John's darkness element as much as possible. In the end, Yehel was dead, and John wondered if he could die in his sleep just as easily. Fortunately, the answer was no. It would be at least a little more difficult to kill him with diamond defense. And if a foe gathered spiritual energy for an attack, he'd have a chance to sense them. Once John was certain Yehel was dead, he followed Astrid outside. They gently closed the door and began to retrace their route, at least until they were out of the compound. There wasn't much option other than that. Then they made their way out of the city, not even hearing a cry of alarm. Someone should notice that Yehel's energy had faded soon, but perhaps they wouldn't be looking for it. And John was a bit more sensitive than most since he was in the ascending soul phase himself. How did nobody notice? Astrid asked once they were nearing their own camp. People are surprisingly unalert even when they think they are. Like this lady who probably didn't even know we snuck out of the camp. I noticed you were gone, the guard said. I just thought you were. She looked around. We were on a mission. Speaking of which, that thing I had people waiting for has happened. The enemy would be in chaos when they attacked, whether or not they found Yehel dead beforehand. But it was better to get moving as quickly as possible, and neither John nor Astrid had drained much of their energy. At most, they were a bit fatigued simply from staying awake, but that was inconsequential as their enemies would be just as groggy from being suddenly awoken. Taking over Giza was a fairly inevitable result after the death of an ascending soul phase cultivator. It was a huge blow to both fighting power and morale, so the city fell in a matter of hours. It was rather simple to make an assault on the city when led by a powerful cultivator that didn't have someone matching them. They directly assaulted the gates. Since the Continental armies had to gather, the enemy was somewhat ready, but John and Astrid easily vaulted onto the walls, now that they could freely use spiritual energy. They cut down their foes, opening the gates from behind as enemies simply couldn't reach them fast enough to stop them. And then the Continental armies were pouring into the city with no signs of defending ascending soul cultivators. Chapter 441. It was John's own fault, perhaps, that he now had to worry about keeping himself safe at night when he slept. Successfully assassinating Yehel hadn't actually significantly increased the chances that an assassin would come after him, just that he had to think about it. Previously, he would have been able to die peacefully. It might help if he had someone sleeping next to him, but for the moment he'd have to count on the entire camp around him that was so far doing quite well at catching assassins. They had caught a few, but sadly no ascending soul phase cultivators. If they could take out 1 or 2 more, the momentum gained for the overall war would be huge. Once things were more official with Astrid, that alone thing would change, but he didn't think it was appropriate in the middle of a war. And he still wanted to at least ask the opinions of his other children. even if they didn't get to make the actual decision. Until then, keeping a formal separation felt most appropriate, and Astrid ultimately agreed. That said, waiting long after the end of the war seemed unlikely from both perspectives. Even if cultivators lived longer, John wasn't interested in a decades-long courtship process. Besides, the time fighting side by side had to count for extra. He certainly felt closer than ever. The closer they pushed the sovereign primacy to the coast, the harder they fought back. Perhaps they had something they particularly wanted to keep, or maybe they just couldn't stand the thought of losing. They weren't much for negotiations, and at the current point the continent was winning, so that side wasn't incentivized to ask for peace. It would look weak, and for cultivators appearances were often more important than reality. John had to accept that. It was probably true on Earth, too. He just hadn't been in charge of anything important. Except maybe a branch of Brad's Burgers, but that was more locally relevant and not of great military importance. At least not when he'd still lived on Earth. He couldn't say how the situation might have evolved over the past decades. They were close to the last few major battles, targeting a few regions near the coast. The Continental forces had the upper hand, and in John's mind their victory was inevitable. It was just a question of how much it would cost them. Lives of powerful cultivators, those with potential, or just people. So many already lost, and more yet to come. Ultimately, John expected to participate in one more large battle, an assault on the port city of Erdcliff. Ursel was quite excited about the prospect. I'll finally get to smash that guy's face in. You might not be the correct person to face him, John cautioned. Your skills might be better used elsewhere. I'm not the wrong person to face that guy, Ursel said. It's just a little bit of ice. And those picks, what's he going to do? Stab my eyes? Yes, John said directly. Ursel shrugged. It's happened before. Anyway, I'm not stoked about any of the other potential battles. There's that air lady, but she doesn't hold still enough for me to hit her. That wouldn't stop you from defeating her, John pointed out. Yeah, but I don't want to. Normally, John could condemn such childish behavior. However, he understood that motivation was a very real factor for cultivators in combat. If Ursel chose a target she wanted to face, she would be more effective. Furthermore, there could be subconscious factors at play. Ultimately, he trusted Ursel to follow whatever plan was decided well enough to make effective use of her prowess. Further information continued to come in about the defenders. There was that air lady, Katri. Likewise, the flaming whip cultivator Xianxia was there as well. Then, there was another ascending soul phase cultivator of the last gasp. She appeared to be a minor elder of the sect, and her age implied she had less talent than Akash, as she was only in the early ascending soul phase. No doubt she would want to kill John, but who didn't? He was fairly certain there was a large reward bounty on his head. They merely assumed he was responsible for the assassination, but they were quite certain about his defeat of Akash and his overall importance to the Continental Alliance. The local terrain had some difficulties for Erdcliff. It was decently defended from the coastal side, though obviously it hadn't been enough to stop the invasion, but it was less defended from inland. They had slightly bolstered its walls during the war, but there was one issue. Specifically, it wasn't at the highest local point. It was downhill, which allowed for siege engines to launch further as well as other issues. Rather than drawing things out, it was decided that a straightforward approach was best. Thus it was that all of the water and earth cultivators were gathered together, in union with the darkness cultivators. They wanted to keep the precise details of what they were doing obscured, though obviously they couldn't hide they were doing something. John fit every element and was experienced with coordinating different elements, so he was directly involved. The plan was fairly simple, which was precisely the point. They were going to create a mudslide full of rocks and dirt. They would let gravity do most of the work. The options were either that the walls toppled or they built rapid ramps. Erdcliff's defenses might need to be expanded when they retook it. No, that would be true for both ends. It wouldn't be under control of the Black Peaks and indeed barely under the operation of the Muted Crags, but as part of the Continental Alliance as a whole. That was how important their ports were turning out to be, and John understood that more and more as they ended up in additional external conflicts. Obviously, the defenders were ready to face off against their attack. They couldn't hide they were doing something. However, they were spread out over a wide area, ready to liquefy the ground. They had protections in place that would protect their own cultivators from being swept away. The reason they had accelerated their plans for this particular day was simple. It was naturally raining. That saved them half the effort of soaking the ground. It was a bit too firm to have many mudslides on its own, but the earth cultivators would free up the rocks and extract any roots as part of the process. As they hid behind a veil of darkness, the port city watched, trying to harass them with attacks that mostly didn't reach far enough. A few trebuchets struck their own uphill area, almost setting off the event early. They would have been lucky if they had. Cultivators not only liquefied all of the topsoil, they also had to hold it in place for long enough to reach all of it. The entire process was condensed into less than half an hour, but it was an exhausting task. Hopefully, they would come out far ahead. When they finally released everything, it went swimmingly. They were going to have a lot of cleanup ahead of them, but it was better to deal with that after the war was finished. Their armies surged forward after the wave of rocks and mud. Water and air cultivators blocked incoming projectiles, creating domes of protection over their advancing armies. They were imperfect, but good enough for distracted foes who were moments away from being buried. Not that many cultivators would actually fall to a mudslide. From the soul expansion phase onward, John expected everyone could simply push themselves to the top of the heap as long as they were proactive. A massive leap might help. It was just that resisting the built-up energy directly was not going to work, as enemies alternatively scattered and stood firm, trying to surmount the incoming wave. The attacking forces followed behind. John's steps carried him just above the ground, technically flying in the least exciting way. He wanted to confront Xianxia the fire cultivator, but Salha came directly for him. He doubted she would fall to precisely the same trick, but he was confident in his victory. If Ursula had been standing next to him, she could have kicked in the woman's face. As it was, John had somewhat diminished his earth element, an overall fair trade for creating an entrance to the city. Immediately, Salha began draining the air from the surrounding area, reaching for John in particular. He wanted to immediately attempt to strike her down, but he remained cautious. Surely she had a plan, and if he never saw it, he would be quite happy. He grabbed a bit of mud, mixing earth, water, and air to puff up a cloud of dust. It wasn't to conceal himself, though he did make it seem that way. Instead, he had a simple idea. That air had to be going somewhere. It would be 1,000 times more costly to try to fully erase the air in an area, even on a temporary basis. He hadn't gotten to observe powerful last gasp cultivators for long on account of his swift victory. John traced the patterns and flow of air with his senses and came up with a simple plan. He was slightly disappointed that he wasn't facing off against the most naive form of things where Salha pulled all the air towards herself. Instead, it was swirling in various ways. People around him were falling, the air ripped from their lungs. Quite effective. He needed to be quick, though his own lungs were well protected. After half faking it once, he was quite happy not to have his lungs collapsed. Air element to enhance the flow Salha was making, though only in a certain area. Then he threw a few daggers, watching how she deflected them as he gathered fire element. He had plenty of that left. Flashes of light were always a delight, because people didn't expect him to use the light element without a totem. The tiny distraction might have made all the difference. Either way, John sent a powerful burst of flame along the path closest to Salha herself, guided by the wind currents she was making. His own air element clashed with hers as she reacted to counter his assault. Flames exploded on the front lines as John rushed forward, not expecting her to fall to just that. Indeed, she didn't, and rather than retreating, she surged closer to John, trying to reach inside of him. However, such a close connection of energy was risky. Rather than negating it entirely, John latched onto it and tried to wrestle for control over her lungs. He'd considered transforming the element she was fortifying her own lungs with into water, but earth seemed just fine. He didn't make it to her lungs, but he did give her a mouthful of dust. As she coughed, she tried to block his incoming sword with her own blade. His sword caught on hers, using gravity blade to wring it out of her hand while his own sliced across her shoulder. A returning cut sunk deep into her neck. Her eyes burned with hatred as she died, and John redirected a sudden lightning bolt around him with a shell of water. She wasn't terribly good at lightning, but it was air element. Sadly for her, she wasn't great at hiding her transforming energy. Get some air back into the fallen's lungs, John yelled. They wouldn't have suffocated just yet. Instead, their bodies had simply collapsed from shock. Some would have been slain by enemies in those moments, but others were defended by their comrades. As for John, he sought out his next target. Ursula was fighting Katri, precisely as she hadn't wanted to. The woman's speed was giving her pause, as Katri was more wary of Ursula's grappling techniques. There wasn't any chance Ursula would lose that confrontation, however, not if she didn't get attacked by another powerful cultivator. Xianxia, the fire cultivator, was the only one not engaged and quite suited for that task, so he would be next, though John didn't expect to fight him alone. With one ascending soul phase cultivator down, their other cultivators were able to push in more aggressively. Chapter 442. There was some wind lady dancing around Ursula, and she was annoyingly hard to catch. Round and round and round she went, staying out of Ursula's reach except for a few moments where she rang her fists against Ursula's helm. It was annoying. She was supposed to be fighting that ice guy, but Ursula had to work with the rest of the armies. Earth beat air, which was ultimately true, but she didn't want to wait for this woman's fists to become bloody or for her to collapse. Ursula couldn't beat her if she couldn't hit her. Sudden bursts of speed weren't enough. The woman had already figured out many of Ursula's tricks. Ursula wasn't actually slow at all, but neither was she quite fast enough for this. How annoying. Ursula tried to trap the woman among buildings, but what's-her-name kept outmaneuvering her. Ursula almost thought about letting the woman leave, but she could probably cause a lot more trouble for other people. How frustrating. Ursula hefted her club, holding it up high and gathering an abundance of earth element. This was going to be more taxing than she would prefer. Her foe dashed in, unconcerned about her swing. She struck Ursula's left side, kicked her knee, and swerved around to strike her heel in the same time it took for Ursula's club to swing down. Huge amounts of earth element went into the streets around them without touching the woman at all. Most of Ursula's active energy had gone into that strike, prompting the woman to continue her strikes, trying to slip her energy between the gaps in Ursula's armor. She was moderately successful, in that Ursula thought she would have some bruises on various joints. Ursula's arm snapped out, one hand still on her club resting on the ground. The air element cultivator dashed backwards a single step, and that was as far as she got. That was when the light from the sun winked out, the earthen dome finishing its formation. One step forward towards the woman, and the dome shrunk as Ursula's energy tightened. The woman reacted rapidly, striking at the barrier. Then at Ursula. She tried to dive into the ground itself. Ursula stepped closer. The remaining space shrunk. 2 more steps, and there was barely enough room for them to stand. Ursula continued to squeeze her energy around them, finding it an excessive but necessary use of her spiritual energy. She left no weaknesses in the barrier, including directly around her, but it wasn't her body that was going to give out first. She was well armored, and her body was far more durable than whatever the dead woman's name was. It should have been obvious Ursula didn't intend to hit her. Ursula thought she'd have to chase her around with her energy underground. It would have been faster than Ursula herself, but it didn't turn out to be that hard. Now then, the ice guy. Brian or Braun, or something. Ursula had no real elemental advantage or disadvantage. She was a bit fatigued, but she wasn't going to let that stop her. She'd missed the opportunity to have this fight properly the first time. Hey, ice punk, I'm coming for you. At least her allies got the memo, opening up a straight-line path for her rush. The enemy cultivators didn't seem to understand, which meant by the end of her barreling charge, she had a dozen cultivators being dragged along in a tangle, catching cultivators at about the same rate as they tumbled off to the sides. Just her physical body alone, with the density of her muscle and the weight of her armor, was sufficient for the task. A few individuals were foolish enough to plant their feet, but that meant they broke instead of simply being pushed along. There was one consolidated soul phase cultivator that might have done something, but he smartly stepped aside as a wedge of continental cultivators came along behind her. Bran. His name was just Bran, probably. He was prepared to face her as the last of the hindrances rolled out of the way, pick in hand. Not an ice pick, like one might expect from an ice cultivator, just a one-handed war pick. Then again, such a thin weapon would have been a liability. Ursula's club caught him in the chest, sending him sailing backwards as a bubble of water spread out the impact. She chased after him, even as he went flying towards the sea. Ursula was well aware that she was chasing him towards his dominant terrain while also leaving behind most of her own support. She knew, but she didn't care. If the rest of the continental forces couldn't handle themselves with her father having taken out one ascending soul phase cultivator and Ursula taking out another, then there were huge factors they were missing. She might as well spring any traps early if there were any. if this could even be called early in the battle. She'd fought all of the way through the port city by now. Ursula took advantage of the slop to accelerate her own movement. Her opponent didn't fly all the way to the bay from her hit, but he did land on his feet, forming an ice ramp as he continued to move away from her. Her heavy feet crashed into the ice behind him, shattering it. When it was outside of his active control, it was just thin ice after all. He hadn't expended nearly enough energy to enhance its durability or slipperiness long term. When Bran landed on the water, waves rose up around him. Ursula leapt off the edge of a dock whose individual boards barely supported her weight, swinging her club overhand. With such obvious openings, obviously Bran was going to make use of his preferred attacking method. Waves washed over her, freezing her. This time, he managed to catch her before her club began its descent, catching it without any relative momentum to the rest of her. As she hit the water, he increased the density of the ice around her until it was half a meter thick. His energy extended beyond the head of his pick as he dove into the water where she was sinking. Ice might float, but not with a core of Ursula in armor. His weapon moved through the water effortlessly, a thin extension piercing into the inside of her elbow where her armor's joints were weaker. She shifted her earth element to defend the target point, but her body didn't move. For the next several seconds, Bran rained down blows at all of her weakest points, his attacks slipping through the ice and causing only minimal disturbances. Ursula found he was quite good at not compromising the structural stability as he held it together. Ursula's energy continued to shift all around her body, in large part to block him. An attack came for her eye. This time, he extended the point with just his energy, losing a bit of power but keeping it narrow enough to fit through her helm. His attack scraped her eye, filling her vision with blood. Ursula caught his wrist. For some reason, Bran looked surprised, as if she should have had to break the ice around her, or melt it. But she just reformed it. What was the difference between ice and other rocks, except that it needed to be colder to be solid? Ursula had worked with molten rock, which was admittedly a bit more viscous than water and of a dominating element. That was difficult. Reshaping a solid structure made by an allied element? Easy. And Bran clearly hadn't been prepared for that sort of manipulation, because his energy barely even resisted. Ursula gave up her farce of not being able to move, reflowing the layer of ice around Bran. Obviously he dissolved it, but her energy was only meant to distract him from what her body was doing. Her grip on his wrist tightened. She'd crushed the refined bones of powerful beasts with her grip. A human cultivator with only basic levels of body tempering wasn't going to keep up. So he had the choice between a broken wrist and having his movements cut off. But Ursula had more than one hand, and she was well acquainted with fighting in the water. She'd spent nearly half of her childhood in the Shimmering Islands. After all, even now, she regularly visited to fight Turdo and spend time with family and stuff. As their energies wrestled, Bran was ultimately going to win. Defeating that air cultivator hadn't been free. But the wrestling of their bodies was more important, with Ursula hooking a leg behind the man as he tried to pull away. But Bran was determined, and he was even willing to further harm his own wrist to get away. Ursula was impressed with how he slipped out, though she did turn many of his bones to dust as he pulled back with all his might. Unfortunately, he kept running, or swimming, right out towards one of the ships they had prepared. Ursula might have been able to chase after him, but honestly, she was pretty much out of spiritual energy. She could have probably at least messed with the rudder or something, but they still needed to take the rest of Erdcliff. And having an ascending soul phase cultivator run away injured was nearly as good as killing another one. The continental fleets harassed the fleeing cultivators, but they were careful to avoid any ascending soul phase cultivators. They didn't want to let people flee for free, but they also didn't want to suffer any more casualties of their own. In the future, however, they planned to have better naval control of the northern seas. Aside from Erdcliff, the sovereign primacy was pushed back in most other places, with a few stalemates. However, once the different armies began to consolidate, those few remaining holdouts would have been fools to remain. The sovereign primacy likely couldn't afford to throw away the lives of their cultivators, especially not any ascending soul phase cultivators. At Erdcliff, there had been 2 more deaths, a few more among the various other locations. The Continental forces hadn't gotten off completely free, but it was nobody Jon considered a friend. Was that a callous response? Perhaps, but it wasn't even close to the limits of how cultivators might feel. He wasn't glad for anyone on the continent to die, even though they would have been rivals not long before and might still be trouble in the future, if not for the repeated outside dangers. So in some way, the assault was almost good for the continent. Almost. Before they could even really begin to celebrate. However, news came from the south that had John in a fury. There had been another attack by the Stormy Sea sect and others from the Southern Sea, but they weren't the primary assailants. This time, Abrit had made no attempt to hide her involvement. Previously, Morana had at least attempted subtlety. John wondered what she was thinking. There was no way the Sky Islands could win a war, even with their extremely advantageous positioning. Even with the support of other sects, what had she hoped to gain? The timing had not been a coincidence. The actual assault had occurred during the final push against the sovereign primacy. And now John had to go kill Abrit. Or maybe destroy the Sky Islands, if the rest of the island masters had been stupid enough to support her. He hoped not, but the incoming news wasn't clear just yet. John packed powerful cultivators, those not needed to secure the northern shores, onto a few ships. It would still be faster to journey over the seas than march across the continent, and matching the ascending soul phase cultivators was the most important. It would also allow them some time to recover before they got there, though not as much as he would have liked. At least John would have the opportunity to ask Turdo's opinion on Astrid, though he was going to do that anyway without immediately going off to another war. Chapter 443. Unlike Ursel, there was no challenge to a duel from Turdo. He was a more reasonable sort, after all. He just asked a simple question. Do you think you are good for each other? The words might not have been the same, but John was of course reminded of the circumstances around Turdo, Emilia, and Verusha. Ultimately, John found things had worked out well. Emilia didn't end up as advanced in cultivation as Verusha, but she was quite happy with Hardamolyani. John did wish he could see her more often. She was family through marriage and the close ties John had with Lacanus and Justina. However, the biggest opportunity to see people in person lately had been the war, which wasn't particularly optimal. John couldn't help but smile as he thought about Astrid, standing a polite distance away down the ship corridor and at least pretending not to listen in. I do think so. Otherwise, it wouldn't have gotten to this point. I do have some self-awareness. Then, I see no reason you shouldn't, Turdo said. I don't believe Mother would want you to stay alone. She would wish for you to be as happy as possible. And if I'd heard anything objectionable about Astrid, it would have already come up. That was 1.5 approvals secured. Then, John fully believed Ursel would approve once Astrid matched against her, though she was trying to reach the ascending soul phase first. It wouldn't be an even match even then, but that wasn't really the point. As John strode over towards Astrid, she looked at him curiously. Did he approve? Why would he not have? Turdo is a solid kid. I'm pretty sure he's been a full man for several decades. John was about to say that she would understand once she had children, but currently, the plan was very specifically not to do that. Creating a lineage of his own within the Six Elements crossroads might not be the best for the sect. With everything vying for his attention, he also doubted they would be able to provide the attention their children deserved. Even the triplets probably didn't get as much love as they could have, though John and Mateo certainly tried. How's your cultivation going? John said as he led them towards the upper decks of the ship. They were currently passing north of the Boiling Springs, the very beginning of their journey around the continent. The war with the sovereign primacy had concluded, but Abert of the Sky Islands had decided to cause trouble for unknown reasons. From war to war they went, which was not how John envisioned a better future. I believe I have chosen my 5th totem, she said. But now I am concerned about the viability of my others. I did not have the foresight to choose totems particularly suited to growth, and some will be at the 3rd and 4th tier. Do you think that will harm my prospects for advancement? I would invest extra time on those 3rd tier totems. Perhaps you can see them in a new light and bolster them with flames of renewed life. That would be easier with direct guidance, Astrid admitted. John agreed, but they had reasons to avoid dual cultivation aside from political ones. John was far enough ahead into the ascending soul phase that his help might actually damage her long-term prospects, as she might miss some key insights on her own. If they had been growing together long-term, it would be quite a different perspective, but John was 5 ranks ahead, the 41st compared to her 36th. He could drag her forward, but that might be the end of advancement for her. She had sufficient talent to succeed. John believed so, and her relative age agreed. She was slightly older than when he made his first disastrous attempt to reach the ascending soul phase. But even if she spent a few more years at her current rank, she could take that last step before the age John was actually successful. I found the best option for me was to focus on how each totem fed into the others. John knew Astrid at least chose her totems synergistically. Otherwise, she would likely have stagnated at an earlier rank. Don't be afraid to tear things down to build them up better. Though, try not to do it with too much vigor. One piece at a time is best. Astrid had 2 fire totems and 2 light totems. The fire totems were devoted to ignition and sustained conflagration, chosen alternately with the light totems that were based around sunlight growth and focusing light to intensify it. Personally, John thought that the style might have done well with an earth totem in there, but it was a bit late and might require a fundamental shift in the methods of the Summer Sun sect. A 2-element split was the simplest way to achieve the results they had, and relevantly didn't require reaching the soul expansion phase to unlock their full potential. Shall I burn the fields? Astrid asked. Her sect cultivated based around the firegrass that filled the fields around their home. Only if it would result in new growth, John pointed out. How does firegrass normally spread? From what he had seen, it only burned in sunlight, but it did not burn away. By the end of summer, it dries out. The central stalk splits, and seeds are revealed to be carried away by the winds. Perhaps instead of destruction, that should be your method. I incorporate the cycle of decay, but that doesn't mean it's suited for your own cultivation. I have no winds, Astrid admitted, nor any such spiritual energy. That, we can fix, John said as they arrived on deck. You don't need a totem to control small amounts of other elements. Says you, Astrid commented. You have totems of every element. Except light, John pointed out. But I still carry plenty of that. He held up a hand, lights dancing around his fingers. It was nothing impressive to a mixed light cultivator like her, of course, but instead it was a simple reminder. And I practiced each element significantly before attuning a totem. Even darkness? She asked. In various ways, yes. The original Fortkran had hurried into bonding with the claws of darkness, diving into the sea of spiritual totems repeatedly. In that manner, his talent wasn't bad, though he'd been a bit overzealous for his second totem and advancement to the foundation phase. The second time I knew what I was doing. Right, Astrid nodded. She already knew about his status as a transmigrator, but that didn't mean it was at the forefront of her mind at every moment. Was it beneficial? Absolutely. I learned so many things not to do. Even beyond cultivation, John explained. Now then, it's time to catch you some wind. He took her to the bow of the ship. Messing with wind currents there would have the least impact on their actual sails, and those bolstering the winds of their fleet. They weren't rushing, but it wasn't a time to casually sail either. Not with an ascending soul phase cultivator causing havoc in allied territories. But since John couldn't get the whole fleet there more efficiently, he was at least going to work on what he could, which was mostly Astrid. He wanted her to be as successful as possible, and that didn't just mean advancing to the ascending soul phase. Though, he would be crushed if she failed. That would almost inevitably mean death. A reversion of cultivation or permanent damage were some of the most pleasant alternatives. Was what he felt love? Certainly, the beginning of it, just like he and Mateo had built up their relationship one step at a time. In this case, it was entirely positive to be comparing Astrid to Mateo, even if it was always going to be a bit unfair. John had no doubt that he emphasized all the best parts of her in his memories, while he saw all of Astrid's flaws in front of him. Not that there were any serious flaws, or they wouldn't have gotten to their current point. Astrid learned to catch the wind fairly easily, drawing in small amounts of air element mixed among the more prominent water and secondary fire elements of the region. She needed sufficient experience with external spiritual energy manipulation before she began messing around in her dantian. But as an allied element, she shouldn't have any significant risks, even if she made an immediate attempt. She simply might not make good progress. The picture of her development in John's mind was not growing a single towering tree of darkness, but an expanding field of firegrass. No individual stalk had to be large or impressive to improve the power of her totems. He had various ideas to try out regarding growth rate. Merely advancing her totems to the 4th tier or close to it should be sufficient. A small imbalance was fine, and some cultivators got by with totems that barely improved at all, relying instead on reaching deeper depths for new totems. Though in such cases, if they let any totem get too far behind, they might find them solidified, barely able to grow. Or so John's studies had said. He hadn't experienced that himself, and the majority of his friends also grew their totems efficiently. Though, Renato had mentioned certain flaws of that sort in his previous life. Thus his renewed focus in his second life. Not everyone got a second chance. At least, not everyone realized it. It was quite possible that everyone did reincarnate. Perhaps even expected. It was simply that the norm was doing so without any memories of a previous life. John didn't know what made him special in that regard, and perhaps it didn't matter. "How's your swimming?" John asked Astrid as they passed the shining coast. They would be stopping for supplies briefly before continuing the journey. "I can swim." "Oh, that's right. You grew up in the Sunfields, a landlocked country with few lakes and rivers. Want to learn?" "I know how," Astrid complained. "Good," John said, taking her by the hands, and then leaping into the ocean. This was perhaps the most unfair mental comparison he had ever made to Mateo, but he found that to be a good thing. Her practical flailing in the water was anything but the elegant movements of an experienced swimmer. She did augment her movement with light element, but it was still pretty bad. Astrid stopped on a small sandbar ahead of John. "See? I swim just fine." John searched for just the right words to be teasing, but not fully insulting. "You're like a newborn duck." He looked around. "I'll race you." "Oh, sure. Mr. Water Element is going to challenge me to a swimming competition. I'll use only light and fire." "Fine, you're on." Astrid wasn't overly competitive, but she did like to win. When something seemed to be to her advantage, how could she refuse? The problem was that John had seen her. Even if he was using less than a third of his own spiritual energy, he would vastly overpower her, because he knew she would be using only half. Astrid used only light element to support her. Any spiritual energy could guide the body and enhance movements. There was no issue there, but for swimming light had no particular benefits. That left John with his small amount of light element and a greater amount of fire element that was on the losing side of the elemental battle. But he had two advantages. First, he knew how to manipulate fire element to support water, controlling it externally and supporting his own movements. And of course, the biggest factor, he knew how to swim. John let Astrid pull ahead, not to puff up her confidence, but to provide room for him to route around her without disturbing her swimming. There would be a time for interference in competition, but this wasn't one. Long strokes took him in an arc around the splashing wake of Astrid. It was really unfair to Olympic swimmers, but a consolidated soul phase cultivator could outpace them rather trivially. Even one who was clearly not an experienced swimmer. In fact, Astrid could have likely done the same at the foundation phase. That was the power of spiritual energy. And any decent water cultivator in the early spiritual collection phase. The fact that some Olympic swimmers would keep up with those with even some amount of supernatural power was already a testament to their training. But at some point, the limits of the human body were reached. At least, without advanced body tempering, which made use of spiritual energy and other supernatural forces. "We're going to need to teach you proper form," John said from where he was sitting in front of Astrid's destination. "Is it that important? I could just run on the surface of the water." "You're gonna beat Carl like that, huh?" John raised an eyebrow. "I think not." Then again, Astrid wasn't likely to defeat the Leviathan youth around the water regardless. But being able to swim well would improve her survival odds in the water long enough to get out of it. Potentially. Astrid looked mortified to have a weakness exposed. John was very much enjoying it. And he was never going to mention aloud how much better Mateo was at swimming, even if she brought it up. Chapter 444. "I can't cook either," Astrid admitted. John pondered that. Did anyone expect cultivators to cook their own meals at all? Even if they assumed traditional roles for female cultivators, they would generally have sufficient status that certain aspects didn't fall under their care. For example, if Mateo had been married to him but not heir to a clan, she would have likely been expected to run certain aspects of the household and clan affairs. But cooking and cleaning wouldn't be part of that. John didn't expect that non-clan traditions would be terribly different. Then again, he was probably woefully out of touch with the common people of this world. "I mostly just cook one thing," John replied. In different forms. Grilling was often considered more traditionally masculine, because it often took less preparation, because it was done outdoors. Because there was slightly more fire sometimes? He didn't actually have an answer for that. And in this world, people would first think of roasting beast meat over an open fire. Though people were often pretty bad at that, from what John had seen. You should try my burgers at some point. I did hear something about that food, Astrid admitted. Unfortunately, getting the proper ingredients fresh was rather difficult. It wasn't actually that far from a strain to her part of the sunfields, but the bison didn't live in the sunfields. Having some brought would be feasible enough, or they could be shipped. Cultivators could preserve things if they were willing to put in the effort. They could create ice anywhere, for example. Recently, John had been focusing on improving the roads. Just because cultivators could walk everywhere didn't mean that the roads were good. If they had good roads from coast to coast, they might not be currently sailing around the continent to deal with another issue. John very much hoped they would get a proper update when they reached Verdant Landing. That would be their last stop before either circling around beneath the Wuthering Steppes or crossing over through the Darklands. It would depend on the reports said, which made more sense. They might want to strike the Sky Islands directly and then make a move on Abrit's position. There was indeed news waiting for them on the coast of the Viridia wildlands. It wasn't good news, but it wasn't the worst news. They found a motivation behind Abrit's attack, a very cultivator motivation. She was snatching up air element resources from the Wuthering Steppes and adjacent glass hills with wild abandon. So far, she had used them to push her cultivation forward 2 ranks, from the 43rd to the 45th, the limit of the ascending soul phase. Even if it wasn't outright stated, her goal was obvious. She wanted to reach the exalted soul phase, regardless of the consequences. Perhaps she thought that if she did, all would be forgiven, or everyone would be too afraid to act against her. However, she was still thinking thoughts of previous centuries. No matter what happened, she was going to die. The continent didn't need a powerhouse that wasn't for the continent. As for her increased power, John wasn't afraid. She'd gained 2 ranks, but he'd gained just as many ranks since he'd last seen her fight. He wasn't completely confident about defeating her himself, but he didn't have to be, because he would just throw Ursel at her. It had to be remembered that Ursel defeated Abrit while not in the ascending soul phase. Was that a feat that was replicable outside of the arena? Most likely not. But Ursel was 3 ranks higher, properly situated near the end of the early ascending soul phase. And John didn't intend to give Abrit an easy one-on-one battle. Another relevant piece of information was that she didn't appear to be supported by the other island masters. That meant that as far as ascending soul phase cultivators went, there was Abrit herself and a small handful of others that should all be in the early or mid-ascending soul phase. That wasn't too hard to match. That didn't mean they could relax, because if she actually did reach the exalted soul phase, their losses wouldn't be insignificant, aside from whatever damage she'd already caused. Just because John was confident they would ultimately win didn't mean he could guarantee any particular individual would survive, including himself. John consulted with those around him. Renato, Ursel, Turdo, and Verusha made up the ascending soul phase cultivators. Then there were those who were fairly close, powerful consolidated soul phase cultivators like Astrid and Anna, as well as a few others. Some of those he relied upon, like Steve and Justina, were currently fortifying the northern coast, so that the sovereign primacy couldn't simply return and cause more havoc. Deirdre, however, hadn't remained there. Light cultivators had been great for offensive purposes, but not for long-term fortifications. We can go around behind them, John said. But if they catch us at sea, we drown them, Verusha declared, or boil them. But we have sufficient forces here to face them, unless they somehow instantly gather everyone. We don't need to secure huge supply lines. We just need to take out the leader. All that said, Turdo commented, I think that's a good reason to seek out even more allies, or at least guard against a potentially greater number of enemies. We need the other peaks to join with us to stand against her, or the continent will never be at peace. Most of them are pretty set, John said. I'm not sure about whoever took over the 5th peak position, but Mirka, Venera, and Sitora should be with us. Even if they send only token reinforcements as they secure their positions, it will make our position more stable. Just one issue, Renato said. How are we going to get there? We fly, John said. Hate to break it to you, but most of us can't do that. It's fine. I can get all of us dash, John's eyes flicked over Ursel. That aren't staying here to protect the ships. Ursel grinned. This is because I'm fat, isn't it? I think it would require redefining the word for that to apply, John said. It's because you're dense. Fine, I get it. I'm too stupid to go with you. Exactly, John nodded. He was ready to dodge the playful punch she threw his way. But seriously, I don't think I can support your weight and arrive with much available spiritual energy. We might have to fight right away. Renato and Anna can cover most of our earth needs. With Verusha and Astrid as fire cultivators, we have sufficient weaknesses for the whole of the Sky Islands. And if anyone threatens our ships, you can bury them however you please. John looked around. Any objections? Modifications? Nobody seemed to think they should take the land route and launch an assault that way. The one modification was that they were going to stop by ports in the southern dead fields to send messenger squads asking for coordination from the Prism Underfields, in case they hadn't already been contacted properly. Acting decisively was a lot harder when you had to spend weeks in transit. There was plenty of time to second and third guess decisions. Fortunately, John found himself surrounded by helpful people. He didn't need to make sure that they hadn't been agreeing just because he thought something, but Astrid settled that. You know Ursel would have called you a dumbass to your face if she didn't agree, Astrid pointed out. And I doubt Renato would be much different. I have the feeling Verusha would have spoken up for Turdo. That doesn't stop them from subconsciously believing in it more than they should because they trust me. Astrid shrugged. Capable people working together on a single ill-advised mission will do at least as well as an incapable group performing the most effective maneuver. John was pleased that as she grew more used to him, she was also more capable of speaking her mind. She'd never been exactly timid, but there was still a sort of demure attitude she liked to portray. And that was appropriate sometimes, but John really wanted to be corrected if he was going off course. My previous life didn't prepare me for this at all, John sighed. I thought you said you were in a leadership position? Astrid tilted her head. You were supposed to catch the hidden quotes, John said. He was revealing details a little at a time, and it simply hadn't come up. I was the manager for a restaurant, which meant doing everything an employee had to do at least some of the time, from taking orders to cooking to cleaning. It must have been a wonderful restaurant. It was fast food, John said. She wouldn't have context for that, so he explained. We were proud of what we did, but the food was meant to be cheap and quick. Not a fancy restaurant that people travel across the world for. We mostly got people from down the block. The main location sometimes got people from neighboring cities, but that's not much different. Astrid pondered for a while. I don't think there's anything wrong with doing humble work to the best of your ability. But isn't drawing people from surrounding cities a reasonable accomplishment? Not with cities tightly packed together. You get a few 100,000 people crammed into different jurisdictions within 5 or 10 miles. Something like 8 to 15 kilometers, John corrected himself. Technically, this world didn't precisely use kilometers, but it was startlingly close as far as he could tell. He just thought of the words as the same thing. It is still a significant distance to go for a meal. You catered to the common folk, correct? Not cultivators? It could have taken them half a day to reach this fast food restaurant. Not with cars, John said. More like 15 to 20 minutes. Unless there was traffic, in which case people were going to be going somewhere closer. Cars? Astrid asked. So John explained cars. And various other things. You've been trying to replicate many of these devices, haven't you? John nodded. I don't know any of the technical specifications, but wheels plus power is an easy enough start. Too many cultivators just rely on their own feet, though. I think we'd have to get them cheap enough to be popular among common folk first, which is a bit much. But the thing is, the benefits are more than just the speed. Even if a cultivator can go faster, they can't do that and arrive fighting fit. Even if that wasn't a concern for most people on Earth, it was very real here. Previously, John had spoken with Mateo about all these things. Now, it was Astrid's turn. John almost felt like he was telling stories of a forgotten mythical kingdom, and for all he knew, he could be making things up by now. His memories seemed pretty firm, but it had been something like 80 years. Plus another 20 of mixed memories from Fortkran himself. They spotted the first of the Sky Islands high on the horizon. Unlike John's first visit, they were taking military ships. Thus they could approach as close as they wanted to. That also meant they could go closer to the peak themselves, instead of taking the longer journey on land and air. Their approach would be noticed, but hopefully that would reveal the true colors of the Sky Islands. If they had to fight, at least they'd only be dealing with whoever remained in the peaks. Though with only their ascending soul phase cultivators, they might have to retreat. Actually, they did have a number of consolidated soul phase cultivators that could fly at least themselves and a couple others. They would likely find the whole task more difficult, but the battle power they brought with them might be significant. The important part was balancing their perception. They didn't want to look like an invasion even if they might be. Ursula was still staying, though. Those cultivators who could lift her couldn't necessarily do so for 10 vertical kilometers. Chapter 445. There wasn't anything exciting about flight when you had been able to do it for years and you were just going in a straight line. There wasn't even any scenery passing by. Everything stayed the same, except for the extremely slight extension of the horizon and the approaching earthen surfaces of the Sky Islands. John wanted to study them more carefully at some point. Was there no erosion? Perhaps the earth element held everything together, but it was important to consider. He was well aware of the crystals that allowed them to fly, even if he didn't understand everything about them. Did they produce spiritual energy or rely on the surroundings? He had many questions that the Sky Islands probably didn't want him to know the answer to, especially if they were enemies. John hoped they weren't, as a whole. Unless all of the reports were false, however, Abert was. Nobody expected to find her, and as they got closer, John became more certain of her absence. Ascending soul phase cultivators could be felt from a long way off, even him, if people knew how to look. I thought this would be more exciting, Renato commented as they landed near the base of the peaks without anyone throwing anything at them. Don't complain, Anna commented. I'm sure there will be plenty of conflict soon. At their current distance, John could feel a number of familiar energies. However, he also noticed a number missing. Sitora was present, but faint. Their group flew up to the 5th peak. With the links between islands, it was far easier than the initial climb. Nobody came to greet them, but nobody came to stop them either. They marched down the center of the island towards the far side, where the link to the 4th peak carried them higher. Mirka was waiting. Over the years, she had reached the early ascending soul phase, though her promotion to 4th peak master was more due to Mirana's death than her own merit. Abert is not here, she said. I know, John replied. Did you support her? He looked around, taking things in. I had to, she countered. No, you didn't. Renato, if you would. Renato hefted his club. Are we keeping her around? What's the point? If she supports enemies of the continent, she is one of them. Any ascending soul phase cultivator was a great boon to the continent, or a threat. Mirka understood their conversation in time to try to flee, but as she leaped into the air, calling upon the winds, the island pulled her back down at Renato's direction. No, wait. She threatened to kill me. I'm not threatening, Renato said. Defend yourself, or accept your death. A blast of wind did nothing to push him back. Even if she had been of the same rank as Renato, Mirka wouldn't have been successful. Then again, part of the reason for her lower rank was the difference in talent, so it wasn't quite correct to say that. What earth element she had didn't matter as Renato's club overpowered her defenses. Her skull was crushed in a single move, and then they were continuing onward almost as if nothing had happened. The few supporters she had brought with her weren't able to make a move against Renato, and they certainly didn't want to draw in the rest of those involved. Astrid slipped up next to John. You and your friends are scary when you're angry. You think we're angry? She shook her head. I know you're angry. I gave Abert too many chances. And she's not even here, Astrid pointed out. John shrugged. Her supporters are. Some of them, securing her position. That was all there was to say, at the moment. Venera, now of the 3rd peak, had actually been an ally instead of merely an acquaintance. John immediately saw the difference, with a significant portion of the 3rd peak's buildings scarred from battle. Venera came to meet John with several others by her side, none in the ascending soul phase just yet. She didn't wipe you out, John commented. Her position is too weak to be so domineering, Venera explained. She did cause quite a bit of damage, however. Will you join us? John asked. She looked around, focusing her senses on the lower peaks. There are no longer threats from below. My people will survive without me. Unfortunately, I must leave these lieutenants for safety. She gestured to those who had come with her. We will be glad to have you. The 2nd peak. Sitora didn't come to greet John. However, given the circumstances, he found that appropriate. The damage to the second peak was more significant, and his senses found her in bed, injured. The man who came to greet them was the same who had been chosen to battle Viriato upon their first visit. Ognian's cultivation had been quite prosperous, it seemed. He had gone from the peak of the consolidated soul phase to the 38th rank, the second rank of the ascending soul phase. An island master position has opened up, John commented. If I wished to be the island master of the 4th or 5th peak, I would have done so long ago. I choose to serve the Honorable Sitora. John smiled. Good. We are not planning to stay long, but I would visit with her, if she is feeling up to it. She did ask to speak to you. John nodded. The rest of you wait for me, please. He did keep his guard up, not being as familiar with Ognian personally. Sitora trusted him enough, but it would be embarrassing to die to a cultivator 3 ranks below him. Besides, it wouldn't take long for someone to fly in from the first peak, if they wished to cause trouble. Seeing Sitora, John was glad he was the only one. A proud woman like herself should not be easily seen in such a weakened state. Her wounds were more obvious up close, even if John didn't pry. How bad is it? He asked. My wounds. You might say they are not so bad in some ways. They won't kill me, at least. And yet, John said, looking over the old woman, who had visibly gained in years far beyond what a cultivator should. I may not make a full recovery, she admitted. I may not retain my position as island master of the second peak for long. Who would take it from you? John asked. Ognian doesn't seem interested. Venera, we wouldn't even need to battle. You could still control the second peak. The first one is going to be vacant. Sitora chuckled, coughing slightly. For wounds that were weeks old, John was worried at how slow they were healing. Then again, for a woman multiple centuries old perhaps, she was healing at blinding speed. It was all a matter of perspective, and John didn't know quite how bad they had been. I sense your daughter down below. You didn't bring her to the peaks? I wouldn't have been upset. She's heavy, John said. That got Sitora cackling, during which she actively used her energy to aid her breathing. Her assessment seemed accurate enough. Even if her cultivation was as strong as ever, her body wouldn't be able to handle the power of the ascending soul phase, at least not as easily as before. You're not going to let Abrit go this time, are you? The continent needs every ascending soul phase cultivator we can get. I'd be quite glad to include the Sky Islands among our numbers. Conversely, we don't need people like Abrit. Enemies won't be tolerated. Crush her. I intend to, John said. Or maybe I'll let Ursel do it. Do you think Abrit has trauma from that time? I know she trained to fight against specific techniques. You should be cautious. If you thought Ursel didn't learn anything from that battle, you would be wrong, John said. And her growth afterwards has been quite significant. That was all they had to say. John didn't want to force Sitora to talk any more than she had to. He trusted she would keep her word and still be there when he returned. Alive, if not quite as prominent as she had been. The flight from the second peak to the first required John to support the extra air cultivators of their group, as he had done on the ascent. Even with the link, it was not that easy. Thinner air, perhaps, or the path was intentionally more difficult. Before they even arrived, they were under attack by a hail of arrows. Most stemmed from a single cultivator, Noemi. One of the first peak's ascending soul phase cultivators. She had advanced to that level shortly before the first tournament attended by the Sky Islands came about. John had some trouble rerouting the winds around their entire party, but he was in the best position to do so. He glanced over at Renato. Ready to repeat a victory? John held out his hand. Renato grinned, grasping it. As you please. In response to John's own earth element building up, he gathered his own. Then John tossed him the remaining several hundred meters, Renato's force pushing against all of the rest of them. However, even if they were momentarily set back, the remaining flight was easier to do at speed because the individuals trying to kill them were quite distracted. John wasn't sure if Renato was actually trying to kill Noemi, but he definitely cracked one of the pillars supporting the gates on purpose, and he couldn't have accidentally slammed his club into all of those buildings as he chased her around. As John and the others set feet on the first peak, people sprang into action, except for John himself. He was filled with a sudden inspiration. Astrid glanced back as he walked to the edge and severed the path linking the peak to the others. From today on, the first peak of the Sky Islands will be no more, John shouted, spreading his voice to the peaks below. It was an appropriately dramatic declaration that he didn't follow up on immediately, because along with Noemi, there were a significant number of consolidated soul phase cultivators defending the island. However, it was clear that Abrit had taken the majority of her forces off to war, and most likely lost some number of individuals trying to force the other peaks to comply with her will. It was difficult for John to say, as he could only see who was still present. John kept a half eye on Renato's battle, mostly to make sure he didn't get overwhelmed by extraneous additions. An enemy he had already defeated wouldn't be a challenge for John's friend, not if she hadn't undergone any fundamental changes. But no, it appeared that she'd only continued to advance forward in ranks, but not any faster than Renato. This attack is pointless, Noemi shouted at some point. You will find no treasures here. All right, some cultivators cared about such things. Though actually, Noemi was wrong, because the island itself was quite valuable. Her words were true enough, however, when the battle ended the same way as in the tournament, except without the benefit of powerful arena formations protecting her. There had been some local defenses that augmented the first peak cultivators, but Renato had been smashing them, and John had disrupted a few as well. The vaults were actually empty, the squad determined. At best, there were a few extra weapons, but no cultivation resources. Not an expected position for the first peak, but it appeared that Abrit had drained everything they had before she began the war. Further proof she was pushing for the exalted soul phase. I guess we sail to the shores now, Astrid asked as John looked towards the horizon, standing at the edge of the island. No, no, Astrid tilted her head. Are we not going to go to the aid of our allies? We will, but this thing doesn't have any sails. Astrid only understood what he was talking about when his mixed air and earth element finished infiltrating the island, accelerating it in a certain direction. He hadn't severed the connection for no reason at all. Chapter 446. Nobody who was going to object to John absconding with the first peak was still alive, it seemed. It was quite possible that any of the remaining island masters were unhappy with his actions, but he had a point to make. That point involved slaying Abrit in the most public way possible, so that the continent didn't forget. Besides, those currently suffering her assault needed repayment. John sent a few people down to the fleet to inform them about what was happening, but everyone else stayed on the first peak as they traveled to the northwest. For the first few days, he was still wary of how the Sky Islands would react, until he was beyond their boundaries. He might have discussed it with the island masters first, but it was nearly spontaneous. Normally, that wasn't the sort of thing that should be done where there were major diplomatic consequences. John felt it was justified in this case, because otherwise they would be stuck in the same cycle forever. The island moved surprisingly easy, which was to say, John was glad he could make it move at all. The first peak wasn't exactly huge, but it was far more massive than he could affect with just his energy. However, because it was floating, one of the barriers was overcome. He just had to impart momentum to it and overcome air resistance. Except, it also mostly did the latter on its own. He was glad it actually retained momentum long term. Otherwise, he would have had to speed it up again every morning. Those who weren't ascending soul phase cultivators would have a much harder time moving it. Renato wasn't as effective as John, being a pure earth cultivator. It was a combined discipline, and the members of the 6 elements crossroads that were multi-element air and earth cultivators were weaker. They did help, however. John certainly wasn't going to devote every scrap of his spiritual energy to the efforts. He would just arrive at a war zone exhausted, which seemed like a terrible idea. There was theoretically a maximum velocity they could meaningfully maintain, based on the fleet below, but they were not at that point. John stood at the edge of the island, looking ahead. Astrid sat slightly in front and to the side, her legs dangling off the edge. This is an amazing view. Set up over Lunson, you could probably see all of Estrain. Probably, John said, but I'm not keeping it. She looked up at him, confused. What? Are you just going to put it back? He shook his head. It probably wouldn't fly in Estrain. Most likely, it would crash down somewhere just across the border of the Green Sands or the Darklands, depending on our route. I thought the Sky Islands produced their own air element. Nothing is ever that simple. Elemental resonance is one thing that allows them to maintain their positions, but it's not limitless. Well, I could be entirely wrong. I haven't actually stolen an island before. Why not? Astrid grinned. Sounds like a good pastime. They're heavy, John replied. I'd get tired. She crossed her arms. Sounds like you're not trying hard enough. She looked to John for his reaction. He did his best to look offended, and for a moment her expression faltered. Then he grinned. True, I'm lazy at heart. John didn't really believe that. He'd been quite productive in this world, partially because he needed to be to survive. Another factor was that people were relying on him. Ultimately, it just felt good. He did make sure to take breaks, though. If he had been going for 8 decades at full steam, he would have collapsed long ago. He would have had more disastrous cultivation errors as well, and his first attempt to reach the ascending soul phase likely would have killed him if he even made it that far. The thing about cultivation was that even when it was hard work, it was generally pleasant. Taming the elements, gaining understanding, and developing a clear sense of growth. Humans wanted progress, and being able to clearly measure cultivation increases was quite good for them when it didn't grow into an obsession. John imagined that a few individuals who found themselves stuck at bottlenecks might actually do better to just relax than continuing to push forward. But except for his disciples and those outsiders who actually came to him for advice, it wasn't his job to tell everyone how to act. Astrid swung her legs back and forth. You know, I'd thought that being closer to the sun would improve my abilities, but I can't really tell a difference. In fact, the elemental balance here is just worse for me. She had learned elemental conversion techniques as part of her plans to integrate with John's style, but she was just a few years in. John was still improving after many decades and had more motivation. I don't think we're measurably closer to the sun, John replied. What? We're so high up. John looked at her confused. Just like 10 kilometers. Isn't that higher than most mountains? Barely, John said. Actually, he would bet that there were some that were higher in this world, where the spiritual elements were given to extremes. He wondered if it would be water element due to the cold heights, air element for wind, or even earth element for being a mountain itself. In that case, it could be a volcano and include fire. The distance to the sun should be measured on the order of 100 million kilometers. John continued his earlier thought. Our trips from north to south might have changed the distance more than rising up into the air. Yeah, I get that, Astrid said. But there's significantly less stuff between us and the sun now, right? That is true. The atmosphere is much thinner. But I think unless you make a rocket to space, you won't notice any real difference. Rocket? Astrid tilted her head. Oh, let me tell you about our space travel. When I left Earth, no person had landed on anything further than the moon, but by now it might be so much further. Astrid listened diligently. Earth sounds like it was pretty amazing, despite individuals being weaker. Cooperation became even more important. Though sometimes we worked to our own detriment, creating weapons that could kill too many of us. John sighed. I hope we haven't wiped ourselves out by now. What do you mean? Astrid asked. So John explained the concept of nuclear weapons and fallout, plus nuclear winter. If anyone was alive, that might not last once all the plants died, he concluded. But hey, we made it something like 70 years without launching any more nuclear strikes after the first ones. So I'm pretty optimistic. Do you want to go back? John thought about that for a while. I did at first, but it wasn't realistic. Now, if given the opportunity somehow, I'd like to visit. But the only possibility for a transfer I know is a bit unlikely to result in success. What do you mean? Astrid began. Before he could answer, she came to the conclusion herself. Oh, dying again. Yeah, John confirmed. And I'd rather not. Besides, I might be bound to this world. Or just forget my memories, since it's a special circumstance to retain them. Anyway, it's not like there would be anyone there for me to visit even if I did go. Was your family gone? They will be now. Or at best, a few of them will be old and infirm, depending on how medicine has advanced. 70 or 80 years was a pretty normal lifespan. 100 was quite extreme, with death expected at nearly any moment. I see, Astrid nodded. Then she shifted herself around, bowing down. I pay my respects to one who is about to perish. John flicked her forehead. That was a world without cultivation. I'm only a few decades older than you. I'm not some wrinkled old man. John touched his face. Or are you attracted to that kind of thing? I could probably let myself wrinkle. I would prefer for things to continue smoothly. Astrid responded seriously. We should not have to be concerned about age for quite some time, as long as I can reach the ascending soul phase. Flying an island was only novel for the first week. John was getting pretty tired of it by the time they properly approached land. They'd spotted it the day before, their vantage point extending the horizon to a great distance. It was testament to their speed that they actually reached it. John sent a message down to the fleet below. He wanted them to infiltrate the southern port, determine if it was under control of the Sky Islands, and gain updated information on Abert's location. For that purpose, Renato descended to join Ursel. Nobody sensed any ascending soul phase cultivators, but caution was reasonable. John's disciples were getting excellent practice at flight, especially ascending towards the first peak, though it was actually a little bit lower than it had been. The air element of the Wuthering Steppes should help it pick back up again. The port shot some sort of cannon at the fleet. Ursel thought it was very rude. They weren't even taking them seriously. She leaped forward, smacking the projectile with her club and sending it back. It was hard to accurately target anything, so she just ended up impacting a random ship that got in the way. There were only a few, and she could see signs of others recently sunk. Ultimately, she found the forces holding the port rather underwhelming. Then again, the Sky Islands weren't known for possessing a vast population. Even if the quality of their cultivators were high, it was difficult for them to cover a large area. That was why they had previously carved a direct path, and now they were repeating that attempt. As earth and air cultivators, they had an advantage over the pure air cultivators of the Wuthering Steppes. But Ursel had an advantage over them. As soon as she reached shore, she went after the strongest defender, just a consolidated soul phase cultivator. She didn't like to bully people, but she also didn't like bullies or traitors. They had broken official treaties now, and she had no intention to be merciful. 100 meters out, her chosen target began to lift up into the air rather than face Ursel. That was probably the correct choice on the man's part. He looked like he was going to flee and potentially deliver information to the rest of their forces. Or at least, that was his intent. Ursel gathered her earth element and tossed her stone club, causing it to swirl end over end as it flew through the air. It was drawn towards the air cultivator, seeking to crush his element. The man called upon all of his spiritual energy to block it, and the club rebounded. Then he fell out of the air. Flight was an active process, after all. The sudden transition of his spiritual energy away from that meant he was doing nothing. He managed to reflow what remained of his spiritual energy before he hit the ground, but by that point Ursel had hopped her way up the surrounding buildings and leaped to grab him. Even if her hand couldn't reach, her spiritual energy wrapped around him like roots. Not the tiny roots from roots-cracking boulders, but just solid extensions of her energy. Earth element negated his ability to fly, but he wouldn't have been able to carry Ursel anyway. Not if she didn't let him. She dragged him down into the street and threw him to the ground. Her heavy boots stomped on his chest, just enough to make him pay attention. Maybe crack a few ribs. Where's Abrit? Not hiding, is she? The man was quite willing to give up her location. Ursel wondered if that meant she had to let him live. Probably, for the moment. Chances were he would be executed later, but for the moment he would be bound with energy-restricting bands. They weren't perfect, but if he was watched properly he wouldn't be able to do anything. Chapter 447. As it turned out, Abrit was indeed not hiding. As if she thought that reaching the 45th rank made her immortal or something. It took another few days to pilot the first peak towards her location, but even though she must have been aware of the incoming assault, she didn't flee. Very brave of her. Most likely, she thought she would win. Perhaps there was some secret she obtained. Maybe Abrit actually had broken through to the exalted soul phase. If that was the case, it wasn't going to save her. It would be far more costly for the Continental forces to take her down, but she would die. They absolutely couldn't afford anything else. Well, there was Ursel. John wasn't going to place all of his eggs in one extremely durable basket, but his Earth element daughter had a pretty decent chance of taking out Abrit all on her own, even if by some miracle she had reached the exalted soul phase. Winning a battle in a confined arena wasn't a guarantee of future victories in different locations, but it was also the case that Ursel wouldn't be fighting alone. Currently, John had Renato and Astrid with him atop the first peak, no others. For what he intended, having additional people simply wouldn't help. There was some chance that he would be assaulted before reaching his destination, but there couldn't be a significant enough threat for them to not be able to handle it. What about Abrit? She was the destination. Approaching by land were Ursel, Turdo, Verusha, as well as Anna and the rest of their armies. 3 ascending soul phase cultivators to match up against however many Abrit had. Minus the ones that had died on the first peak, she might have a handful left if none had perished in the assault on the Wuthering Steppes. John was pleased when he finally felt Abrit's energy. She was strong, and he didn't plan to face her alone, but on the other hand, he thought the absolute distance between them had shrunk. Her wild rush had been intended to reach the exalted soul phase, but unless she'd greatly improved her concealment abilities, she hadn't managed it. They wouldn't let her. The biggest indicator of her current status, in John's opinion, was not the total quantity of spiritual energy she displayed. Instead, it was the balance of earth and air elements. It was still 3 parts air and 2 parts earth. Even in the worst scenario, she was short on spiritual energy or imbalanced, both of which could be exploited. The ground forces marched forward at a pace only cultivators could manage, keeping up with the flight of the first peak, more or less. They were slightly behind, but that wasn't because of a lack of ability. Abrit. John spread his voice on the winds, scattering his shout throughout the region. You die today. The direct provocation finally merited a response. Abrit took off into the air towards the first peak, followed by a number of others at various levels of the ascending soul phase or late consolidated soul phase. Astrid shifted nervously. I appreciate you keeping me around, but I'm not sure what I'm supposed to do here against someone a full phase ahead of me. I'm not really sure I can blind her like you asked. Do you trust me? John asked. It's a bit late to change my mind, she joked. Of course I do. In that case, it's simple. You just need to blind her for a single moment. Astrid grimaced. That might take all of my spiritual energy. I know, John nodded. That's why it requires trust. Throw everything you have into a single moment. And I do mean everything. We'll cover your safety. John looked to Renato, who doubtless remembered his role quite well. He was reliable as the stone he wielded. I am ready, Renato said. I am not sure this is the most efficient use of our abilities, but I can do it. In terms of combat efficiency, you may be right. But morale is important, John said. And I'm making a statement. A statement to the whole continent. Renato nodded. They're almost here. 3 cultivators gathered their energy, faced off against easily a dozen others, including one particularly powerful individual. However, John's team had the terrain advantage. Obviously, those of the Sky Islands used the sky as their domain, but they weren't actually terrific at free flight. Most of their time was spent on the Sky Islands or the paths that actually augmented their flight. Plus, John brought the terrain with him. How dare you come after the first peak? Abrit said, You feared my might before, but now I am even greater. John didn't dignify her with a direct response in that moment. He was focused on the important details. Astrid now. A directed flash of light and flame burst forth. She put everything she could handle into it, and while not the entirety of her spiritual energy, such a large burst would destabilize her for some time. A whirlwind around Abrit caught the flames, but the burst of concentrated light was something that their defenses couldn't completely prepare for. It wouldn't last long without any sustained interaction, but that didn't matter. The intention of John and Renato was focused mainly on the island beneath them, and as the incoming cultivator senses were overwhelmed briefly, they released their energy into the first peak. All at once, a great weight bore down on them. If John hadn't supported Astrid, she might have been crushed against the first peak, without her own energy to support her. At the same time, the incoming cultivators tumbled towards the first peak as it began to drop from the sky. The levitating crystals were fascinating, to allow a heavy island to remain perpetually aloft. A proper infusion of earth element could also produce interesting results with such potent features. A bright and her people crashed into the underside of the first peak, pressed against it. John directed the surrounding air to reduce friction as the island continued to fall. It had already dropped to 5 kilometers along the journey, and now it was swiftly descending towards the continent. John spoke, partially to air his grievances and partially as a distraction. Abrit of the Sky Islands, you are a traitor to your own region, a breaker of vows with your neighbors twice over. You are unworthy of your position as the master of the first peak. Thus, you will henceforth be known as Abrit, master of no peak. It was a tremendous strain to keep Abrit restrained, even with the augmentation of the island and Renato's aid. However, moments before their impact, John was able to let go, snatching Renato and Astrid up into the air as they released the binding restriction. The momentum of the island carried it down towards Abrit's war camp. Abrit herself and those around her mostly got out from under the island at the last moment, negating their own momentum. It was a shame that they weren't crushed under the island like most of the rest of their people. The first peak hit the grounds of the Wuthering Heights, causing massive tremors and exploding into fragments that went as far as the approaching armies, though with most of their momentum lost by that point. It was the best repayment John could think to give to the besieged region for the repeated losses they suffered at the hands of the Sky Islands. Perhaps if Abrit had been a step more ruthless, she would have recognized the bounty of air element resources that were untapped within her own region. She might have really broken through to the Exalted Soul phase if she tore apart the Sky Islands. A shockwave hit John and the others, but he had already angled them back towards their incoming allies. At a distance of a few hundred meters, it was only at the level where it would cause normal humans to go deaf. He protected Astrid's ears, but Renato could handle himself. They were pushed up and back, though their ultimate momentum was still downward even since before they leapt off of the first peak. John managed to set everyone down gently right in front of their approaching allies. A perfectly fantastic display that went even better than he could have predicted. "Great work, Astrid," John said. He really meant it. If Abrit had been able to directly focus instead of having her nervous system thrown off by the flash, she might not have even been caught against the first peak. Then they would have had no choice but to flee, doing their best to defend themselves against numerous assailants. "You should rest now." Astrid just nodded. Fortunately, the local area was air element dominant, so she should be able to regain her balance fairly quickly, converting some to her aligned elements. Though not before the battle was over, John suspected. "You filthy Continentals." Abrit began screaming at the top of her lungs, the spiritual energy augmentation of her voice a secondary factor. "I'll ruin your lands. I'll dash." John tuned her out. "It's no fair," Ursel complained as Abrit shouted in rage. "Why didn't I get to drop an island on her?" "It's simple," John said. "We needed you here to bury her. Can you do that for me?" "Sure, Dad. Might as well. That's sect head dad to you, young lady." She stuck her tongue out at him, though he only knew that because he could feel it with his spiritual energy. Her helmet covered her whole face except for the small eye slits. John kept pace with his kids and his daughter-in-law. Renato fell back to join a different part of the assault, but even with what the two of them had done so far, they weren't out of the fight yet. A 1 versus 1 with Abrit was out of the question for John, but he could direct their forces in battle, and he might be able to recover enough to deal with some other threats. "Flay your skin and consume your heart." Abrit finally finished her tirade of threats. The remaining fraction of her armies, nearly half of those below, hadn't been able to avoid the fall of the first peak or the shrapnel shot out as it collapsed on itself, were about to meet with the front of the continental reinforcements. John was fairly sure he could sense the spiritual energy of local Wuthering Steppes cultivators far beyond, rushing towards the battle. They'd been informed as much as possible, but they might not have expected such an extravagant start. They'd have to hurry if they wanted to make it to battle. Ursel looked like she planned to take John's instructions literally. "You're gonna feed the local worms," Ursel declared, "and you won't even be dead for it." Abrit was at the head of her armies. Cowardice wasn't one of her flaws. Or perhaps caution wasn't one of her virtues. John happily let Ursel go first. He'd help control the flow of battle, and she could pummel Abrit. Of course, the air element cultivator wasn't restricted by the size of the arena. She flew far higher than she would have otherwise, limiting her attack options but protecting her from certain ground-based forces. In theory. In practice, Ursel simply jumped off of the faces of the consolidated soul phase cultivators leading the charge against them. John couldn't possibly see how that would get her higher than leaping off of the earth below her feet, but it really didn't matter. It was good enough. Abrit pulled back slightly. Running away? Ursel called after her. Apparently, Abrit hadn't heard the full details of Ursel's battle on the coast. Ursel's club flew through the air, drawn towards the high concentration of air element. Abrit caught it and was immediately pulled downward. John interpreted a slight twinge in her face as remnant trauma. Maybe she should have learned her lesson the first time. Ursel caught her ankle as their paths intersected. John did wonder how Ursel was going to bury her alive when Abrit had her own earth element, though at the very least she was slightly fatigued from the whole Sky Island drop. And maybe it was just a battle threat and Ursel would actually crush her skull. Chapter 448. Decisive actions were necessary to live long as a cultivator. At any moment, you could make a fatal mistake, and delaying action by not choosing any path was a near guarantee of that. As Ursula clutched onto her ankle, dropping the pair of them towards the ground, Abrit gathered a burst of her dual elements. Air element fed into earth, augmenting its power as she focused on her ankle, pushing outward. It was just enough to dislodge Ursula's grip, throwing off her energy as well as she tried to lash onto Abrit. John had really been hoping it would have been a direct attack. Ursula wouldn't go down in a single blow that easily. But alas, she actually managed to make the right call in the moment instead of doing something stupid like trying to bend down and attack with the claw weapon she wore. For his own part, he was cutting his way through Sky Island forces, following behind Turdo and Varusha. John could see his son paying close attention to the battle ahead. It was quite possible that he would rush past foes if he thought Ursula was in real trouble. Should John be more directly involved with Abrit? He didn't think it was necessary. He already dropped an island on her. However, he was doing his best to recover his spiritual energy at the moment. Abrit's downward momentum was quickly negated as she began to fly back upward. Meanwhile, Ursula dropped like a sack of bricks. A particularly heavy one. Actually, quite a bit faster than that since she lashed herself to the ground to descend even faster. As she fell, Ursula focused her energy, dropping into the ground, and then springing forth atop a pillar of stone that pushed her into the sky. Abrit ducked under Ursula's flying tackle, but her upwards flight was halted in that moment. Renato was locked in combat with a cultivator in the ascending soul phase. It was a shame that Abrit, formerly of the First Peak, had so many talented individuals under her command. The continent would have gladly accepted them. Another faced off against Turdo and Varusha, briefly. The cultivator tried to strike Turdo with lightning, but he couldn't have lived where he did and let that weakness remain fully potent. He skillfully redirected the attack with a shell of water that directed the lightning. If his opponent was less skilled, he would have forced him to hit one of the other Sky Island cultivators. Instead, it went into the ground. Varusha's counterattack came at the same moment, a wave of fire that sought to burn away the free energy their foe had. Fire overcame earth, and the flames that could cling even underwater were not perturbed by a sudden whirlwind. Speaking of which, Abrit wasn't making use of said technique. John was all for letting Ursula fight her own battle in theory, but in practice this was a war. And he'd been fighting Abrit first. He flicked a few mixed element, throwing daggers towards Abrit, hiding their presence among the chaotic flow of elements on the battlefield. Abrit smoothly avoided the first decoy and deflected the second. Technically, they could have been just as damaging as the third and fourth attacks if they hit, but they were still decoys because he expected her to handle some of them. But Abrit also had to think about Ursula, who was rapidly descending back towards her. She had to ready her energy for a serious danger, so she wasn't able to completely stop John's attacks. One dagger brushed her cheek, creating a line of blood, while another stuck into her forearm. It hadn't pierced all the way through like John desired, but it was good enough. Then John returned his focus to the foes in front of him, fighting alongside his 6 Elements Crossroads cultivators and helping to direct the overall flow of battle. Astrid stood along with him, providing her much-needed light element. Her fire element wasn't bad against the Sky Islands either. As Ursula fell back towards Abrit, the latter tried to blast her with lightning before attempting to push the two of them apart with a sudden gust. She managed to avoid a web of earth element spread around Ursula to catch her. Abrit's centuries of experience seemed to be adding up, and she was wise enough not to let Ursula touch her after their first battle. Ursula wasn't without options, however. Even if Abrit had superior mobility in the air, Ursula didn't seem to care. Rather than launching herself directly back at her, when she hit the ground again, she blasted a shower of rocks into the air. Abrit was quite capable of deflecting them, but Ursula just stood there. "Can't fight me, huh?" Ursula taunted. "I guess that's what happens when you're no longer at a phase advantage. 6 ranks isn't enough, is it, Master of No Peaks?" A wise cultivator wouldn't be taunted. However, it wasn't a wise cultivator but a proud one that decided to push towards the highest phase by assaulting those with which they had a contract of peace, along with those of their own region. Abrit crashed to the ground, not near Ursula, but a couple dozen meters away. "You are not the only one with expertise in earth." She finally began her whirlwind, picking up heavy chunks of stone as well as piercing shards. It was an impressive display of power, even more so now that she had grown 2 ranks higher. As she strode towards Ursel, John's daughter responded by throwing chunks of rock into the maelstrom. Each time, Abrit simply caught them and added them to her attack. Ursel zigzagged across the battlefield, throwing things seemingly at random. What happened to your earlier confidence? Now that you have seen my display of power, I can catch anything you throw at me. Oh good, Ursel said. I didn't even have to provoke you to say that. John knew from the slight shift in her voice that she was grinning widely. He saw her thrust her arms into a huge boulder, a chunk of the first peak, up to her elbows. Ursel had to reinforce the ground beneath her so that she didn't sink into it as she hefted the boulder that was approximately 5 meters across. Catch. Abrit, of course, did not catch it. Perhaps she could, but it would be a serious investment of energy. Instead, she carefully tracked its arc, twirling around it at the last moment. Right into Ursel's grasp. Hi. Ursel wrapped both arms around Abrit, completely ignoring the whirlwind. John had seen the move coming, but he could see how Abrit would have been caught off guard. It was a simple trick, launching mass of stone wrapped in Ursel's energy, which she then leapt after. Normally John would say that it was impossible to leap after something that had been thrown and match its speed, but there were several mitigating factors. First, cultivators didn't follow normal rules. Normally, you couldn't throw a boulder like that, so common sense was already out of the question. Besides, the boulder was thrown quite slowly, precisely to provide a clear sense of crisis that was at the same time easy to handle. Then Ursel had let a portion of her energy drag behind her as her attacking energy on the boulder also happened to contain her. Now her energy snapped back, losing some part of it, but it didn't matter. Ursel was actively manipulating the ground beneath them, and a moment later Abrit and Ursel were neck deep in the ground. Abrit fought back fiercely, but she had to prevent her arms and ribcage from being crushed while also stopping their movement. Ursel focused all her muscle on offense and all of her earth element on burying the two of them. What was Abrit going to do? Dislocate her own shoulder to stab Ursel in the eye? John thought she tried, actually. She had extremely thin claws, clearly learning from her previous lesson. They could have stabbed deep enough into Ursel's helmet. But even though Abrit fully messed up one of her shoulders, she didn't actually escape Ursel's grip, which meant that Ursel just twisted back and forth, causing Abrit great pain and distracting her from her spiritual energy manipulation by forcing her to focus solely on herself. And then they were underground. At that point, it was over. Sure, Abrit wasn't dead yet, but her air element would barely do anything there. John did admire her stubbornness as blasts of lightning tossed rocks into the air, but he could sense them 2 meters below the surface, and then 3. She wouldn't even be able to move because of the weight of the ground soon, but it would only press Ursel's arms into her even more. John stomped on the head of a man who thought he was cleverly hidden underground for an assassination. Stay. He heard something crack. Seriously, the wannabe assassin was so unqualified. He'd matched his earth element with the ground around him, but he'd only covered up his air element. And it was weird to have a person-shaped mass of precisely the same quality of rock. Astrid's surprise as John lashed out indicated that those with less sensitive elemental distinguishing abilities might have had a harder time. Astrid wasn't bad either, but John was used to a strain where there was a perfect balance of elements that most people had traditionally perceived as nothing. A bit of weird earth covering air element was easy to pick out. Turdo and Varusha's enemy was Ash. Renato had moved on to a second ascending soul phase cultivator, and while it would take him a while to win alone, the Sky Island's cultivators were faltering as a whole. Surrender, John called. All of those below the ascending soul phase can live. That caused a sudden split. Truthfully, John wanted to let the ascending soul phase cultivators live, but there was too much risk of something like this happening again. Renato's opponent fought more fiercely. A few others simply turned to flee, and many Sky Island cultivators began to surrender, though some were clearly hoping that somehow Abrit would spring forth and dominate the battlefield. But local Wuthering Steps cultivators were already arriving. They intercepted 2 of the fleeing ascending soul phase cultivators. Most of them wouldn't get far on their own, even if they managed to fly away from the battlefield. From the time the first peak crashed atop Abrit and the others, it had only been a few minutes. Then Abrit's energy burst forth from underground. Not with Abrit, unfortunately for her. Instead, It was a consequence of her energy losing direction as she died. A fountain of air and earth scattered chunks of the first peak everywhere. Ursula leapt out of the ground a few moments later. She looked around, then back at the rubble. Oh, should I have brought her head or something? Her eyes landed on John. Or are we burying her? She should feed the land. No one needs to see her face. John shrugged. But of course, if any of you wish to see her body, it's right down there. John gestured. John saw familiar figures from the entrapping vortex sect, the silent breeze sect, and the Gale Palace. From the latter, he specifically noted sect head Avenir. It is unfortunate that this event came to pass, John said. However, I think you will find this cannot be an issue again. Behold, the first peak. John spread his arms wide, showing only rubble, dead cultivators, and captives. Continental forces will always come to the aid of our brothers. It seems Abrit consumed resources at a maddening pace for her rushed empowerment, but you now possess everything she had left. John followed up with promises to help them rebuild, though he couldn't openly declare any specific amounts of resources that would be committed. They would have to see how things stood when the ashes of war finally settled. The First Peak's invasion hadn't lasted nearly as long as the sovereign primacy, but its sudden and unexpected arrival had caused a significant amount of damage to the sects and clans in Abrit's path. Many of them had been wiped out completely, mostly lesser sects, which was almost a relief as they could be left as they were. John kept his disappointment internal. They had withstood trouble better than before, he supposed. Nobody had made it to the core of the continent on a whim. Even so, their outer edges were vulnerable. It was likely impossible to create perfect defenses, but they needed to fortify their borders even more, however they could. At least they should be able to trust the rest of the Sky Islands, as those who remained had stood against Abrit and suffered some immediate consequences. John also wished to support their recovery, though he wondered how they would feel about what happened to the First Peak. A necessary move in his opinion, but one that could certainly be controversial. Chapter 449. It was almost difficult to believe that things had settled down, but they finally had. The sovereign primacy wasn't a threat for the moment, and the threat of Abrit was dealt with. Those that remained in the Sky Islands, while weakened, had stood against her. The rest had been exterminated. A time of peace, one that brought John home to the Six Elements crossroads, and most people also returned to their own homes, except for what changes had been necessitated by the assault on the continent. Now, their borders were being more vigorously patrolled. The plan was to help smaller clans and sects set up new locations to help patrol the waters along with the locals. This included all of their coasts, including the one with the Molten Sea. Just because they got along with their closest neighbor didn't mean nobody else would be coming around. So as much as the peace was real, it wasn't necessarily expected to last. Furthermore, the sovereign primacy had forced changes throughout the continent for how they handled things. In some ways it was for the best, except for everything that had been lost from within the muted crags. Just because they had driven them out didn't mean the continent didn't suffer for it. That was true even if the main core of those that fell had been stubbornly against unity. A strain, centrally located, continued to be a place for people to gather. John found himself more often than not dealing with matters of politics, helping to settle disputes between various factions. Fortunately, he didn't have to deal with everything. He had plenty of subordinates to help. Viriato fulfilled the task of promoting unity as he traveled around the continent exchanging resources. He wasn't the only traveling merchant, but he was probably the strongest. He wasn't quite in the ascending soul phase yet, but he was close. Many of John's disciples were progressing into the mid to late consolidated soul phase, and each would have been able to lead an influential sect when John first arrived in the world. But the continent had grown. It was a time of great cultivation, including unfortunately their enemies. However, they had fewer of those now, not just because of the Sky Islands, but because of the Continental Alliance. Even if the internal peace wasn't perfect, it was still being maintained. John found himself missing Astrid. That was a good thing, of course. Having already committed to the relationship, if he found he simply didn't care, then signs for their future really weren't good. At that point, it might be better to break it off to avoid even greater harm in the future. But that wasn't an issue. He missed Astrid, even after just a few months apart. No, it happened more or less immediately. He was reminded of Mateo, and how the two of them were together only a couple months out of the year, moving back and forth between their clans. It was good to remember that, because he loved her. Even if she had been dead for more than 60 years now, he didn't really feel it. And remembering Mateo when he thought of Astrid, that wasn't a problem either. He could tell he would grow to love her just as much. Perhaps that could have been true with many people, but she was the one to take the chance. She had returned to the Summer Sun sect to train up her replacement. Nicholas was of similar talent to Astrid, though a couple decades younger. It was quite reasonable that he too would reach the ascending soul phase, with the assumption Astrid was successful first, of course. It was always possible she wasn't. Even with guidance from many who were successful improving the odds and good resources, nothing was ever guaranteed. It was more than a small percentage chance that she would fail, most likely leading to death or permanent cultivation damage. But it was far better than a coin flip. There was a real chance that all their plans would become nothing, but that was true with everything in life. There was no point for John to plan for failure because that would just be the end of things. He would probably handle it better, though the thought was of little comfort. After she reached the ascending soul phase, they would marry. Except there was one important thing for her to do first. That was fighting Ursel. Nobody expected her to win, but that wasn't a requirement. Ursel wouldn't be happy if she half-assed it, though. Then again, neither would Astrid herself. John didn't require the permission or support of his children to remarry, but he did want it. He loved his family and would really prefer his wife to be on the best terms with them. Turdo and Melanthina had been quite accepting when he brought it up, and even Ursel's demand for a fight wasn't really a form of rejection. Otherwise, she would have demanded a victory, which was a bit extreme. Even if Ursel suppressed her cultivation, her body would still be powerful, and her armor would still be nearly invincible. But at least Abrit had an elemental advantage. John waited tensely as he was aware Astrid was planning her advancement. She had requested that he remain at the crossroads, leaving Astrid to make her attempt in peace. He wanted to be there to support her, but in some ways being not there might support her just as well. Since she requested it, he could only show he believed in her. And he did. But that didn't stop him from stressing out. Cultivators weren't perfect. If they could completely suppress their emotions, John wasn't even sure that would be a good idea. Emotions were a human thing. Dealing with them was important. Not feeling things wasn't the answer. So he waited, not even cultivating himself for a few days because he was so unsteady. Until, finally, a message flashed across the plains. He almost rushed over to see what it was, but he let it come to him. Technically, there was some chance that a different high-priority message had come through the network. Besides, he needed to at least appear calm for the sake of the sect. A messenger came, who he tracked as they walked through the sect, guided by sect members. A knock on his door. A message delivery for the sect head. John stood slowly. Very well. He strode over to the door, opening it to receive a sealed envelope. It would have been written at the message station, and it couldn't be completely secret traveling through the network, but it was the way things were done. He opened it. It had just a few lines. He allowed himself to smile. "Thank you," he said, dismissing both the messenger and the escorts. Once he closed the door, he blocked off any sound from escaping. He let out the greatest sigh of relief he thought he'd ever done, then celebrated. Yes, he really wanted to celebrate with Astrid in person, but she would be arriving in due time. I knew she could do it. She'd had every opportunity. And now he didn't have to think about what could go wrong. Lunsen was a perfect place for the duel, because it was neutral territory and also was one of the few places with a proper arena setup for ascending soul phase cultivators, though that was becoming more widely true as time went on. Either way, the time had come. Ursel and Astrid faced off across a standard dirt arena, despite the theoretical advantage that gave Ursel. It was quite rare for any battle to not take place on Earth, so it wasn't unrealistic. Neither of them wanted to fight in water or without ground at all, so it was the only reasonable option. The arena could do lava, but Astrid thought that was too much in her favor. Though maybe it would have been closer to fair, it certainly looked desperate. The instant the battle began, Astrid gathered a burst of light and directed it into Ursel's face. John applauded her control, as it was quite difficult to prevent light from scattering. Along with the burst of light, heat arose. John didn't think much of anything got past Ursel's armor and energy, but she might be worn down a little at a time. Maybe. With no offense to his future wife, John still believed the battle favored Ursel. Even if Ursel matched her cultivation, perhaps even if she didn't have her advanced body tempering. Though that was so intrinsic to her abilities, now John couldn't say that for certain. Ursula didn't need her eyes to see. She sprang forward, her club ready to strike. She was taking the battle seriously, only holding back in terms of the spiritual energy she called upon. Her stone club came down on an illusory copy of Astrid that felt real. However, even though Ursula merely hit the ground, chunks of dirt and small rocks flew everywhere, a few of them striking Astrid. Nearly trivial damage, but even small things could make a difference over the course of a battle. The battle became Astrid running about, throwing flaming darts at Ursula while leaving a trail of flames or flaming plants wherever they landed. While some foes would have circumvented such dangers, Ursula ran straight through them, spending little enough time in the flames that she took only negligible damage. That wasn't a show of disrespect, but her serious fighting style focused on aggression. She wouldn't accept moving more slowly, or she wouldn't catch, or nearly catch, Astrid as often. John saw something in the way Astrid kept flashing light in Ursula's eyes. Theoretically, Ursula would become more resistant to that with time, so it would become less useful. But even so, she continued. When Ursula got close, Astrid would avoid her attacks, never taking a direct strike. That would be foolish, even with an elemental advantage. Instead, flames wrapped around her, augmenting her speed, and if she had to, deflecting the incoming club. As much as possible, she focused the heat of her attacks on Ursula, causing it to slowly build up. Her armor could protect her from immediate damage, but it could also be used against her if it became too hot. It was simply a very high threshold for Ursula. Even if Astrid was never hit directly, it was clear that Ursula was intentionally creating shrapnel. Besides, if she did get a proper hit, that would likely be the end of the battle. Round and round they raced, a crossing pattern of flames filling the arena. Ursula kept forcing Astrid to new locations, but Astrid did her best to pass back through lingering fire as much as possible, making efficient use of the energy she had expended. Eventually, she couldn't keep ahead. Ursula was charging for her, caught in a corner of the arena. As usual, Astrid gathered a burst of light element, but this time she kept going as Ursula rushed in. At the very last moment, light streamed forth. Flames ignited around Ursula's head as the light became fire. Simultaneously, Astrid pulled a metal whip from her sleeve, uncoiling it and wrapping it around the incoming club. Without the aid of spiritual energy, stopping the momentum of something towards yourself with a flexible object was fruitless, but with her gathered fire element, she was able to deflect the attack nearly far enough. Even as she pushed herself out of the way, Ursula's attack continued to accelerate and angle towards her. She wasn't fooled by how Astrid kept her energy off to one side. She only hit Astrid on the shoulder, but the angle continued inward. The arena's formations activated, negating all momentum and spiritual energy. Astrid's shoulder was probably still broken, but it wouldn't be pulverized. Astrid sighed. I really thought I had that. Smoke came out of Ursula's helmet. You burned away my eyebrows. And everything else. I'm impressed. Keep training, and we can fight again later. When Ursula turned away, John wondered if she had forgotten the initial point of the duel. If she had, it was actually better, because Ursula liked a good fight. And for Astrid's flames to properly get inside her helmet, even if they hadn't gone more than skin deep, was already an impressive result. Chapter 450. The wedding was a grand and glorious affair with visitors from all over the continent. John was glad to see some of them, mainly his family and personal friends, the majority of which were part of the club. Then there was Sitora, who perhaps should be formally inducted into the club. She fit the qualifications, including loyalty to the same cause. At present, she was able to walk with dignity, not outwardly displaying any injuries, but John could feel that it took some effort. Either way, he was glad for her presence. John missed the simple style and beautiful surroundings of Pualani. Lunson had beautiful places in its own right, but it didn't have much in the way of water features. But it was a greater political event than his wedding to Mateo, which had been important for a few clans and a few other groups in the surrounding regions. His wedding to Astrid ended up a continental affair because of how far John's own position had risen in the intervening years. Not that Astrid's own importance didn't contribute to the size of things. As an ascending soul phase cultivator, even just at the 37th rank, she was one of less than 100 such individuals throughout the continent. Though, that number kept growing. The wedding and the various festivities lasted several days, as well as the political maneuvering that came with it. Not everyone was there specifically for the sect head of the Six Elements crossroads, but instead to rub shoulders with various groups from around the continent. People could gather in Lunson at any time, but there was rarely such a high proportion. The next tournament had been delayed slightly because of the wars. John would have liked it to stay precisely on schedule, but it just wasn't practical. When everything was over, John was glad for the peace and quiet of his personal courtyard. Personal courtyard. It wasn't the sort of marriage where he and Astrid kept separate chambers, though they did have various other rooms that were meant for one or the other. Astrid could have had a whole wing of clothes, but she kept it to a single large room. John wouldn't blame her for wanting to have options for how she dressed, though when it came to battle, it was impractical to have multiple sets of enchanted armor. Sometimes that armor was actually clothing, but the point remained regardless of how heavy it was. For the price of several options, one could have a single more effective option. Ultimately, cultivators had to remain practical. But neither John nor Astrid were concerned about being attacked at arbitrary moments. A strain was likely the most peaceful place, as it was surrounded by allies several regions deep on all sides. Astrid had taken over one portion of the sizable courtyard to grow firegrass. It was important to her own training, of course, as well as being aesthetically pleasing. John accommodated her by rearranging some of the garden, which was balanced to have a mix of the six elements. It wasn't the best spot for training since they weren't all extraordinary in their spiritual energy, but it was pleasant. Proper earth element bamboo supported the fire element adjacent to it, and a wall of hanging air element plants completed the separation of the allied cycles. A few of the plants were actually from the Sky Islands, growing atop small floating crystals that filled the area. Their specialized roots drew water, nutrients, and spiritual energy from the air around them. A more mundane version of air plants existed on Earth, usually quite small due to the limited nutrients that could be drawn directly from the air. Of course, as with everything where spiritual energy was involved, these plants went beyond the norm, long tendrils filling the area. John found Astrid meditating among the firegrass, as he expected. The plants flickered and twisted in the sunlight, happily absorbing the spiritual energy it provided. The firegrass had taken some time to adapt to its surroundings and had to be coaxed to draw upon the smaller proportion of appropriate elements. However, once it got going and the surroundings were properly in place, it had grown just as eagerly as within the sunfields, maybe with a bit more maintenance required. Though John helped fix any elemental imbalances, he didn't actually take on all the work of maintaining his own gardens. For one thing, he wasn't going to be around at all times. For another, while as a cultivator, he had some intuition for how to care for everything, it was really better to have someone properly trained for the task. They had an old gardener who took care of most of the work himself. Since he didn't need to disturb Astrid for any particular reason, John made his way to the center of the gardens, just taking everything in. He wasn't even cultivating, just relaxing. There would be plenty of time for proper cultivation later, and he even had an excellent partner. Dual cultivation was an activity far more intimate than sex. After all, there was entrusting your body to someone and then going deeper and entrusting your soul to them. It still came with significant bodily risks, of course. Spiritual energy inside the body could tear it apart with ease, either accidentally or intentionally. John and Astrid had spent quite some time familiarizing with each other's energy externally once they were seriously committed. That didn't have much benefit for cultivation. It was just a necessary step along the way. It was also helpful for fighting alongside each other in battle, as it allowed them to coordinate their energy without pushing against each other. It was natural to reject unfamiliar energy. Together, the sum total of energy was biased towards fire. That wasn't necessarily a problem. After all, Astrid's totems were 3/5 fire element, though her spiritual energy was closer to an even split. Averaged together with John's spiritual energy, which wasn't quite correct, it ended up with fire element being less than twice the smallest elements. However, Astrid's fire element directly supported John's earth element, which helped bolster the cycle and raise the others to similar levels. As for light element, John had a small portion of it himself. The delicate part was including Astrid's, but with active control they had already gotten past the issues of mixing it with dark element. They never mixed the two opposites directly between them. That was a bit much for their current stage, though they were slowly moving towards that point with guidance from those who had successfully balanced light and darkness. The greater effect on cultivation speed ended up going to Astrid, or at least it was the most visible. She would likely surpass the early ascending soul phase rapidly. Whether that was as quick as a handful of years or a decade or two, she might step into the 40th rank in that time. In that time, John could expect to finish the last steps to reach the 41st rank, but not necessarily step through into the late ascending soul phase at the 42nd. But even if it wasn't perfectly balanced, that didn't mean it wasn't beneficial for him. He would be a bit faster, but the biggest benefits would come if he actually reached the peak of the ascending soul phase and tried to break through to the exalted soul phase. It was quite ambitious, but a greater proficiency with light was absolutely required. Besides, even if Astrid had gotten all the benefits, John wouldn't have minded too much. It was worth spending time with loved ones to help them. Receiving tangible benefits in turn was simply a bonus. The plains around Lunson were being carefully managed. So many things could go wrong if they harmed the environment, and if the elemental balance of the region was upset, which wasn't terribly likely, then their prosperity would drop. And there were also local dishes to consider. Calling bison burgers a delicacy was stretching things a bit far. They were common food and tasty, just not a delicacy until you started putting gold leaf on them. Was gold leaf tasty? Absolutely not. But sometimes, people wanted to make sure their food was more expensive than everyone else's. Permits were required to hunt the bison, as the herds were carefully managed. They ran free outside the cities, for the most part, rather than restricting their movements. Carefully guiding where they went was the main controlling factor. It was simple, really. Nobody wanted to cut all that grass, so they needed the bison. They did protect the herds from predators, though only to some extent. Losing a few now and then was expected and good for other parts of the environment. John didn't have his own permits, but nobody was going to begrudge him going along with someone who did and hunting a single individual. Even if he planned to take the whole thing, the Six Elements Crossroads wasn't going to miss a single bison from their share. And he wasn't really looking for a whole ton of meat. He just needed a little, and it felt appropriate to hunt it with his own hands. Though John had hunted them for food before, methods had changed slightly. It was preferred for him to draw one away from the rest of the herds so as to not unnecessarily spook the rest. It was a fairly easy technique to manipulate an animal. Even if the bison had a decent bit of spiritual energy, they didn't actively use it. It just helped them to grow large and strong. There was a proper technique to get a painless death, which John appreciated. He hadn't kept himself involved in the minutiae of this business, but seeing his general guidelines be followed pleased him. He came out of nowhere and stabbed with a small blade coated in his spiritual energy, killing his target instantly. Then he lifted it, requiring a good bit of effort. It would need to be drained of blood soon, or the meat would go bad. Ursula might have lifted the creature with just her body, but John wasn't that devoted to advanced body tempering. With some proper tomatoes, he grew himself as well as cheese and various condiments. He had gathered what he needed. After that, he worked with a butcher to carve out some good cuts of meat for himself. He called Astrid to watch the cooking process. That was part of the whole event, after all. They'd been so busy before the wedding that they'd never gotten around to this particular plan, but now John had a bit more free time. Astrid watched as he put the meat through a grinder. He prepared seasonings as he threw the ground meat onto a grill, heated by his own spiritual energy. He hadn't practiced cooking much recently, but the memories were still there and his body and spiritual energy control were in better shape than they'd ever been before. John had ruined several batches of buns before he finally managed to cook them right. It would still be better for him to just buy from a baker, but that wasn't the point. The smell of sizzling meat was tantalizing. John was glad he'd brought a lot. Cultivators could be quite big eaters, and that included Astrid. Though, neither of them were anything compared to Ursula, whose body needed more sustenance. John had already asked about Astrid's tastes, so he prepared an arrangement he thought she'd enjoy the most. The ingredients were arranged to avoid ending up with a soggy bun. Juicy was good, but the bun shouldn't fall apart while eating. Structural integrity was important, as well as individual size. Wide was better than tall, for purposes of actually consuming the food. Meat, vegetables, and condiments piled up onto the bun. John handed it over to Astrid, who was looking at it with determination. John didn't think there was a way she didn't like it. He didn't need it to be her favorite thing, though. Seeing Astrid take a bite, immediately followed by a much larger bite, John enjoyed her smiling face with just a bit of juice dripping down it. For the sake of honesty, he gave voice to his thoughts. It's too bad Mateo never had a chance like this. I never made these while she was alive. Astrid nodded seriously. That is a shame. There were many things I planned to do that we never got a chance to. I don't intend to make that mistake again, John declared, while Astrid would, occasionally, have to deal with matters related to the Summer Sun sect even after abdicating the official role of sect head, most of the time that could come to her. In the worst case, John expected to spend a couple months a year apart, instead of just a pair together.